Has the Blazing Sun envoy not appeared? At the Hua family's investment banquet, Prince Jean had arranged everything in advance, fearing trouble might arise, even going so far as to request the presence of the Blazing Sun envoy. Under normal circumstances, as long as the Blazing Sun envoy showed up, whether it was some Yi Fan or Fan Yi, no one would dare stir up any mischief. Yi Fan? Fan Yi? Something felt off. Why were these two names so familiar? Prince Jean pondered for a moment. Yi Fan's name reversed would be Fan Yi? Holy shit. Could this sudden appearance of Fan Yi be connected to Yi Fan, who was supposedly blown to pieces in the northwest? But if so, wasn't this just too much of a coincidence, too damn absurd? According to verified intelligence, Fan Yi had arrived in the capital days ago, while Yi Fan was only killed in the northwest this morning. Even if they were the same person, how could anyone traverse thousands of kilometers in an instant? Moreover, after Yi Fan was blown up in the northwest, DNA tests had been thoroughly conducted and all exit routes, planes, trains were completely locked down. Even if Yi Fan had miraculously survived, slipping away unnoticed would be impossible. And let's not forget that Yi Fan was formidable. Would he truly be skilled enough to catch the attention of Yen Ryu, the young master of the immortal realm? No way. Absolutely not. After a few seconds of contemplation, Prince Jean firmly discarded the correct answer. Fan, you couldn't possibly be Yi Fan. Your Highness, our agents report that the Blazing Sun envoy was indeed sighted. Our men personally received him and he did enter the Guotai Hotel. He even took action, sealing the entire venue with an overpowering force. But then Fan Yi went to the back parking lot and moments later, the Blazing Sun envoy's presence vanished, completely untraceable. Our men couldn't locate him either. There wasn't the slightest residual energy for kilometers around. Our suspicion is that Fan Yi may have silenced the Blazing Sun envoy. A bearded steward stepped forward, delivering his report respectfully, yet his gaze flickered cautiously toward Zhang Yu. Though he had no solid proof, the steward couldn't shake the feeling that Chief Secretary Zhang Yu was questionable, judging by his actions today. Crash. Prince Jin's hand slammed onto the table, shattering a teacup. The Blazing Sun envoy killed by Fan Yi. Are you serious? Veins bulged on Prince Jin's arms as his frustrations boiled over. Was Fan Yi some divine punishment sent to torment him? Just when Yi Fan had finally been eliminated, along comes this Fan Yi, a name so similar, a man who specifically targeted his inner circle forces. When will this madness end? In the short time Fan Yi had surfaced. The ancient martial Fang family destroyed. The Wu family and Yen family of the capital decimated. Even the Blazing Sun envoy wiped out. The Mu family had defected to Fan Yi's side. The Leng and Hua families now allied with him too. If this continued, every last one of Prince Jin's forces in the capital would be obliterated. It's true, Your Highness. Fan Yi is too monstrous. It's as if he's orchestrating everything specifically against you and the situation in the northwest. Something's not right either. Prince Jean rubbed his temples in exasperation. What now about the northwest? Weren't you supposed to negotiate the surrender of Yi Fan's former subordinates? He's dead, what else could go wrong? The bearded steward hesitated, eyeing Zhang Yu once more before cautiously answering. Your Highness, nothing's wrong, per se. The forces under Yi Fan, the Tiankue-based faction, the Guo and Song families, and other remnants of the Fan Alliance have all been swayed by our 8 great families' bribes. Terms were mostly settled, but our side may be yielding too much. What he really meant was, Yi Fan's followers were demanding an outrageous price and Chief Secretary Zhang Yu, acting under Prince Jin's orders, had approved every single demand. Trains full of elixirs, medicinal herbs, and cultivation resources were being shipped off wholesale to the northwest, draining Prince Jin's hard-earned stockpile to the brink. Humph. As long as Yi Fan is dead, securing control over his forces is paramount. Let them take what they want for now. Prince Jean smirked coldly. In 2 weeks, once my plan succeeds everything they swallowed, I'll force them to vomit it all back. But the steward persisted with his concerns. Even if we indulge them, shouldn't resources be dispersed gradually? Yet Chief Secretary Zhang authorized the entire arsenal to be released in a single day. Isn't that dangerously reckless? His implication was clear. He suspected Zhang Yu was colluding with Yi Fan's faction to bleed Prince Jean dry. After all, Pan Shi had similarly trusted the Northwest's 4 great families in Guangxing, only to be backstabbed spectacularly. Nearby, Zhang Yu merely twitched his lip but remained silent. Since this was precisely what Prince Jean had ordered, he had nothing to fear. Prince Jean scowled. What's the issue? Zhang Yu acted according to my orders. Are you questioning my authority? Do you fools not grasp how formidable Yi Fan's forces are? In a single night, they wiped out over 100 of our covert bases. Fine, if any of you think you can do better, why not personally lead a strike against Yifan's factions? If you crush even one of his strongholds, the resources meant for them will all be yours. But we both know you worthless cowards won't dare. Prince Jin's roar silenced the room. None of those present had the guts to face Yifan's remnant factions. Those warriors weren't pushovers. Chief Secretary Pan Sure himself had died at Yifan's hands. Sending them to battle would be sheer suicide. Yet despite his fury, an uneasy nod at Prince Jin. The Northwest situation had been verified repeatedly, but something still felt disturbingly off. Zhang Yu, monitor the Northwest closely. Once Yifan's forces surrender, ensure they're swiftly integrated, no delays. We can't afford any slip-ups now. Coldly, Prince Jin's gaze swept across the room. Listen well, I'll break free from this damned confinement array in 2 days at most. And if I uncover even a hint of treachery among you, your suffering will make death seem merciful. But obey faithfully, and after my grand triumph in 2 weeks, each of you will stand second only to the heavens. Miss, are you leaving the Mu family? This is so sudden. When Ji Yuchen prepared to depart from the Mu household, Mu Wubai received the news immediately and hurried after her, following her all the way to the gates. Though Yifan had made it clear before leaving that Ji Yuchen was free to come and go as she pleased, her abrupt departure worried Mu Wubai. What if Yifan blamed the Mu family for failing to treat her well? Miss, if you leave like this, we won't know how to explain it to young Master Fan. Mu Wubai hesitated, unsure of what to say or do. Ji Yuchen gave him a cold glance and scoffed. Patriarch Mu, you should be grateful that you crossed paths with young Master Fan this time. Otherwise, your family would have been finished. Pausing briefly, she added, as for explanations, the answers you seek will arrive soon. Besides, if you keep your mouth shut, young Master Fan won't even ask for one. No sooner had she spoken than Hong Hai arrived at the Mu estate gate with a group of formidable guards. What? Steward Hong, you've come in the dead of night. Mu Wubai's eyes widened in shock, his heart pounding wildly. What's going on? Hong Hai held a unique position within the imperial court. He had fought alongside the late emperor to conquer the realm. Though not an actual eunuch, he had been grievously wounded in battle, losing his manhood. Afterward, the late emperor allowed him to remain within the palace. As his strength grew, Hong Hai eventually became the empire's public guardian. Aside from the emperor, and excluding the imperial ancestor, who hadn't been seen in centuries, Hong Hai was the imperial family's strongest pillar. Even counting the Empress Dowager, he was at least the third most influential figure in the empire, one whose words could decide the fate of any noble house in the capital. Thus, every faction in the capital had to treat him with utmost respect. Patriarch Mu, I've come to fetch someone, Hong Hai explained courteously before tossing a token to Mu Wubai. The divine dragon token, the emperor's personal insignia. Ah, I greet his majesty. Mu Wubai's expression changed drastically the moment his fingers touched the token. He raised it reverently and dropped to his knees in obeisance. The emperor's personal token? Steward Hong is acting on the emperor's orders? Coming to retrieve someone? Who? The only person here was this mysterious young woman. Just who is she? To warrant the imperial court's third-in-command personally escorting her, with the divine dragon token no less? Within the palace, the only people who could command Hong Hai were the emperor and the empress dowager. Mu Wubai had met both, and this girl was clearly neither. Then why is the imperial court sending Hong Hai for her? What kind of background does she have? Mu Wubai felt his brain overheating, unable to make sense of the situation. And on top of it all, this girl, favored by young Master Yi, was actually planning to leave with Hong Hai? We're leaving. Ji Yuchen smirked. Patriarch Mu, heed my warning. Stay loyal to young Master Fan, and your family might rise once more. With that, she stepped into the carriage Hong Hai had prepared. Miss! Mu Wubai wanted to say more, but Hong Hai retrieved the token with an eerie smile. What, Commander Mu? Do you intend to defy the Emperor's will? Tread carefully. And may I suggest you keep quiet if you don't want unnecessary trouble. Though not an outright threat, the warning was clear. Once Ji Yuchen and Hong Hai were gone, Mu Wubai felt as if he'd been drained of all strength. Damn it all! This is torture. What in the world is happening? Under normal circumstances, only the emperor and the empress dowager could command Hong Hai's personal attendance. This girl obviously wasn't the latter. And the emperor was a man. Could the emperor have changed his gender? Ridiculous. He racked his brains but found no plausible explanation. Eventually, he shook his head helplessly. Sigh. Let's just hope young Master Yi doesn't ask too many questions. If he doesn't bring it up, neither will we. Fingers crossed. The night deepened, and peace finally settled over the Ling family's villa. Ling Yanqiu, despite having been boosted to martial emperor level strength by Yi Fan, was still no match for him. After 2 hours of passionate exertion, she had fallen into a deep slumber. Gazing at the beauty in his arms, Yi Fan planted a tender kiss on her forehead, channeling his vitality into her body to soothe her exhaustion. Another sister-in-law, so I finally kept my promise to her? Though he still had energy to spare, enough to deal with the elders of other families. He was genuinely weary after the day's events. Besides, with Ling Yanqiu on his left and Ling Yifei on his right, enveloped in such bliss, how could he not indulge? Fine. Tonight, I'll surrender to this gentle sanctuary. With his formidable spiritual power, he erected multiple barriers around the Ling estate. Then, embracing both women, he drifted into dreams. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the ancient martial world, specifically within the Fang family. Chen Shan died in the capital? What the hell is Prince Jin playing at? And who the hell is this Fan Yi? Some nobody colluding with Chen Shan to act against Prince Jin? Ha! Could they come up with a dumber excuse? Fang Chanshan had been guarded by martial saint-level experts. How could some trash from the mundane world possibly join forces with him? Family head. Prince Jin must be targeting our clan. There's no other explanation. That bastard. Now that he has an ally connected to the immortal domain, he wants to seize our mortal world resources. Family head, what do we do now? Elder brother Fang was our family's future leader. With him gone, our prospects are bleak. What a tragic blow. Inside the Fang family's grand hall, core members gathered to discuss the reports from the capital. Some were genuinely furious and fearful, while others barely concealed their glee. Damn it! Fang Chenshan had been formidable, a prodigy with overwhelming strength at such a young age. Had he lived, he would have been the next head of the Fang family, no question. But fate had other plans. He's dead. Perfect. With Fang Chenshan gone, other younger clan members finally had a chance to rise, an opportunity to stake their claim. Fang Shirao, the family patriarch, had only one son. Even if he worked tirelessly with his wife to produce another heir, raising a successor of Fang Chenshan's caliber would take at least 20 years. Who knew what the Fang family's situation would be by then? I believe our priority now is to determine the next heir apparent, to stabilize the family's morale. From the side of the hall, an elder clad in a traditional Mandarin jacket slowly spoke, his eyes half-lidded. Although the old man's voice was not loud, his mere utterance instantly silenced the entire gathering. This old man was none other than Xia Zhongyuan, a long-standing elder of the Fang family, originally a peer of Fang Qingshan's grandfather. His strength had already reached the martial saint realm. Back when the Fang patriarch was still alive, he could effortlessly suppress Xia Zhongyuan. However, after the patriarch's passing, Xia Zhongyuan's seniority, strength, and prestige matched, if not surpassed, those of the current family head, Fang Shirao. When Fang Chengshan was confirmed as the next successor years ago, Xia Zhongyuan had secretly disapproved. However, with the patriarch still around, and Fang Qingshan's undeniable talent and strength among the younger generation, he had refrained from voicing his dissent. But now, Fang Qingshan and the patriarch were both dead. With the selection of a new successor underway, Xia Zhongyuan was determined to push forward Fang Zhao, the candidate he supported. Elder Xia, this is a bit too hasty, isn't it? Fang Shirao's expression darkened, his brows furrowing tightly. Inwardly, he cursed Xia Zhongyuan's ancestors 18 generations over. Damn it, this impatient. My son just died, and you're already rushing to secure Fang Zhao's position? The The second branch can't even wait a second. Fang Shirao glanced sideways at a middle-aged man in purple robes, Fang Shishuan, the second elder of the Fang family and Fang Zhao's father. Xia Jiangyuan's allegiance lay with the second branch. Shirao, this is anything but hasty. Qingshan's death is an irreversible fact. The news has spread throughout the martial world, and it sends shockwaves through both the Fang family and our internal affairs. If we don't quickly appoint a new successor, the clan might fall into instability. Don't you agree? While speaking, Xia Jiangyuan swept his gaze across the hall. The Fang martial family consisted of dozens of factions. The representatives hesitated briefly under Xia Jiangyuan's stare before nodding in fervent agreement. Right? Elder Xia speaks wisely. We must stabilize the family first before discussing revenge. Yes, the dead cannot return. Let's secure our foundation first. Vengeance can be planned later. I believe young Master Fang Zhao is an excellent choice. His strength has already reached the martial emperor level. With sufficient resources, breaking through to martial saint won't take long. In an instant, nearly half the assembly voiced their support for Xia Jiangyuan. Even previously neutral factions now openly declared their stance. The situation was crystal clear. Though Fang Shirao remained a martial emperor and still held the position of family head, he was already advanced in age. Given his limited potential, reaching the martial saint realm was nearly impossible. With Fang Changshan, the sole martial saint among the main lineage, now dead, the first branch had lost its footing. Under these circumstances, any neutral faction still hedging their bets on the main branch would be downright foolish. Though burning with anger, Fang Shirao had little choice but to accept reality. When his father had passed, Fang Changshan had still been there to support him. Now he stood alone, and the tides of power had unmistakably turned. If he didn't acquiesce to Xia Jiangyuan's wishes today, this matter would never conclude. Moreover, if he refused Elder Xia's terms, his son's death might go unavenged. Without Xia Jiangyuan's backing, none of the family's elites would venture into the secular world to seek retribution. Everyone, quiet. After careful consideration, I believe Elder Xia's suggestion holds merit. We must indeed appoint a successor. I propose Fang Zhao for his outstanding talent and influence. What do you all think? Fang Shirao had other candidates in mind, several youths on par with Fang Zhao, who lacked factional support and thus could be controlled and swayed more easily. However, the absence of a backing force also meant that even if he forced them into the position, they wouldn't last. Worse, they couldn't reciprocate with political support for him. While addressing the assembly, Fang Shirao's gaze lingered on Xia Jiangyuan. Among all the core members present, only Xia Jiangyuan's opinion truly mattered. Originally, the Fang family had three martial saints: the patriarch, Fang Changshan, and Xia Jiangyuan. Now, with the first two gone, the family's martial prowess relied entirely on Xia Jiangyuan's support. They had to keep Elder Xia pleased at all costs. Though Xia Jiangyuan backed Fang Zhao, the latter was still a Fang. The family's legacy would not be lost. This old man also finds Fang Zhao quite promising. The matter is settled, then. Inform all clan members and allocate the necessary resources and privileges accordingly. Xia Jiangyuan wasted no time, delivering the final word without hesitation. Congratulations, young Master Fang. Congratulations, young Master Fang Zhao. Most attendees swiftly switched their tune, turning toward a young man in white robes with celebratory smiles. It was as if none remembered Fang Changshan and the Fang elites who had perished in Shangjing. On a day that should have been steeped in mourning, they rejoiced for Fang Zhao instead. Fang Shirao's expression darkened to an iron gray as he shot another glance at Xia Jiangyuan. Only then did Xia Jiangyuan stroke his beard leisurely and speak again. Now that the successor has been settled, let's discuss Changshan's vengeance. The festive atmosphere instantly died down. All eyes returned to Xia Jiangyuan. Though not the nominal head of the family, his authority now dwarfed Fang Shirao's, especially with Fang Changshan gone, leaving no one left to counterbalance him. Shirao, I propose mobilizing the Fang family's golden-armored warriors under Fang Zhao's command to march on Shangjing and exact retribution against Fan Yi. What? Xia Jiangyuan's suggestion left Fang Shirao stunned. While Fang Shirao had conceded the successor position as part of a bargain, trading influence for Xia Jiangyuan's support in avenging his son, this arrangement was far too generous. For Xia Jiangyuan to send Fang Zhao himself leading the elite forces to Shangjing, wasn't this excessive? This was almost too sincere. Elder Xia, wouldn't that be too reckless? The journey to Shangjing is perilous, not to mention the risk of clashing with Prince Jin. If Fang Zhao were to suffer any mishap, the Fang family couldn't endure another loss. Xia Jiangyuan smirked faintly. Why fear? This old man will accompany them. Besides, Fang Zhao has inherited Qingshan's position. Avenging him is only fitting. Shouldn't the next heir demonstrate such responsibility? It made perfect sense. And yet, something felt off. Fang Shirao felt something was amiss, but his subordinates hadn't caught on yet. Right? Elder Xia is correct. Fang Chao should definitely lead the operation. In their hearts, they were actually hoping Fang Chao would die in the process, ensuring the authority of the main branch wouldn't be seized by the second branch. As the voices of agreement grew louder, Fang Shirao harbored doubts but had no grounds to refuse. Fine. Let him go. If they could kill Fan Yi, great. If not, at worst they'd lose some golden armor warriors. Getting rid of Xia Jiangyuan and the elites from the second branch might weaken the Fang family considerably, but it might not be entirely detrimental. Except, his son's death would be a true pity. Very well. Since Fang Chao is so willing to take responsibility, let him lead 3 squadrons of golden armor warriors to the capital for this mission. Elder Xia, when do you propose setting out? At dawn tomorrow. This matter cannot drag on. The longer we wait, the worse things will be for the Fang family. Xia Jiangyuan spoke with such indignation that Fang Shirao's suspicions found no foothold. After all, Xia Jiangyuan was an elder from his father's generation. He had already agreed to Xia's conditions, confirming Fang Chao as the next successor. Perhaps Xia Jiangyuan really did intend to mentor Fang Chao and help him establish authority? Then it's all in your hands, Elder Xia. At this point, Fang Shirao could do nothing but comply. Meanwhile, Fang Shixuan, the second leader of the Fang family, was nearly jumping out of his skin in agitation, staring at Xia Jiangyuan in disbelief. What was Elder Xia thinking? Fang Qingshan had led so many Fang elites, numerous emperor-level experts, with Fang Qingshan himself at the saint level, yet Fan Yi had slaughtered them all. Why was Elder Xia insisting on dragging Fang Chao into the suicidal mission? But with so many people present, Fang Shixuan had no chance to question it. Only after Xia Jiangyuan, Fang Shixuan, and Fang Chao left the hall and moved to a secluded area did Fang Shixuan finally blurt out. Elder Xia, what's your plan? That Fan Yi in the capital is monstrous. He's already killed Fang Qingshan, secured an alliance with the Hua family, and even slaughtered the Wu family's ancestor. We all know revenge in the capital is suicide, so why are you still? Fang Shixuan was nearly hysterical. His son had just been named heir only to be sent to his death immediately? What was the point of becoming heir then? Elder Xia, I don't understand either. Do you have some deeper scheme? Are we really going to clash with Fan Yi after deploying the golden armor warriors? Fang Chao, a genius of the younger generation, wasn't as formidable as Fang Qingshan in combat, but his intellect wasn't lacking. He faintly sensed that Elder Xia must have a hidden agenda. Xia Jiangyuan scanned their surroundings, then flashed a sly grin. Kill Fan Yi? Are you out of your minds? Fang Qingshan went with so many experts and still died. Even if 10 of me went, we'd probably just feed ourselves to him. Why would I throw my life away? Ha! Father and son stared at Xia Jiangyuan in bewilderment. Then what was the point of taking so many forces to the capital if not to fight Fan Yi? We're going to negotiate, or rather, to surrender. Xia Jiangyuan sighed heavily. Haven't you considered something? Right after Yi Fan was supposedly killed in the bombing in the northwest, this Fan Yi appears in the capital wreaking havoc on families connected to Prince Jin. Doesn't that seem convenient? And when I was young, I once heard a rumor that the mortal world would eventually produce a freakishly talented prodigy, one destined to surpass even the immortal realm. Xia Jiangyuan leaned in. Right now, Fan Yi fits the bill. Call him what you want, but I think he's the one. Here, Xia Jiangyuan held nothing back, laying out his thoughts frankly. If they submitted to Fan Yi now, they'd be among the earliest backers, eliminating the Fang family's feud with him. Since Fang Chao would represent a new Fang family, Fan Yi might even help them overthrow Fang Shirao with barely any effort. Then the Fang family would truly belong to the second branch. Prosperity was inevitable. Surrendering to Fan Yi? Elder Xia here. Fang Shishuan's pupils dilated at the sheer audacity of the plan. This old man truly dared to scheme. It's settled. Make arrangements. Fang Chao's mother should return to her family temporarily. If things go as expected, the Fang family is about to undergo a massive upheaval. With Fang Qingshan dead and the main branch's loyal elites gone, Fang Shuirao had lost his backbone. Given his position, Xia Jiangyuan couldn't openly strike Fang Shuirao. But if a third party did the deed? Well, that wouldn't be his fault. Understood. Fang Chao smirked. This aligned perfectly with his own ambitions. He had to secure this golden opportunity. Ling family courtyard. As the first rays of sunlight spilled into the room, Yi Fan finally awoke. Perhaps yesterday had been 2 draining hours of passion with Ji Ningxuan, then more with Ling Yanxiu. Even though his bones had evolved to Dao rank and his strength had soared to the 5th-tier divine transformation realm, exhaustion had still dragged him into deep slumber. It was the best rest he'd had in ages. Ling Yanxiu lay to his left, clothes long gone, while Ling Yifei nestled in his right arm, her attire still mostly intact. The moment Yi Fan stirred, Ling Yifei's brows twitched. She was about to wake. Seeing her condition, Yi Fan panicked. This girlfriend had tried to seduce him twice, first rejecting her in the bedroom, then again at night. If she woke now and found herself still dressed, disaster loomed. Thinking fast, Yi Fan released a wisp of energy, keeping Ling Yifei unconscious a little longer. Then he swiftly disrobed her from head to toe. Staring at her flawless, breathtaking figure, Yi Fan sucked in a sharp breath. Damn! Ling Yifei was different from the others. Her curves, skin, and proportions were peerless, yes, but golden ripples shimmered across her body, exuding an inexplicable allure. Was this the same physique as Qi Jiao? The moment Yi Fan laid her back down, Ling Yifei's lashes fluttered open. Staring at her own nude form, then up at Yi Fan, confusion and shyness flickered in her eyes. Ah! My clothes! Did we, last night? Yi Fan bent down and kissed Ling Yifei lightly on the forehead, flashing her a roguish smile. Of course. You have no idea how wild you were last night. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel helpless. Given his current constitution, he couldn't withstand the influence of a woman who stirred his fragmented memories. If that mysterious power within him were to break free, he'd likely be obliterated instantly. That was why the flame of inheritance kept reminding him to exercise restraint. Because of this, whether it was Ling Yifei, Qi Jiao, or even that beauty who had given him the dragon's breath, Yi Fan couldn't bring himself to truly do anything with them. Ha! Ling Yifei examined herself carefully once more, then looked at Yi Fan in confusion. Fan Yi! Did we really do that? All I remember is entering the room last night before passing out. I don't recall anything after that. Frowning, she tried to recollect the events of the previous night, but no matter how hard she strained her mind, she couldn't conjure up a single memory. What had happened between her and Fan Yi? She had absolutely no recollection. Had she really become his woman? What about my sister? Ling Yifei glanced to the side, where Ling Yanxiu lay still asleep, her exquisite figure fully exposed. Yi Fan nodded. Yep, both of you together. You really wore me out last night. As he spoke, his mischievous fingers traced a teasing path along Ling Yifei's waist, making her blush with shy embarrassment. You're horrible. Though she still had her doubts about last night, the sight before her eased some of her worries. At the very least, from how things appeared, whether or not they had truly crossed that line, Fan Yi seemed to acknowledge her as his woman now. He was effectively bound to the Ling family. Given how much Fan Yi had sacrificed for them, the fact that both sisters had given themselves to him could be seen as some form of compensation. Ling Yifei stole another glance at Ling Yanxiu. Sister probably won't wake up yet, right? There was a flicker of something fiery in her eyes as she spoke. Probably not, Yi Fan replied. Ling Yanxiu had been the most exhausted one last night. Even though he had elevated her strength to the martial emperor level, withstanding his power was no easy feat. Yifei, what are you? Before he could finish, Ling Yifei had already moved into action. She hooked her fingers under his chin and attempted to climb on top of him, startling Yi Fan into a shudder. Is this girl really this bold? Was she planning an early morning reenactment of what hadn't happened the night before? Giggle, why so nervous, Yi Ji? What can a weak little girl like me even do? Her voice dripped with mischief as she grinned. Such a wonderful morning calls for a little review session, don't you think? Heh. Come here, my man. With that, she took the initiative aggressively. As their bodies pressed close, the intense warmth generated by the flame of inheritance transformed into martial energy, nourishing them both and rapidly enhancing Ling Yifei's strength. Fan, however, absolutely could not let this go any further. Heaving a resigned sigh, he pulsed a surge of energy from his wrist, sending Ling Yifei back into unconsciousness. I'm sorry. Girl, the time isn't right yet. My head spins, why am I sleepy again? Ling Yifei desperately fought to keep her eyes open, but in the face of Fan's overwhelming power, resistance was futile. Slumping down, she fell back into slumber, though not before a flicker of realization crossed her mind. That bastard Fan Yi. There's definitely a reason I blacked out last night. Watching her finally settle, Fan let out a relieved breath. Just as he finished dressing, however, a voice called from outside, one of the Ling family's guards. Young mistress, second mistress, Master Fan. A large group has arrived outside, requesting an audience with you and the two young ladies. No. Fan Yi assumed these visitors were merely seeking to cozy up to the Ling family. After all, ever since the Hua family had confirmed their partnership with the Lings, the latter had become the sole producers of medicinal pills in the mortal realm. With profits in the hundreds of trillions and an unparalleled network of connections, every faction in the martial world was eager to latch onto them. But Fan still had far too much to deal with in Shangjing to waste time on such trivialities. Master Fan, but there are far too many of them. They're all armed with swords, seething with murderous intent. They look ready to storm the Ling residence at any moment. Their leader, an elder, asked me to give you. He hesitated. This badge. And said they are from the ancient martial Fang family. Oh? At those words, Fan's heart chilled violently. The Fang clan? Already? Just yesterday he had humiliated Zhang Yu, slaughtered Fang Qinshan, the Fang family's young master, and wiped out the dozens of martial emperors under his command. And now, barely a day later, the Fang family had sent envoys straight to Shangjing for revenge? Logically speaking, with their heir dead by Fan's hand, shouldn't the Fang clan be raging into a full-scale assault against the Lings? To them, a worldly family like the Lings was insignificant. Even if they couldn't kill Fan Yi directly, they could at least vent their fury on the mortal superfamily to salvage some face. Otherwise, how could the Fang clan ever hold their heads high in the ancient martial world again? Yet here they were, delivering retribution politely? Presenting a badge? What kind of game was this? Fan was baffled. Whoosh. In a flash, he vanished from the upper floor and reappeared directly in front of the guard. Snatching the token from the bewildered man's grasp, he examined it closely. The jet-black plaque bore the character Fang clearly inscribed, a symbol of authority within the ancient martial Fang clan. Within the Fang family, only two figures possessed such a badge, the current patriarch and the clan's designated successor. I see. I'll meet them. With a quick reply, his form blurred into a violet afterimage. Activating phantom body art, he vanished from the estate gates in an instant, passing through the ornamental rockery before disappearing entirely from sight. Wah! Master Fan. Is he some kind of immortal? The guard captain was dumbfounded. Ever since Fan's sudden appearance, the man had been eyeing him warily, preparing to observe how he would leave. Yet despite being a martial venerate himself, the guard blinked and Fan was simply gone. Damn. With a sigh, the captain glanced back toward the second floor, admiration mixing with envy. The second mistress really has all the luck. No sooner had the eldest mistress's fiancé died than the younger sister managed to snag herself such a heaven-defying man. And to think both sisters had actually. Outside the Ling residence's gates, when Fan materialized, he was met with an imposing sight. Over 100 martial warriors standing in perfect formation, clad in resplendent golden battle armor. The weakest among them radiated an aura at the martial venerate level. Individually, they posed no real threat to Fan, whose strength had reached the 5th-level transcendence realm. Yet together, their combined pressure made even him feel a flicker of unease. A battle legion, reinforced by formations? Before Fan could speak, the silver-haired elder at the forefront, Xia Jiangyuan, barked an order. All units. Salute Master Fan. Shink. Without hesitation, the entire legion of golden-armored warriors dropped to one knee, bowing in unison. Ha! At the entrance of the Ling family's estate, the guards and bodyguards who had been standing ready were completely stunned by the scene before them. These powerful figures had gathered here earlier, and some of the Ling family's senior guards had already guessed the reason. Since they were from the ancient martial Fang family, it was obvious they had come to avenge the death of the Fang family's young master. After all, rumors from earlier in the day claimed that the Fang family's young master had been wiped out by young Master Fan for harassing the second young Mississippi. For a young master of a top-tier ancient martial family to be killed by a mere youth from the secular world, if the Fang family didn't retaliate, it would be unthinkable. But, despite their aggressive approach, they had suddenly dropped to their knees. What was the meaning of this? Yi Fan observed the situation, a faint, devilish smile curling at the corners of his lips. Hey, your method of revenge is quite unique. Surely you know your young master was killed by me. He toyed with the token in his hand, his narrowed eyes sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on the leader, Xia Jiangyuan. Among these people, Xia Jiangyuan was the strongest. Based on intelligence from the Tianji Pavilion and Han Youyue's reports, Yi Fan already had a grasp of the Fang family's internal structure. He knew Xia Jiangyuan was the one currently steering the family's course. Logically, after the death of the Fang family's young master, the family head, Fang Shirao, should have been furious, perhaps even leading the charge himself. Yet here was Xia Jiangyuan, kneeling before Yi Fan with his men. Something major must have happened within the Fang family. We wouldn't dare. Young Master Fan has misunderstood. We're not here for revenge. We've come to pledge our loyalty. We willingly submit to you and are ready to go through fire and water in your service. Xia Jiangyuan remained prostrated on the ground, not daring to lift his head without Yi Fan's permission. We beseech young Master Fan to accept us. On behalf of the ancient martial Fang family, we sincerely surrender. Boom. Xia Jiangyuan's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Ling family's guards were electrified, their eyes filled with admiration as they stared at Fan Yi. The young master-in-law is incredible. He killed the Fang family's heir, yet they're all kneeling and begging to serve him. How did he pull this off? This is beyond insane. The young master-in-law's methods are on another level. Near the Ling family's gates, representatives from other families, around 100 in total, had gathered, hoping to explore potential alliances. Watching the scene unfold, they couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. As elites of the secular world, these major families were already aware of the previous day's events. The death of the Fang family's young master was undoubtedly Fan Ye's doing. Yet instead of seeking revenge, the Fang family had come to surrender. This was highly unusual. Represent the Fang family? Yi Fan's voice was icy as he glanced at Xia Jiangyuan and Fang Zhao. The ancient martial Fang family is a massive force in the martial world with dozens of branches. Do you really think you can command them all? The Fang family, as an opposing faction to the ancient martial alliance, had enough influence to stand against Xiao Jia and others in defiance of Nangong Aoyue's coalition. Their internal structure was a union of nearly 100 branch families. Fang Shirao had led them for years. How could Xia Jiangyuan be so confident? Before, no. But if young Master Fan wills it, this old servant will make it happen. Fang Zhao of the second branch is a direct descendant and has already been confirmed as the next successor in internal meetings. If anything were to happen to Fang Shirao, Fang Zhao would be the undisputed heir. With my support, no one in the Fang family would dare oppose it. Xia Jiangyuan wasted no words. He didn't bother explaining himself, he simply laid out his plan. Before meeting Fan Yi, Xia Jiangyuan had suspected he might be the same Fan Yi who had supposedly been blown to death in the northwest. But now, after witnessing his aura, demeanor, and methods, Xia Jiangyuan was certain this was Yi Fan. And if that was the case, then Yi Fan already knew everything about Xia Jiangyuan, his identity, background, and influence within the Fang family. Oh? Is that so? A glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. This Xia Jiangyuan was bold indeed. So the decision he had made overnight was a grand scheme to overturn the heavens? If Fang Shirao insisted on revenge, the only outcome would be the complete annihilation of the Fang family. Yi Fan's methods were beyond comprehension. Even the combined forces of the Burning Sun Envoy and demonic cultivators had fallen effortlessly to him. And now, with the dragon veins awakening, his strength had surpassed the limits of the secular world, reaching the 5th level of divine transformation. What could a mere ancient martial family possibly do against him? I don't like the Fang family very much. So, how about this, kill him right now? Yi Fan's lips curled into a smirk as he glanced at Fang Zhao. What? Despite being over 100 years old and a martial saint who had weathered countless storms, Xia Jiangyuan was still caught off guard. He had prepared for many scenarios, but this? This wasn't part of the plan. Damn it. Fang Zhao was his chosen successor to lead the Fang family. If he killed him now, who would he support next? Would he have to take control himself? Though Xia Jiangyuan had the ability and strength to do so, he wasn't a member of the Fang family by blood. Taking over would lack legitimacy. But he also knew this was Yi Fan's test. If he truly wanted to pledge allegiance, he had to pass this trial. Fine. If he had to kill, then so be it. If Fang Shao died, he could always pick another successor from the Fang family's younger generation. The onlookers, both the representatives of other families and the Ling family's core members, were stunned. Was this how they were playing it? What kind of move was young Master Fan making? Instead of accepting their surrender, he was demanding the death of their chosen successor? Was he leaving them no way out? Didn't he fear they might turn desperate? Everyone held their breath, their eyes locked on the scene, waiting to see how the Fang family's martial experts would respond. Would they kill him or not? While Xia Jiangyuan hesitated, Fang Zhao had already acted. If my life can earn young Master Fan's forgiveness for the Fang family, then it is yours. With those words, Fang Zhao drew a blade from one of the golden-armored warriors beside him and, without hesitation, plunged it toward his own heart. Fang Zhao No. Fang Zhao's father, Fang Shishuan, screamed in horror, but it was too late. The crowd gasped in shock. This future leader of the Fang family was ruthless. He didn't even wait for Yi Fan to strike, he was offering his own life. In truth, they had no idea Fang Chao was also gambling. He was betting that Yi Fan was merely testing the Fang family and had no real intention of taking his life. So rather than putting Elder Xia in an awkward position by forcing him to act, it was better for Fang Chao to take the initiative and make a show of it himself. Ever since learning last night that Elder Xia intended to lead everyone in surrender, Fang Chao had been studying Yi Fan. Based on past observations, Yi Fan was quite benevolent toward his friends or even ordinary people who weren't his enemies. Fang Chao decided to cling tightly to Yi Fan's coattails. When Yi Fan appeared, Fang Chao observed his attitude toward the group, and from Yi Fan's behavior, he deduced that Yi Fan didn't necessarily want the Fang family dead. When Yi Fan asked whether they could represent the Fang family, it all suggested that this was merely a test, not a death sentence. If he lost the gamble, if Yi Fan truly intended to kill them, then whether he acted or not, he would die. It was only a matter of sooner or later. But if he won, then at the very least, he would catch Yi Fan's attention. Yi Fan might even think more highly of him. Fang Chao's psychological gamble was spot on. Buzz! Fang Chao's emperor-level strength sent violent ripples through the air. The gleaming blade had already pierced through his clothes and was on the verge of stabbing straight into his heart, yet Yi Fan remained rooted in place, showing no intention of intervening. Had he lost the bet? Xia Jiangyuan and Fang Shishuan turned to look at Fang Chao with deep concern, their brows furrowed in distress. The surrounding family representatives and the Ling family's bodyguards didn't dare even blink, fully expecting Yi Fan to act. Thunk! But the result was completely unexpected. The scene everyone anticipated never happened. Yi Fan stood motionless the entire time. Fang Chao's blade ultimately plunged into his own chest, producing a crisp, metallic sound. The noise was utterly despairing. Was he about to die? Sigh! The Fang family had truly taken the wrong step. If they had known Yi Fan was still alive, why would they have gotten involved with Prince Jin's affairs? At the very least, they could have waited until the conflict between Prince Jin and Yi Fan was settled before making a move. Xiao Chao! Fang Shishuan cried out in alarm, too afraid to even open his eyes. Xia Zhengyuan's martial aura surged, his heart sinking. At first, when Fang Chao had decided to take his own life, Xia Jiangyuan had been stunned for a moment. But in just a brief instant, he understood Fang Chao's reasoning. Yet, judging by the current outcome, Fang Chao had clearly lost the gamble. If Yi Fan hadn't intervened to save him, it meant Yi Fan had no intention of accepting them, which meant everyone present would die. Their plan to bring the Fang family's core resources in surrender had failed. Sigh! Even though Xia Jiangyuan knew he was no match for Yi Fan, he still resolved to fight back. Hiss! The scene fell into dead silence as everyone awaited the final outcome. Tick, tick. 3 seconds passed. Fang Chao's closed eyes suddenly snapped open and he looked down at his chest in confusion. Something was wrong. His blade had clearly pierced his heart, so why did he feel no pain? And why was there no blood? What was going on? Fang Chao lowered his head in bewilderment and then he saw the bizarre sight before him. His chest had somehow shifted a foot to the side, his entire torso bending into a crescent shape, perfectly avoiding the path of the blade. In the hollow space of his distorted body, a square slab of stone had materialized and embedded in it was the very blade he had just thrust toward his own heart. So, that thunk hadn't been his chest being pierced, it was the sound of the blade striking stone? Holy shit! Fang Chao's mind reeled. When he had acted, he had been carefully watching Yi Fan's movements. As an emperor-level expert, Fang Chao was among the top-tier fighters in the mortal world. Even if he wasn't Yi Fan's match, shouldn't he at least have sensed some fluctuation of martial energy? Yet from start to finish, he had detected nothing, no energy fluctuations, no movement from Yi Fan. But his body had warped unnaturally, his chest replaced by stone. How had Yifan done this? Was this the terror of his power? Fang Chao's pupils contracted violently as he stared at Yifan in utter disbelief. Russell? By now, the surrounding crowd had also grasped the situation. A stone had appeared in front of Fang Chao's chest? Though no one understood exactly what had happened, one thing was certain: this couldn't have been Fang Chao's doing. And given his emperor-level strength, if he had acted, everyone would have sensed it. But no one had felt anything. The only explanation was that Yifan had intervened to save him. Fang Chao had won the gamble. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Sigh! Another family about to rise to prominence. This Fang Chao, he's truly ruthless. Far bolder than Fang Chengshan ever was. The Fang family is in for another upheaval. As the crowd murmured, Yifan finally spoke, his tone indifferent. Young Master Fang, you've got quite the nerve. Did it ever occur to you that if I hadn't intervened, you'd have actually stabbed yourself to death? Wouldn't that have been a waste? As he spoke, Yifan flicked his wrist. An invisible surge of psychic energy swept over Fang Chao's chest like a gentle breeze, and in the next instant, his body returned to normal. The stone crumbled into dust and scattered in the wind. Hiss! The crowd gasped again at the display of power, one that involved no martial energy whatsoever. Many of the family representatives present had attended the Hua family's business banquet the night before. They had witnessed Fan Ye's performance yesterday. Even then, when Fan Ye had acted, they could still faintly perceive traces of martial energy, confirming that Fan Ye was at least at the saint level. Had Fan Ye's strength advanced yet again in a single night? Now, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of his power? Ha! Fang Chao exhaled deeply, his mood lifting. Master Fan, if you truly hadn't intervened, it would have meant you intended to wipe out the entire Fang family. I would have died either way, the only difference was timing. But by acting myself, I at least demonstrated my sincerity. I beg your forgiveness for my scheming, and I thank you for your magnanimity. Fang Chu bowed deeply, his expression one of utmost reverence. Beside him, Xia Jiangyuan and Fang Shixuan also let out long sighs of relief. That scared the hell out of me. Had Fang Chao's gamble finally paid off? But then Yifan's next words plunged the atmosphere back into tension. So, you're absolutely certain you won't seek vengeance for Fang Chengshan? Huh? Master Fan, we wouldn't dare. We came here not for revenge, but to pledge ourselves to you. Xia Jiangyuan hurriedly denied, terrified that Yifan might annihilate them all in a fit of displeasure. No. You must seek vengeance and you must kill me. This statement was audible only to Fang Chao, Fang Shixuan, and Xia Jiangyuan, but its contents struck them like a thunderbolt, leaving them utterly stunned. What the hell does Yifan mean by this? He insists on revenge and demands that they kill him? Is this some kind of international joke? The power Yifan has displayed already far surpasses that of a peak martial saint. Even the ancestors of the Wu and Yen families, those supreme powerhouses, were no match for him. How could the remaining forces of the Fang family possibly stand a chance against him? Young Master Yi, if you want us dead, you can just say so. No need to go through all this trouble. Fang Zhao's father, Fang Shixuan, wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. He couldn't quite grasp what Yifan was getting at, so he simply gave up and resigned himself to his fate. If we're going to die either way, might as well get it over with. However, Xia Jiangyuan and Fang Zhao, who were standing nearby, seemed to be deep in thought. Young Master Fan, how do you want us to cooperate with you? A glint of understanding flashed in Fang Hao's eyes. He seemed to have figured it out even faster than Xia Jiangyuan. Was Yifan planning another golden cicada shedding its shell trick? By using the Fang family's desire for revenge, he could arrange for Fan Yi to be killed at the right moment, making him disappear, just like the staged explosion in the northwest that faked his death. The end result? Fan Yi of the capital would vanish, while Yifan of the northwest would rise again. A scheme within a scheme. A plot within a plot. Truth and deception intertwined, real and fake, fake and real. Yifan's series of outrageous maneuvers would probably leave even his closest allies confused. Was he dead or alive? Which version of him was real? If Fang Zhao's guess was correct, Fan Ye's presence in the capital these past few days would stir up chaos. The forces under Prince Jin's command were bound to suffer. And when Prince Jin eventually investigated, well, too bad this was all Fan Ye's doing. What did it have to do with Yifan? By the time the truth came to light, Yifan would have already completed all his arrangements. When the final battle arrived, none of Prince Jin's tactics would matter. He'd be trapped, cornered to death. What a brilliant move. What a masterful strategy. Holy shit. Anyone who dared oppose young Master Yi was truly cursed for 8 lifetimes. Xia Jiangyuan was a bit slower on the uptake, but after Fang Zhao spoke, he roughly grasped Yifan's intentions. Yi Fan completely ignored Fang Shishuan's words. Instead, he watched Fang Zhao's shifting expressions intently, realizing that this young man had nearly pieced together his entire plan. Interesting. Fang Zhao of the ancient martial Fang family was clearly much sharper than Fang Chengshan. In terms of strategic thinking, he was almost on par with Yi Fan's sworn brother, Guoli. If Fang Zhao performed well, he might even make a decent assistant for Guoli in the future. Since you've chosen to surrender, you must have guessed my identity. That's right, I am Yi Fan. As he spoke, Yi Fan swiftly revealed his true face to the three of them. Though Xia Jiangyuan and the others had already suspected his identity, seeing Yi Fan's real appearance still sent shockwaves through them, their pupils dilating in disbelief. Holy shit! It really is Yi Fan. The Yi Fan who had supposedly been blown up in the northwest after investigations by countless forces both in the secular world and the ancient martial realm, including those hidden families, had left no trace of suspicion? How the hell did young Master Yi pull that off? I accept your surrender. But you'll still need to help me stage one last act. 3 days from now, in a place with as many witnesses as possible, orchestrate an assassination attempt against me. At that moment, kill me. It'll make the Fang family famous overnight. And remember, once Fan Yi is dead, he stays dead. Understood. Yi Fan quickly laid out his plan. Finally, even Fang Shishuan caught on. Young Master Yi, so you're... Before he could blurt it out. Bam. Xia Jiangyuan didn't hesitate. With a surge of energy, he knocked Fang Shishuan unconscious. My apologies, young Master Fan. This idiot's a bit slow. Honestly, Xia Jiangyuan couldn't fathom how such a dim-witted man like Fang Shishuan had sired such a brilliant son. If he had judged based solely on Fang Shishuan's intelligence, he would have never chosen to support Fang Zhao. Young Master Fan, I understand your plan. But given the current situation, what do we do now? Fang Zhao glanced around. The entire Fang family was kneeling, begging for mercy. Yi Fan had even saved him. Was Yi Fan accepting their surrender or not? If he was, then the Fang family would become his subordinates. How could they turn around and attack him afterward? If he wasn't, then given Yi Fan's strength, he could slaughter everyone on the spot. If he didn't, wouldn't it seem too fake? Think bigger. Yi Fan smirked. If I accept you and then you betray me, wouldn't that make the story more convincing? In an instant, Fang Hao's eyes lit up with realization. Got it. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. Fang Zhao's mind was indeed sharp, almost as good as Guoli at deciphering his intentions. Meanwhile, Xia Jiangyuan glanced between Fang Zhao and the unconscious Fang Shishuan, his expression uneasy. He was still worried about the trouble brewing in the ancient martial Fang family with Fang Shurao. Though he had arranged for the family elders to keep an eye on Fang Shurao ready to act if he stepped out of line, Fang Shurao was still the clan leader. If internal strife broke out, it wouldn't reflect well on the family's reputation. Yi Fan noticed Xia Zhengyuan's concern and immediately guessed the reason. Old Xia, don't worry about the ancient martial Fang family. Fang Shurao, well, if nothing goes wrong, he'll be dead soon. If you want him to die faster, just tell your people to stay out of the Fang residence. Huh? What did that mean? Yi Fan's words left Xia Jiangyuan and Fang Zhao stunned. What was he implying? They knew Yi Fan had close ties with the ancient martial Nangong family. But right now, the Nangong family was busy consolidating the ancient martial alliance against smaller factions. How could they spare the manpower to deal with the Fang family? Moreover, after Nangong Aoyue's father was injured, the family had no strong fighters left to suppress Fang Shurao. Just as Xia Jiangyuan was puzzling over this, his phone rang, a call from the ancient martial Fang family. Elder Xia, it's bad. The second elder of the ancient martial Yi family, Yi Zhong, has stormed in. He's about to break into the Fang residence, saying he's here to take revenge on the clan leader. What should we do? The ancient martial Yi family? Second elder Yi Zhong, coming for Fang Shurao's head? Xia Jiangyuan mulled over the words, then suddenly jolted in realization. Wait, the ancient martial Yi family? Could they be connected to the secular Yi family? Damn. Yi Fan's methods were truly terrifying. He could even mobilize the ancient martial Yi family? This was definitely the right golden thigh to cling to. Idiot. Do you even need to ask? Of course. You should take your men and leave the Fang family immediately. Say your great-grandmother has passed away, and you must return for the funeral rites. Got it. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Xia Jiangyuan's lips. Yi Fan's move was brilliant. Without Xia Jiangyuan even needing to speak, Yi Fan had already solved his biggest problem. With Fang Shurao's death, the entire Fang family would naturally fall under Fang Chao's control. the internal dissent against Yi Fan would vanish, and only then could the Fong family truly endure. Ah, my great-grandmother. Oh right. I must return for the funeral. Everyone, under my orders, retreat with me immediately. On the side of the ancient martial Fong family, the remaining elites, despite seeing Yi Zhong charging toward them, instantly withdrew like a receding tide. Fong Shirao, the head of the Fong family, had initially remained calm, believing their many martial emperor-level experts could easily defend against Yi Zhong. But things didn't go as he expected. Within moments, not only had all the peak-level martial emperor elders withdrawn, but even the elite guards had fled with them. Left alone in the Fong manor with only a handful of his closest men, Fong Shirao had no idea he was already a turtle in a jar. Family head. Something's wrong. Why is the compound suddenly so quiet? Unnaturally quiet. We just received reports of troublemakers outside, but now there's no movement at all. In the study, one of Fong Shirao's loyal subordinates reported uneasily, "Since Elder Xia isn't here, maybe we should flee for now?" Fong Shirao smirked dismissively. "What's there to panic about? Humph. Don't we still have 5 or 6 martial emperor elders guarding the manor? Even if they're not martial saints, they're at least peak-level martial emperors. Any pests coming for the Fong family would be crushed effortlessly. Over the years, how many fools have tried attacking us? Did any of them succeed?" The Fong family's meteoric rise, even joining the resistance against the ancient martial alliance, had inflated Fong Shirao's confidence to extreme levels. "Oh," the middle-aged man beside him hesitated. "Still, maybe I should check." Before Fong Shirao could reply, a blood-soaked guard staggered into the private courtyard, gasping, "Family head, run. We're doomed. The ancient martial Yi family has declared war." The second-in-command, Yi Zhong, has stormed the inner courtyard himself. "If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." "What?" Yi Zhong is leading the charge. What the hell? Have they lost their minds? Weren't the ancient martial Yi family previously in talks with rebellious factions? From what Fong Shirao knew, the Yi family had been hunting for something, mercilessly slaughtering all branches of their bloodline across the secular world. Their ultimate goal had supposedly been to exterminate even the Yi family in Great Xia. Logically, the Fong family should be their allies. Why the hell is Yi Zhong here for revenge? Fong Shirao's eyelids twitched violently. Dignity be damned. He barked at his personal guards. "Move! Escape through the back gate. We'll regroup at a safe location and wait for Elder Xia and Fong Chao to return. Once they kill Fan Yega in the capital, our status in the ancient martial world will soar." Even now, Fong Shirao still didn't comprehend Xia Zhongyuan's true motives for sending away the golden-armored warriors. He clung to the hope of rescue, oblivious that Xia Zhongyuan himself had stabbed him in the back. "Family head, should we inform the madam?" The middle-aged man urged Fong Shirao to retreat while cautiously reminding him. "Inform her my ass. At a time like this, you're worried about that useless hen. She couldn't even lay eggs properly. Worthless." Fong Shirao spat bitterly, resenting his wife for failing to bear him more heirs. With Fong Changshan dead, his lineage faced extinction. Understood. The subordinate didn't dare argue further, channeling his energy to escort Fong Shirao swiftly out of the study toward the manor's rear exit. But the moment they stepped out, a chilling silhouette appeared at the courtyard gates. Yi Zhong. A violent surge of martial energy erupted, instantly pulverizing Fong Shirao's martial master-level guards into bloody mist. Brrrm. A suffocating pressure engulfed the courtyard, as if the air itself had turned solid. Fong Shirao and his aide found their legs impossibly laden, as though filled with lead. Yi Zhong. Second Commander Yi. What are you doing here? What is the meaning of this?" Fong Shirao stammered in terror, eyeing the glinting blade in Yi Zhong's hand, its tip still dripping fresh blood. Yi Zhong smirked coldly. "I've come for your life." "What? Our Fong family has never wronged the Yi family. On what grounds are you attacking us?" Fong Shirao howled in despair. "Even if I must die, let me understand why." He truly couldn't fathom why the ancient martial Yi family had suddenly turned on him. Yi Zhong's lips curled. You're right. You didn't offend the Yi family. Unfortunately, you offended my master from the secular world, Yi Fan. Boom! The revelation hit Fang Shirao and his subordinate like a thunderbolt. Yi Fan, the secular world? But wasn't he dead? The ancient martial Yi family submitted to him. Smoke practically rose from Fang Shirao's head as he struggled to piece it together. If the Yi family obeyed that monstrous Yi Fan, did that mean his death in the northwest was staged? Just as the realization dawned, Yi Zhong continued mercilessly. Correct. How could my master possibly die? He simply changed his name, now he is called Fan Yi. And at this very moment, your Xia Jiangyuan and Fang Chao kneel before him. A psychological kill. As he spoke, Yi Zhong pulled out his phone, displaying a live image. Xia Jiangyuan and Fang Chao kneeling in reverence before Fan Yi. Xia Jiangyuan never went to the secular world for revenge. He went to surrender. And you, this time you step down as family head. The Fang family is about to change hands. Splorch! The revelation struck Fang Shirao like a blade to the heart. A mouthful of black blood spewed from his lips. He'd been played for a fool all along. Family head. The middle-aged steward beside Fang Shirao desperately supported him, his face filled with despair. Family head, what should we do now? Damn it! Frustration. Fang Shirao had so many supporters on his side, yet none of them had questioned Xia Jiangyuan's decision last night. Xia Jiangyuan had transferred most of the Fang family's main forces away, leaving the family vulnerable. Taking advantage of this, the ancient martial arts Yi family struck. The family should still have had a few defensive elders. Yes, the elders. Someone. Where are the elders of the Fang family? Send reinforcements immediately. Though Fang Shirao had already guessed the truth, he still roared futilely into the courtyard, unwilling to accept it. Stop wasting your breath, Yi Zhong sneered coldly. The grand elder returned home to mourn his great-grandmother's passing. The second elder left too. Something about his sow giving birth. The Fang family is gone. No one remains except for you, though to be precise, even the main branch is now reduced to just you, family head. It's time for you to go. His words hung in the air as Yi Zhong swung his blade in a ruthless arc, aiming straight at Fang Shirao. With Yi Fan's help, Yi Zhong had already broken through to the martial saint realm, several levels above Fang Shirao. The unstoppable martial energy surged forth, leaving Fang Shirao with no means of resistance. Still, out of instinct, Fang Shirao mobilized his own martial energy, erecting multiple defensive barriers as he raised his sword in a desperate attempt to block. Crack, crack, boom, boom. Yi Zhong's overwhelming martial energy shattered Fang Shirao's defenses like dry weeds. His barriers collapsed, his sword splintered, and ultimately, his chest and body were obliterated into fragments. Not satisfied, Yi Zhong channeled his martial energy once more, reducing the remains to nothingness. He then unleashed his powerful perception, sweeping over the Fang estate. Once he confirmed that every loyalist to Fang Shirao on the list had been eradicated, he pulled out his phone and sent a message. Mission accomplished. Cleanup crew, do your job. My business is done. Yi Zhong bellowed across the Fang estate, his voice echoing. I only came today because Fang Shirao stole my woman. Justice has been served. The remaining Fang family members, those who hadn't managed to flee, had been trembling in fear, certain that Yi Zhong would slaughter them all. Yet now it seemed he had no intention of killing them. Instead, he claimed it was all because Fang Shirao had snatched his woman? What nonsense! Fang Shirao stealing Yi Zhong's woman? What a joke! Yi Zhong was an old man. What did he need women for? And the Yi family was no weaker than the Fang family. But regardless of how flimsy the excuse was, it was still a justification. At the very least, this would be the official story circulating within the ancient martial arts world. With that, the once mighty Fang Shirao, patriarch of the Fang family, met his end. His son, Fang Changshan, had already died in the mortal world. The main branch of the Fong family had been completely wiped out, marking a total upheaval in the Fong family's hierarchy. Meanwhile, in Shangjing, Xia Jiangyuan and his aides had barely risen from their seats when news arrived from the ancient martial arts Fong family. Grand Elder Xia, it's bad, a subordinate reported urgently. The Yi family's second-in-command declared that family head Fong had stolen his woman, so he slaughtered everyone in the main household. But strangely, he spared all the others. The Fong family is now leaderless. What should we do? Xia Jiangyuan shot a stunned glance at Yi Fan, his heart filled with awe. This man, still in Shangjing, could manipulate events in the ancient martial world from afar. Horrifying. How could any resistance faction in the ancient martial realm hope to oppose him? With Yi Fan's backing, the Nangong family would sweep through all opposition. Sai, immediately issue my decree, Xia Jiangyuan commanded after a pause. Install Fong Chao as the new acting family head. We will hold a press conference this afternoon. He exhaled deeply. Though the process had been dramatic, the end result aligned perfectly with his plans. The Fong family had completely severed ties with Prince Yi Jin, instead attaching themselves to Yi Fan, the supreme heavyweight. The family had undergone a complete transformation. Young Master Fan, Xia Jiangyuan spoke respectfully, please accept this small token of our Fong family's gratitude. At his signal, Fong family disciples carried over 100 massive chests, placing them before Yi Fan. Young Master Fan, these contain medicinal pills, rare herbs, and advanced martial arts techniques from the ancient martial world. The medicinal energy radiating from the chests left the surrounding aristocratic representatives gaping in disbelief. Is this the wealth of an ancient martial family? Any one of these pill stocks or martial techniques could elevate a mortal family to the top echelon of power, enough to place them within the top 10 families of Great Xia. Xia Jiangyuan briefly introduced the treasures, though none of them interested Yi Fan in the least. After acquiring the spatial ring from the evil god headquarters, a treasure trove accumulated over tens of thousands of years spanning the mortal world, martial realm, and immortal domain, these gifts barely registered to him. Still, though insignificant to him, these items were priceless to the aristocratic families of the mortal world. Before Yi Fan could respond, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Ling Yanxiu stepped in, accompanied by her family's bodyguards. Her gaze met Yi Fan's, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Wife, perfect timing. Yi Fan strode over, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Take all these back to the Ling family. Distribute them carefully. Cultivate a batch of martial elites as soon as possible. Ah, Fan Yi. These are all for the Ling family. As a scion of Shangjing's elite, Ling Yanxiu had weathered many storms. But her martial talent was average. She had never seen such an overwhelming trove of medicinal pills, ingredients, and techniques. Her entire body trembled in astonishment. There were over 100 chests. With these resources, how far could the Ling family rise? Of course, Yi Fan replied warmly. Before he could continue, another group burst through the crowd. With a synchronized motion, they knelt before Yi Fan and Ling Yanxiu. The Hua family kneels before young Master Fan and Miss Ling. We beg for forgiveness. Amidst stunned murmurs, the Hua family's attendants carried forward dozens more chests, stacking them outside the Ling estate. The Hua family of Gangqing, after a day of hesitation, had finally acted. Upon receiving confirmation that the Wu and Yen families had been annihilated, and the Mu family had surrendered, they could no longer resist. They had chosen to publicly submit to Fan Yi. Gasps filled the assembly. Even the Hua family of Gangqing was offering tribute? This was ruthless. Leading the group was Old Master Hua, followed by the current head of the Hua family, Hua Kai, and behind them, a large group of core Hua family disciples. After the Hua family's eldest third-generation heir, Hua Jie, and steward Hua Lianqing were taken away by the Jinwu division, the Hua family mobilized all their resources in an attempt to rescue them. However, even after leveraging their connections with Prince Jin's side, they couldn't get any information about Hua Jie. The crucial problem was that all of the Hua family's exit routes from Hong Kong had been completely sealed off. Under these circumstances, The Hua family's patriarch realized that Fan Ye's influence had far surpassed Prince Jin's. If the Hua family continued to side with Prince Jin, they would be utterly doomed. After much deliberation, Old Master Hua led the Hua family's disciples in person, bringing gifts to offer a formal apology. Ling Yanqiu was so shocked that her jaw nearly dropped when she saw Old Master Hua of the Hong Kong-based Hua family kneeling before her. It was true that the Ling family was a prominent superfamily in the capital, but the Hua family's standing in Hong Kong was far more formidable than the Ling family's. The Hua family's greater influence stemmed from their connections in Hong Kong, which linked them extensively to Europe and North America. In some respects, their reach even exceeded the Ling families. After Fan Yi had dealt with Ling Bo, Hua Jie, and the others the day before, Ling Yanqiu had been somewhat worried, expecting the Hua family to retaliate fiercely. But in the end, the Hua family hadn't made a single move. Yi Fan merely glanced coldly at the Hua family members and said indifferently, "Now you finally come to apologize? What were you doing earlier? Stay there on your knees for now." When dealing with ancient martial families like the Fang family, Yi Fan was willing to exchange a few more words. But with secular superfamilies like the Hua family, he couldn't be bothered. They simply weren't worth his attention. Instead of reacting with anger, Old Master Hua and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yi Fan's words. For the Hua family, this was already the best possible outcome. That Yi Fan hadn't immediately wiped them out when they appeared at the Ling family's gates was a blessing in itself. The fact that they hadn't been killed meant they had made the right choice. At least they wouldn't share the fate of the Wu or Yen families, who had been completely eradicated. As for the future, as long as they remained humble, there was still a chance to survive. Yes, Old Master Hua and the rest responded earnestly, prostrating themselves on the ground without daring to utter another word. Hiss! The representatives from other families witnessing this scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Hua family, once a dominant force in the nation, had been subdued so thoroughly by Fan Yi? Sigh. "Honey, have these gifts moved inside?" Yi Fan said to Ling Yanqiu before turning to leave. "You take care of matters here. I have some business to attend to." According to the list Zhang you had provided, 5 families had received orders from Prince Jin. Of those, the Mu, Yen, and Wu families had already been dealt with. But the remaining 2, the Chao and Gong families, Prince Jin's most loyal factions, had not made any moves last night. Since Fan Yi had disguised himself, and they hadn't come looking for him, he would have to seek them out himself, especially the Chao family, which controlled Prince Jin's most powerful intelligence network. Crippling them would effectively blind Prince Jin, making it much harder for him to gather information in the future. Okay. But, despite being a decisive billionaire CEO in other matters, Ling Yanqiu suddenly felt uncertain when facing ancient martial families and secular superfamilies. She wanted to say more, but Yi Fan had already vanished. Clearly, this was intentional, an opportunity for Yi Fan to bolster her authority. "Elder Xia, young Master Fong, Old Master Hua, if you don't mind, please join me for tea inside." As for representatives from other families interested in cooperation, each may send 1 delegate into the Ling residence. "We welcome you as our guests, but for formal collaboration, please submit the required documents through Lingshire Corporation." The moment Yi Fan left, Ling Yanqiu instantly reverted to her composed CEO demeanor, swiftly organizing everything with efficiency. "That sounds excellent. Miss Ling, we'll take advantage of your hospitality." Xia Zhongyuan's eyes gleamed as he declared loudly, "From this day forward, whatever the Ling family needs, our Fong family will spare no effort. We will eliminate any who dare oppose you." Xia Zhongyuan wasn't foolish. Yi Fan's departure while leaving him behind was a clear signal for the Fong family to align itself with the Lings. From then on, the Ling family would have the backing of 2 ancient martial superfamilies, the Hua and Fong clans. Who in the entire nation would dare cross them now? "This way, please." In the capital, the Chao family was an extremely low-profile clan. Though they rarely made public displays, the Chaos in fact held intelligence on nearly every prominent family in the city. As Prince Jin's eyes, they monitored all movements, providing crucial insights that shaped his decisions. At this moment, Chao family members, including current head Chao Yuan and the clan patriarch, Chao Shang, had gathered in their main hall for an urgent meeting. Everyone, you've all seen the situation on screen. The Wu and Yen families have been annihilated. The Fong family has submitted to Fan Yi. Even the Hua family has fallen in line. So, what should we do? Speak your minds. Family head Chao Yuan swept a weary gaze across the assembly. 4 years, their allegiance to Prince Jin had ensured smooth progress. Patriarch Chao Shang was a martial saint. Chao Yuan himself was a peak-stage martial emperor, and the clan boasted several other high-ranking martial experts, making them an extraordinarily powerful force in the capital. If Prince Jin's plans succeeded, they would rise to the highest echelons, answering only to him. But in just a few short days, Chao Yuan had come to a grim realization. Martial emperors don't mean shit anymore. Even martial saints get swatted aside like flies in front of Fan Yi. When news confirmed Yi Fan's death in the explosion, the Chao family had rejoiced, believing Prince Jin's greatest obstacle had finally been removed. The subsequent defections of Yi Fan's subordinates, Wang Fugue, Guili, and others, to Prince Jin's side had further reassured them. Yet just as Yi Fan fell, Fan Yi emerged, more ruthless than before, slaughtering even the most powerful elders. How the hell do we handle this? Shua. All eyes turned to the Chao family's martial saint ancestor, Chao Shang. Chao Shang scowled before speaking coldly. Why are you looking at me? My stance is clear. If you fools want to die, go ahead. But this old man won't be joining you in suicide. Cultivated for over 100 years. After painstakingly reaching the martial saint realm, was he supposed to throw his life away by confronting Fan Yi? End up like the Wu family's ancestor, utterly annihilated? What was the point? Initially, when Chao Shang received Prince Jin's order yesterday, he had been somewhat tempted. After all, the prince's offer was extremely generous. He even promised to introduce these ancestral elders to the higher-ups of the Soul Palace. Perhaps they could obtain some of the Soul Palace's legacies and further enhance their strength. But last night, Chao Shang happened to be in seclusion, at a critical juncture in his cultivation, so he was delayed by 2 hours. By the time he emerged and prepared to seek out Fan Yi, news had already arrived. The Wu family's ancestor had been killed at the Hua family's banquet. The Mu family's ancestor had submitted to Fan Yi. The Black-clad society's leadership had been wiped out at the Mu family, and the Yen family's ancestor had also been slain. Upon hearing all this, Chao Shang was so terrified that he immediately withdrew into hiding. Though Fan Yi hadn't personally carried out every one of these acts, every piece of news was undeniably linked to him. With such terrifying power and backing, who in their right mind would dare provoke him? Ancestor, are you suggesting we surrender to Fan Yi? But if we do, how do we explain it to Prince Jin? Exactly. Prince Jin may be in seclusion now, but we've heard he's already received the Soul Palace's legacy. His strength may have reached the peak of the martial saint realm. What if Fan Yi is no match for him in the end? I agree. Prince Jin has been scheming for years. As a core member of the imperial family, his methods are anything but weak. In all of Great Xia, the only one who could rival him was the Yi family, and look what happened to them. Even Prince Chang once clashed with him and ended up dead, leaving behind his consort, Chu Lanwei, who's now coveted by countless men. In the hall, the Chao family's core members debated fervently. Truthfully, everyone was conflicted. If they surrendered to Fan Yi now, they feared Prince Jin's retaliation upon his emergence. But if they didn't, how would they withstand Fan Ye's wrath when he came for them? No one wanted to bear that responsibility. Hearing the discussion, the Chao family's ancestor, Chao Shang, sneered coldly. Surrender? Ha! Impossible. At my age, bowing to some brat? Out of the question. If you want to surrender, go ahead. I won't stop you. Chao Shang was playing both sides. His meaning was clear. He wouldn't offend either party. Let them fight it out, he'd support whoever won. But in their heated debate, no one noticed the young man who had appeared on the second-floor windowsill at some point. Sitting casually with a cup in hand, he watched the scene below with an amused smirk. This newcomer was none other than Fan Yi himself. The ancestors' stance clearly dissatisfied the Chao family's disciples. The argument grew chaotic, yet after much debate, no clear decision was reached. Fan Yi had seen enough. Seriously, you're supposed to be a top-tier family, yet you're struggling over such a trivial matter. His cold rebuke stunned the entire Chao family. Huh? Whose voice was that? Where did it come from? Today's meeting was the Chao family's highest-level internal assembly. The estate was under strict lockdown with multiple layers of guards outside. How had someone infiltrated without a sound? The Chao family members glanced around but saw no one. Only Chao Shang and Chao Yuan, with their superior cultivation, quickly pinpointed the source. Fan Yi, lounging on the windowsill. Fan Yi? What the? Chao Shang, who had been holding a teacup, gasped in shock. The cup slipped from his hand and shattered as he stumbled, collapsing to the floor. Thud. Without hesitation, he kowtowed toward Fan Yi. Ancestor Chao Shang of the Chao family pays respects to young Master Fan. This old man has no intention of opposing you. Spare my life. Swift, decisive. His movements were fluid, as if rehearsed. Oh? The Chao family's core disciples were dumbfounded. Where's your dignity, ancestor? Who was it that just swore never to surrender to Fan Yi? Damn it! The moment Fan Yi actually showed up, he was the first to kneel. How shameless could he be? Not that the Chao family disciples were any nobler. The real issue was that the ancestors' swift surrender made the rest of them look slow and insincere. We pay respects to young Master Fan. The Chao family has no intention of opposing you. Spare us. Whoosh! Following Chao Shang's lead, the rest of the Chao family's core members dropped to their knees in unison. Only Chao Yuan and a dozen or so disciples stood frozen, torn between laughter and tears. You spineless cowards! If this was the plan all along, why did we even bother debating? Chao Yuan was beyond frustrated. He had called this meeting precisely because he couldn't decide, only to find that everyone had already made up their minds. Family head, just surrender. We're an intelligence-gathering family, not a martial one. We're no match for young Master Fan, right? Even the Hua family's young mistress gave up her entire family as dowry just to share a man with him. The ancient martial Fang family submitted too. If even those martial families couldn't win, how can we? Chao Yuan's subordinates urged him relentlessly. He let out a bitter laugh. I know, but your sudden change of heart is just unbelievable. Sighing, Chao Yuan turned to Fan Yi. Fan Yi, meanwhile, was mildly surprised by Chao Shang's immediate surrender. For a martial saint, he folded awfully fast. What a coward. But this very eagerness made Fan Yi wary. Swift surrender wasn't necessarily a good thing. Whoosh! With a surge of martial energy, Fan Yi leapt down from the windowsill and strode toward Chao Yuan, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Family head Chao, what are your thoughts? Chao Yuan's expression darkened. Young Master Fan, what choice do I have? Most of the Chao family has already sided with you. We're boarding your ship now, like it or not. Did he have a choice? No. The moment Fan Yi appeared, the decision was already made. Resisting meant death. Family head Chao, don't force yourself. Betraying Prince Jin carries severe consequences. You must follow your heart. Understand. Fan Ye's smile was light, but his sharp gaze sent a shiver down Chao Yuan's spine. Follow my heart? Follow it where? Dare I? Can I? Young Master Fan, rest assured, this is not forced at all. It's entirely from the heart. Our Chao family willingly submits to you. From now on, we will follow your lead without question. Thud. Though unwilling, Chao Yuan had no choice but to kneel on the ground. As the intelligence chief of Prince Jin, Chao Yuan was one of the most trusted inner circle members. To be honest, if he had any other choice, Chao Yuan would never have done this. But the situation left him no room to resist. The fates of the Wu family's patriarch and the Yen family served as stark warnings. Disobedience meant instant death. Sigh. Good. Since you've submitted, show some sincerity. Hand over the complete personnel structure of Prince Jin's forces across Great Xia. along with the list of core members. Yi Fan smirked at Chao Yuan, dropping a bombshell right from the start. Asking for Prince Jin's defensive deployment map? That was outright madness. If this list fell into Yi Fan's hands, Prince Jin would have no secrets left. It would be like bearing his very soul. Hiss! Chao Yuan sucked in a sharp breath, his face paling as he glanced fearfully at the Chao family's patriarch, Chao Shang. If Prince Jin's defensive layout were leaked, the prince's entire operation would collapse. Moreover, the Chao family would have no way out. Though Yi Fan was supposedly dead and the Yi family had fallen apart, with no one left to oppose Prince Jin, Fan Ye's demand for the prince's core intelligence was a bad sign. Was he planning to move against Prince Jin? Chao Yuan's mind raced. The only possibility he could think of was that Yi Fan from the northwest hadn't truly died, but had instead taken on a new identity, as Fan Yi. But what frustrated Chao Yuan was that, despite his suspicions, as the head of intelligence, he relied on evidence. All investigations from the northwest confirmed that Yi Fan had been blown to pieces. How could Fan Yi possibly be him? Why are you looking at me? I've never interfered with the family's internal affairs. If young Master Fan needs it, you should hand it over. The muscles on Chao Shang's face twitched violently. He knew exactly how critical Prince Jin's deployment map was, but with Fan Yi at their doorstep, the Chao family had no choice. Survival came first, they had to hand over the list. Patriarch, just give it to him. Since we've pledged loyalty to young Master Fan, we should show sincerity. Exactly. At the very least, it won't harm our family. Behind them, many of the Chao family's core members, oblivious to the deeper implications, urged compliance. Some even hoped that, by handing over the list, Prince Jin and Fan Yi would tear each other apart, leaving the Chao family to reap the benefits. But that was wishful thinking. Yi Fan had orchestrated this entire scheme. Now that he had taken the initiative to come to the capital and obtain Prince Jin's core intelligence, he wouldn't hesitate to strike. Though Yi Fan was officially dead, and forces like the Imperial Martial Division, the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, and the Gua and Wang families had begun defecting to the 8 great northwestern clans, Yi Fan still had another terrifying force at his disposal. The military support from the Tiankue base, ranging from D rank to S rank, could mobilize at any moment. Whether it was super elite families, ancient martial clans, or hidden sects, they were all ready to act. More importantly, Yi Fan had another trump card: the Tiankue base's merit system. Last time, due to insufficient spirit weapons enhanced with runes, many martial families had missed their chance to claim rewards when the merit rankings were announced. Back then, Yi Fan had only tested the waters, but the system's influence and effectiveness were undeniable. Now, his methods would be far more ruthless. Sigh. Chao Yuan exhaled in resignation, watching the arguing Chao family members before pulling out a yellowed booklet and handing it to Yi Fan with forced reverence. Young Master Fan, here is the list of Prince Jin's core members. With no other choice, Chao Yuan had no choice but to surrender Prince Jin's most vital intelligence. Yi Fan took the booklet and skimmed through it. A quick glance confirmed its authenticity. The forces listed, though not the absolute strongest, were elite factions in their respective regions and fields, each backed by formidable power. Last time, when Yi Fan had mobilized the martial families through the Tiankue merit system, he had destroyed over 100 of Prince Jin's strongholds, dealing a heavy blow. But judging from this thick list, those losses were only a fraction of Prince Jin's true strength. After years of scheming, Prince Jin had nearly hollowed out all of Great Xia. If not for Yi Fan's intervention, even if he had won the final battle in terms of raw power, he might still have lost in a war of attrition. Fortunately, by posing as Fan Yi and coming to the capital, he had managed to subdue the Chao family, Prince Jin's intelligence backbone. Good. Yi Fan flipped through the pages, allowing the nanoscale cameras in his eyes to record every detail. But outwardly, he merely said to Chao Yuan, "You've done well. I promise that as long as you don't cause trouble later, I won't make things difficult for the Chao family." He paused, then added with a sinister grin, "Oh, and one more thing. Don't lay a finger on anyone connected to the Yi family." This last remark made both Chao Shang and Chao Yuan freeze. What did that mean? Not causing trouble and leaving the Ling family alone was understandable, but sparing the Yi family? Could it be? The two men, standing closest to Yi Fan, suddenly realized the terrifying truth. Was Fan Yi really that monster? Yi Fan's lips curled as flames flickered to life in his palm. The blazing ember flame, his signature ability. In all of Great Xia, only one man could wield such power. Ah! Heavens! The moment they saw the flames, everything clicked into place for Chao Yuan and Chao Shang. So it was him. How had Yi Fan escaped the northwest and pulled off such a grand scheme in the capital? It was over. Prince Jin was finished. Before, Chao Yuan had held on to hope that once the prince emerged from seclusion, he could still oppose Fan Yi. But if Fan Yi was Yi Fan himself, what chance did Prince Jin have? Now that you know the truth, remember this. If my identity is exposed before I reveal it myself, I'll know it was the Chao family who betrayed me, and I will bury your entire bloodline. Understood. Though he had revealed himself, Yi Fan's piercing gaze burned into Chao Yuan and Chao Shang's souls, making them shudder. Oh my God, we're doomed. Completely and utterly doomed. Chao Yuan felt cold sweat drenching his back. Yi Fan wasn't dead after all. Instead, he had escaped right under everyone's noses, fleeing from the northwest. In just 2 short days, he had stirred up such massive chaos in Shangjing. By the time Prince Jin attempted his move during the emperor's wedding ceremony 2 weeks later, his entire force would likely be utterly obliterated. Sigh. Rest assured, young Master Fan. The Chao family will keep this confidential. Chao Yuan, along with Chao Shang, let out a helpless sigh before answering Yi Fan respectfully. At this point, there was no turning back. The Chao family had no choice left. Now that the list of Prince Jin's core members had been handed over, Yi Fan would undoubtedly act. The names from Yi Fan's nano camera had already been transmitted to Guili, whose voice echoed in Yi Fan's ear. Boss, what do you want to do with these names? Post them as a mission on the Tiankue points ranking. The 50 families that complete the task the fastest will have their rewards doubled. If they can ensure secrecy for 2 weeks afterward, double the reward again. Yi Fan's expression turned icy. Though he no longer feared Prince Jin discovering the plan in advance, keeping it hidden would still be best. When the final battle arrived, he wanted Prince Jin to feel nothing but utter despair, enough to atone for the deaths of his fallen brothers and elders. Thus, for this Tiankue base mission, Yi Fan was willing to spare no expense. So what if some rune weapons were lost? The Tiankue base's rune production had already lifted speed restrictions. There were enough low-grade rune weapons to meet demand. Got it. Less than 2 minutes after Guili ended the call, Chao Yuan's encrypted phone rang. Ring ring. Chao Yuan had been secretly wondering when Yi Fan would strike and how fast he would act. But he never expected Prince Jin's subordinate families to start sending desperate messages almost immediately. Minister Chao, what's going on? Multiple martial factions have suddenly launched attacks on our family estates and bases. Ring ring. Before Chao Yuan could reply, another encrypted phone rang. Minister Chao, our family is being attacked too. What's happening? Ah, this is a complete massacre. Ring ring. In an instant, all the core members of the Chao Intelligence Department had their phones ringing. Every single call reported the same thing. Their affiliated families were under assault. In total, dozens of attacks had already been launched, and the number was still rising. Since Chao Yuan was Prince Jin's intelligence chief, the first thing each family did when attacked was call him, demanding answers, desperate to know who wanted them dead. Patriarch, how should we respond? The Chao disciples clutched their phones, staring blankly at Chao Yuan and Chao Shang, who were kneeling ahead of them, waiting for instructions. Since Chao Yuan himself had handed the list to Fan Yi, and attacks began immediately, it was obvious who was responsible. Hiss! Chao Yuan sucked in a sharp breath and wiped the sweat from his brow again. He had expected Yi Fan to act quickly, but not this quickly. Within mere minutes, so many of Prince Jin's subordinate families were already under attack. This was terrifying. In just 1 short month, the Yi family had risen completely, and the strength Yi Fan now wielded across Great Xia far outstripped Prince Jin's. Sigh. Reply uniformly. We are investigating. Answers will be given soon. Then, everyone, shut all your phones off. Chow Yuan's face darkened as he made his final decision. They had no choice but to fully side with Yifan now. Huh? The Chow disciples were stunned, unable to understand Chow Yuan's reasoning. Still, they obeyed, replying as instructed before powering down their phones immediately. What they didn't realize was that for most of these families, this call would be their last. Once the Tiankue Points ranking mission was posted, martial families would fight like mad to earn more rune weapons. How could Prince Jin's subordinate forces possibly withstand the assault of those superfamilies and ancient martial clans? Everyone, listen carefully. Anything that happened in this courtyard today must remain absolutely confidential for an entire month. Not a single word leaks out. Understood? As for Prince Jin's side, I'll handle it. Even though we can't stop feeding intelligence to him, from now on, every piece of intel must pass through me first, clear. Chow Yuan's stance was unmistakable. For the sake of the family's survival, he had fully betrayed Prince Jin. But among the Chow disciples, a few were Prince Jin's planted agents and loyalists. Seeing Chow Yuan's complete defection to Fan Yi, they immediately stepped forward. Patriarch. But how do we explain this to Prince Jin? That's right. Patriarch, Prince Jin treated us well in the past. Isn't this a bit ungrateful? Only 4 or 5 voices chimed in, but it was enough. Hearing these idiots, Chow Yuan could only close his eyes in exasperation. Are you blind to the situation? Fan Yi had personally stormed in. Who among you could stop him? And now that Prince Jin's core list was leaked, do you really think he'd still trust us? There's no going back. If these fools insisted on suicide, then so be it. Kill them. With a cold command, Chow Yuan's personal martial experts moved instantly. In the blink of an eye, the dissenting Chow disciples were slaughtered, collapsing in pools of blood. Chow Yuan didn't even flinch. What I just said wasn't a suggestion. It was an order, and from this moment on, everyone's movements and communications will be under my strict surveillance. Any suspicious activity, this is your fate. His voice was ice-cold, filled with absolute authority. This was about the survival of the entire Chow family. If any information about Yifan leaked, the entire clan would be exterminated. Chow Yuan dared not take any risks. Understood. Understood. At last, the Chow disciples snapped to attention. Chow Yuan wasn't joking. He had fully committed to Fan Ye's side. Only after ensuring complete control did Chow Yuan bow respectfully to Yifan. Young Master Fan, does this arrangement satisfy you? Yifan smirked. Without a word, he flicked his wrist. 2 streaks of energy shot out, slicing through the pants of 2 Chow disciples and yanking out 2 hidden phones. Seems some of you still don't know how to listen. Yifan took out the 2 phones, both of which displayed unsent messages still in the drafting phase. The Chow clan has rebelled. They just hadn't been sent yet. Chow Yuan's face turned ashen the moment he saw the messages. Bastards! You 2 worthless idiots. If you want to die, don't drag the entire Chow clan down with you. Furious beyond reason, Chow Yuan snatched a blade from one of his subordinates and brutally stabbed both men through the chest. Thud! Thud! After personally eliminating the 2 traitors, Chow Yuan turned back to Yifan, his expression grim. Yifan smirked coldly. I'd love to trust you lot, but some measures are necessary. As soon as he finished speaking, a small black cauldron materialized on his wrist. The moment Yifan uttered an incantation, countless venomous insects swarmed into the courtyard, flooding toward the Chow clan's core members gathered inside. Wah? What's with all these poisonous bugs? Patriarch! The Chow elites, still kneeling in submission, trembled in horror at the sight. Their faces twisted in terror as frantic screams erupted across the courtyard. But when they realized the insects were under Yifan's control, their despair deepened. What was Fan Yi planning? To let these venomous creatures devour them alive? If it had been just a few poisonous insects, or even a small swarm, these martial experts, all at least Grandmaster-level cultivators, wouldn't have been so afraid. But this This was an ocean of venomous creatures, piled high like a two-story building. A writhing tide of centipedes, vipers, scorpions, and countless other horrors surged toward them. Even if they wanted to defend themselves, where would they even begin? And worse, they were still kneeling, without orders from their patriarch or Fan Yi, who dared stand. Anyone who tried would end up like the Chao clansmen executed moments ago. Stand up and die. Stay kneeling and be eaten alive. Either way, they were doomed. A few of the weaker-willed men even pissed themselves in fear. Chao Yuan and old ancestor Chao Shang exchanged bitter glances. The man before them wasn't just Fan Yi. This was Yi Fan, the terror who had ravaged the Gu sect and seized the 10,000 Gu cauldron. Commanding these venomous pests was child's play for him, and they understood why this was happening. Because of those two foolhardy Chao clansmen, Yi Fan had lost trust in the Chao clan. Originally, he might not have resorted to poisoning them, but since some refused to cooperate, he had no choice. No one move, Chao Yuan barked. Obey Fan Ye's orders, without question. He couldn't risk another idiot sparking disaster. One more misstep, and the entire Chao clan would perish. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Fan directed the venomous swarm to hover mere millimeters from the mouths and nostrils of every Chao clansman. If you value your lives, stay still, Yi Fan warned. If these insects go berserk, I won't be able to restrain them, and you'll be reduced to bones. He paused, scanning the trembling crowd. Believe me, gentlemen, I don't want this. But since some of you insist on defiance, open your mouths. A horrified silence followed. Open their mouths? Let these poisonous creatures inside them? This was insanity. The Chao clansmen shuddered, paralyzed by terror. They had all heard of the Gu sect's horrors. As martial cultivators, they could fortify their skin with protective aura to shield against external bites. But once these venomous creatures invaded their bodies, it would be over. The toxins would ravage their meridians, their organs. Even the mightiest cultivator wouldn't survive this. Opening their mouths meant surrendering their lives to Fan Yi. Open them! Before anyone else could hesitate, Chao Yuan and Chao Shang roared and obligingly parted their lips. Two scorpions swiftly crawled inside. Chao Yuan knew this was their only path to survival. Yi Fan already possessed the layout of Prince Jin's core defenses. Slaughtering the Chao clan meant nothing to him now. The mere fact that he was willing to spare them meant he still had use for them. Guh, blergh. Disgust twisted their faces, but the Chao clansmen had no choice. One after another, they opened their mouths, allowing the venomous swarm to slither, crawl, and burrow inside. Only when every last one of them had been implanted with Gu parasites did Yi Fan retract his insects and sheathe the 10,000 Gu cauldron. Good. You're all allies now. His chilling smile lingered as he added, 2 weeks. We'll meet again then. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, only to reappear outside the Chao estate a heartbeat later. Done. The Chao clan was settled. With the distribution map of Prince Jin's forces secured, Yi Fan's Tiankue base could systematically dismantle Prince Jin's influence. Any remnants could be mopped up with the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's intelligence or additional Tiankue reinforcements. Meanwhile, keeping the Chao clan alive served another purpose. It maintained the illusion of loyalty for Prince Jin. Out of Prince Jin's 5 foundational clans, only one remained, the Gong clan. Specializing in logistics, the Gong clan was Prince Jin's lifeline, the artery supplying his entire operation. They managed the armory, the treasury, the supply chains, every elixir, every herb, every coin funneled into Prince Jin's war machine passed through their hands. If the Gong clan fell, Prince Jin's empire, his armies, his intelligence, his wealth would collapse entirely. Back in the Chao estate, the clansmen finally dared to rise once Yi Fan had departed. Patriarch, are we truly siding with Fan Yi now? One of the core disciples asked nervously. Chao Yuan exhaled, his smile bleak. Do we even have a choice? He turned to his kin, voice firm. Mobilize our intelligence networks immediately. Redirect all efforts to gather intelligence for Fan Yi. Everything on Prince Jin, the Soul Palace behind him, the ancient Yi martial clan, and the upcoming Immortal Ascension Assembly. He paused, then added meaningfully, if Fan Yi is Yi Fan, then after his final battle with Prince Jin, he'll enter the ancient martial realm and beyond. We might as well prepare for that future now. Loyalty, after all, required initiative. The great Xia imperial household. Ji Yuchen had reassumed her cold and aloof demeanor as the reigning sovereign of the empire. Yet, even as she attended to state affairs, her mind involuntarily drifted back to last night's encounter with Yi Fan. Was that what a kiss felt like? She couldn't help but find herself longing for that sensation. Sometimes, she truly envied Ji Ningxuan, free to spend time with Yi Fan whenever she pleased. Your Majesty, her secretary hurriedly reported, his voice tinged with shock. The ancient martial arts Fang clan, once staunch supporters of Prince Jin, have suddenly pledged allegiance to that recently emerged young Master Fan. They even knelt before the Ling family's gates, begging to be taken in. Furthermore, the Hua clan of Hong Kong has also mobilized, prostrating themselves before the Ling residents with the same plea. Your Majesty, just who is this Fan Yi? How has he gained such terrifying momentum in such a short time? Should we intervene? In just 2 days since his arrival in Shangjing, Fan Yi had already annihilated the Wu family, wiped out the high-ranking members of the Black Kimono Society of the Eastern Islands, crushed the Yen family, and subdued the Fang clan. What is he planning? According to Imperial intelligence, every family Fan Yi had targeted was a core ally of Prince Jin. If this continued, the prince would soon find himself utterly isolated. With this, what chance did Prince Jin have against the emperor? Yet, while the secretary feared Prince Jin's downfall might pave the way for another potent rival, Ji Yuchen merely smirked. Let them stir the pot. We'll enjoy the show. Unlike others, she knew Fan Ye's true identity. Yi Fan in disguise, exacting vengeance for the Yi family. As for him seizing the empire, a laughable notion. Ji Yuchen had every intention of conceiving Yi Fan's heir, who would be the empire's future ruler. Why would Yi Fan steal what would already be his child's? Besides, after last night, with his awakened 9 dragons bloodline and the resurgence of the primordial ancestral dragon's power, Yi Fan had surpassed Martial Saint, reaching the divine transformation realm. If he truly coveted the empire, no mortal force could stop him. But Your Majesty, the secretary, oblivious to the truth, remained frantic. Ji Yuchen silenced him with a wave. Enough, I have my plans. Also, ensure the Grand Preceptor's estate continues receiving medicinal and alchemical support. They must swiftly rejoin Shangjing's key affairs. Anyone recommended by Elder Yi is to be placed in pivotal positions. Do you understand? One more thing. Has Elder Ye's relocation to Shangjing been arranged? If not, see to it immediately. He may even reside within the palace. Ha! The secretary was dumbstruck. Yi Fan is already. He wanted to say dead, but the emperor's icy glare choked the words in his throat. Bowing, he retreated, clutching his tablet in confusion. Why is Her Majesty still favoring the Yi clan? Yi Fan is gone. What's the point? Alone? Ji Yuchen stretched languidly, her gaze drifting beyond the window as memories of the prior night softened her expression. Being a woman was freeing, her truest self. Soon, just 2 weeks until the wedding. With dual bridal gowns prepared, one for herself, one for Ji Ningxuan, she imagined Ningxuan's tearful gratitude and Yi Fan's shock. Your Majesty, restrain yourself. The hall is under surveillance. The voice belonged to Hong Hai, her hidden protector. Ji Yuchen blinked. Right, every corner of this throne room was monitored for her safety. But if the guards saw their sovereign looking so effeminate, rumors would spread. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Pavilion Club, the Gong family, stewards of Prince Jin's largest financial empire, operated this most luxurious venue in Great Xia, a den of extravagance where nothing was impossible. Its courtesans weren't merely exquisite in beauty. They were cultured, erudite masters of persuasion. Foreign dignitaries frequented the pavilion, making it Shangjing's unspoken diplomatic hub. Normally, such a morally gray establishment would have been shuttered. But with Prince Jin's backing, none dared act. Even the Martial Suppression Bureau tread carefully. For years, this haven of vice had remained untouchable. Until today, Fan Yi had come for chaos. To subdue the Gong family, he needed their heiress, Gong Shu, the pavilion's proprietress, and Prince Jin's rumored lover. If the prince's aging consort held no appeal, Gong Shu, a peerless beauty said to rival Chu Lan Wei, would suffice for now. Fetch me 10 women, Fan Yi declared upon entry, playing the lavish Tycoon. Tonight I indulge. At this moment, Yi Fan was no longer in his true appearance, nor was he disguised as Fan Yi. Instead, he had changed into a floral print shirt, sunglasses, and a thick gold chain around his neck, looking every bit the image of a wealthy young heir. The hostess at the entrance, having seen countless people, immediately recognized from Yi Fan's demeanor that this man was no small fry. Handsome, come right in. Please go to the second floor. The Heaven's Edge Club was a peculiar place, spanning a total of 9 floors, each covering tens of thousands of square meters. While the first floor was open to casual guests, starting from the second floor, not just anyone was allowed entry. If money were the sole criterion, then the minimum threshold for the second floor was a net worth of 1 billion, the third floor 10 billion, the fourth floor 100 billion, and beyond the fifth floor, money alone was no longer enough, status was required. At the very least, one had to be a regional overlord in Great Xia or the head of a superfamily from the capital to qualify. The fact that the hostess immediately matched Yi Fan to the second floor was already showing considerable respect. Yi Fan's lips twitched, but before he could speak, the hostess caught a faint fluctuation of martial energy emanating from him, an ancient, profound aura that sent a shiver through her. She quickly corrected herself. Handsome, my mistake. Please go to the third floor. No. Feel free to enter any floor up to the fifth. Despite suppressing his aura as much as possible, Yi Fan, as a cultivator at the divine transformation stage, radiated an innate dominance that could not be concealed. Moreover, the current Yi Fan commanded the authority of the Martial Suppression Bureau, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the Tiankue Base, and the countless experts under the Fan Alliance. His overwhelming presence made it clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. Humph! Only the fifth floor? Are you looking down on me? I want to go to the 8th floor for fun, and then take a stroll around the 9th. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Originally, he had planned to head straight to the 9th floor. However, intelligence from the Chow family had revealed that the Gong family was hosting a business conference on the 8th floor today, attended by corporate magnates aligned with Prince Jin. Since Yi Fan was here, he might as well stir up some chaos. This handsome. I'm sorry, but the 8th floor is closed for a private event today. Furthermore, beyond the 5th floor, we don't have the authority to escort you. Additionally, ascending past the 5th floor requires identity verification. Though the hostess did not explicitly say it, her meaning was unmistakable. While Yi Fan might seem formidable, Heaven's Edge operated strictly on rules of power. Moreover, with Prince Jin backing the establishment, troublemakers were never tolerated. Initial courtesy was a gesture of respect, but if one insisted on making trouble, Heaven's Edge was not afraid to enforce its rules. Identity verification, huh? Will this suffice? Yi Fan sneered as he pulled out 3 black cards from his pocket and tossed them to the hostess. Since you're not qualified, bring someone who is. Otherwise, if I lose my temper, the consequences will be severe. I might just smash this place to pieces. Then you'll regret it. To others, Heaven's Edge stood as an untouchable sanctuary, a place of taboo. But to Yi Fan, it was nothing but trash. If the Gong family cooperated, fine. If Gong Shu refused to play along, Yi Fan wouldn't hesitate to reduce this place to rubble with a single punch. After all, he wasn't afraid to escalate things. The hostess had seen black cards before. Guests eligible for the 5th floor and above usually possessed them. But 3 black cards at once? That was terrifying. Black cards were globally issued in strictly limited quantities, even regionally restricted. For an average person, owning just one was already extraordinary. Yet this young man held three simultaneously. There were only two possibilities. Either this man represented an unfathomably powerful entity, forcing the issuing bank to grant him 3 black cards, or he had obtained them through extraordinary and likely ruthless means. Either way, he was no ordinary figure. It seemed even allowing him access up to the 5th floor was still an underestimation. "I apologize, handsome. I was at fault. Please forgive me. Handsome, this way to the VIP lounge. I'll summon our general manager to attend to you personally." A guest of this caliber was far beyond the clearance of a mere hostess. In an instant, 3 or 4 hostesses swarmed over, guiding Yifan deferentially toward an exclusive lounge while urgently calling for the general manager on their earpieces. The corner of Yifan's lips curled. He had been ready to force his way in, but before he took 2 steps, a pudgy, mustachioed man strode forward to greet him. "Esteemed sir, I am Manhwa, general manager of Heaven's Edge. My deepest apologies for the inadequate reception. Allow me to make proper amends. We will do our utmost to fulfill your requests. Please, come with me." Wang Hua bowed respectfully, guiding Yifan toward a private VIP elevator. Martial experts stood guard at the elevator, nodding slightly in acknowledgement as Wang Hua approached. "Sir, my sincerest apologies. Our proprietress is currently hosting an important meeting on the 8th floor, so it's temporarily closed. However, if you wish, I can escort you directly to the 9th floor, and all expenses tonight will be waived as our gesture of goodwill." The moment Wang Hua received word, he had the intelligence system conduct a thorough background check on Yifan. Normally, the moment anyone stepped foot into Heaven's Edge, their complete dossier would appear before reception staff. But today, after 5 exhaustive searches, the system found 0 records on this man. Yet scans confirmed all 3 black cards in his possession were genuine. Most alarming, among them was a black card registered to the Fang family, a prominent ancient martial lineage. This spoke volumes. Given the involvement of an ancient martial family, granting 9th floor privileges was more than justified. Furthermore, after just a brief exchange, Wang Hua sensed that Yifan had come with ill intent. He was clearly here to make trouble. Before the 8th floor reception began, the proprietress had repeatedly emphasized the meeting's critical nature. Under no circumstances were disruptions permitted, especially with Fan Yi stirring chaos in the capital these past days, causing massive disruptions to Prince Jin's operations. Tonight's gathering was partly to reassure affiliated business leaders. If not for fears that closing Heaven's Edge would raise suspicion, Gong Shu would have shut it down entirely for the day. Wang Hua tread carefully, ensuring flawless courtesy to deny Yifan any pretext for causing a scene. But Yifan had come precisely to cause trouble. Why would he let this slide? Slap! Just as the elevator reached the 8th floor, Yifan suddenly backhanded Wang Hua across the face. "Screw your damn arrangements. Who the hell do you think you are to decide what I do? Whether you like it or not, I'm going to the 8th floor today. Try and stop me." Boom. With tremendous force, Wang Hua was sent flying, crashing straight into the elevator door and leaving a massive hole in its wake. The elevator, which had been ascending, was forcibly halted by Yifan's punch against the adjacent wall. The sheer impact was powerful enough to stop it dead, accompanied by the faint sound of snapping steel cables. For a powerhouse beyond the Grandmaster realm, stopping a mere elevator was no difficult feat. But as Wang Hua staggered to his feet, what shocked him most was Yifan's audacity in attacking him so ruthlessly. Anyone who dared come to Tianchangjian and even knew about its 9 tiers should understand the immense influence behind it. Those who could access floors above the 5th tier would surely know that the Gong family was shielded by none other than Prince Jin. To humiliate Wang Hua like this was to slap the Gong family in the face. No, it was grinding Prince Jin's dignity into the dirt. How do you fan? Just who the hell was this guy? Wang Hua's mind raced. As the general manager of Tianchangjian, he was far from stupid. Judging by the martial aura radiating from Yifan earlier, the man was at least a martial emperor-level expert, if not stronger. At this critical moment, it was best not to escalate the situation. "Sir, please don't be angry. This was entirely my fault. My mistake." Despite the slap, Wang Hua swiftly recomposed himself, betraying no trace of resentment. Wiping the blood from his lips, he forced an ingratiating smile and gestured politely. Sir, since you're so interested in the 8th floor, allow me to arrange it for you. If you haven't vented enough, you're welcome to take it out on me, I won't fight back. As he spoke, he even offered the other side of his face, inviting Yi Fan to strike again. Yi Fan was almost speechless. This guy's tolerance is insane. After getting slapped once, he's presenting the other cheek? Humph. Since you're asking, it'd be rude not to oblige. Smack. Without hesitation, Yi Fan delivered another brutal slap, swelling both sides of Wang Hua's face and shattering every tooth in his mouth, including the freshly implanted ones. As Tian Changjian's general manager, Wang Hua was untouchable in the eyes of ordinary people. But in front of true powerhouses, he was nothing more than a punching bag. His teeth had been replaced 8 times already, his real ones long obliterated. Still unsatisfied, Yi Fan kicked Wang Hua several more times, even landing a few brutal blows between his legs. Ag, sir, that's going too far. Not the balls? Wang Hua grimaced in excruciating pain, feeling as if his groin had been split open. Despite being a martial venerable expert, Wang Hua could only endure the humiliation, powerless to retaliate. His frustration simmered beneath the surface and his expression darkened with barely suppressed rage. Oh? Heh. I preferred your arrogant attitude. Go on, bark for me again. Yi Fan was here to stir chaos. He didn't care if things escalated. Had Wang Hua dared to utter a single word of defiance, Yi Fan would have demolished the entire building. Wang Hua's facial muscles twitched violently before he suppressed his fury. Sir, I was wrong. Since you're here as a patron, let me escort you to a VIP room. When he stood up again, his steps were unsteady, every movement sent waves of pain through his battered body, especially his ruined groin. Yet he clenched his teeth and maintained that sickeningly submissive smile. As long as you're satisfied, sir, I'll endure anything. That sycophantic grin reminded Yi Fan of one word. Pathetic. Absolutely spineless. Truly, the shameless are invincible. Wang Hua was clearly mastering that art. Yi Fan considered escalating further, but since Wang Hua was merely an employee, he decided to spare him. The real targets were the Madam of Tian Changjian and Prince Jin. Hello, handsome, I'm Xiao Fang, 23, from Guangqing. Greetings, boss, I'm Xiao Hong from Anqing. After settling Yi Fan in a private room, Wang Hua promptly summoned Tian Changjian's finest female attendants. Sir, take your pick. At Tian Changjian, we guarantee your satisfaction. Gritting through the pain, Wang Hua had arranged for Yi Fan to be seated in a luxury side room on the 8th floor, far from the main hall where the madam was hosting an elite banquet. His plan was simple: if this guy just wants to enjoy himself, indulge him. But if he tries anything else, he's finished. Tian Changjian never provoked its guests, but if anyone dared to cause trouble, even a martial saint wouldn't leave unscathed. Humph. What trash is this? You think you can fool me with these low-tier girls? Get out. Next batch. Wang Hua stiffened. Understood, we'll bring others. Yet after 3 or 4 rounds, even the most elite courtesans failed to impress Yi Fan. Wang Hua's patience wore thin. Sir, could you clarify your preferences? If you're here to enjoy our services, we welcome you. But if you have ulterior motives, Thud. Yi Fan's answer was another vicious kick to Wang Hua's gut. Since when do I need to explain myself to you? This room disgusts me. I'm changing locations. With that, Yi Fan strode out and headed straight for the restricted section of the 8th floor where the grand banquet was in full swing. Damn it. Wang Hua finally snapped, cursing under his breath as he hauled himself up. By the time he stepped out, Yi Fan was already several meters ahead, only to be blocked by Tian Changjian's elite guards. Sir, apologies, this area is restricted. Turn back. Wang Hua exhaled in relief. The guards here were all martial venerable level, and given tonight's event, martial emperor tier sentinels were stationed as well. If this bastard forces his way in, these guards can test his limits. Let's see if he's truly formidable or just a fraud. And if Yi Fan were faking it? Well, he'd regret it. Go back to your damn grandpa. Get lost. Yi Fan didn't hesitate in the slightest. A surge of powerful martial energy erupted from his hands, blasting the bodyguards blocking his way. They were flung backward, their chests caved in, blood spewing from their mouths. Even though all 4 bodyguards were martial master-level experts, they stood no chance against Yi Fan. Boom. Boom. Yi Fan struck again, sending another 4 martial bodyguards flying as they tried to intercept him. In an instant, 8 martial bodyguards, those guarding the corridor and the corner, lay dead on the spot. Yi Fan turned his icy gaze toward Wang Hua. Manager Wang, now it's my turn to advise you, tell your men not to rush forward blindly and throw their lives away. Let me be frank, in my eyes, every single one of you here is trash. Unmatched dominance. An unquestionably ruthless tone. Manhwa couldn't help but suck in a cold breath as he surveyed the scene. From the looks of it, ordinary bodyguards were indeed no match for Yi Fan. Today, something catastrophic was about to happen. It was undeniable now this young man had come to stir up trouble. Sir, just what do you want today? Whatever your demands, we can negotiate. Manhwa wore a pained expression. The capital had already been restless these past few days. Jin Wang's archenemy Yi Fan had finally been killed in an explosion in the northwest, only for someone named Fan Yi to appear, wiping out over half of Jin Wang's inner circle. The worst part? Jin Wang was currently in seclusion. All reports were being sent to his secretary, Zhang Yu, but there had been no response. If something major happened at the Tianshang Jian Club now, things would spiral out of control entirely. Oh? Fine then, my goal is simple. I want to sleep with your boss's wife. Bring her to me and I might consider toning things down. Yi Fan smirked devilishly, locking eyes with Wang Hua. If he truly wanted to fight? With his current cultivation at the 5th level of Transcendent Realm, flattening this place would be child's play. But violence wasn't the objective, negotiation was the true endgame. His earlier display of brutality had been deliberate, a show of dominance to make Wang Hua understand just how formidable he was. What? Sleep with the boss's wife? Do you even know whose woman she is? How dare you? Wang Hua trembled violently, his lips quivering in shock. Good God! Was this guy completely insane? If he knew about the boss's wife, then he had to know who she belonged to. A royal prince of Great Xia, one with real power, a man who aspired to seize the throne itself. His woman was something anyone could just touch. Ha! You mean Zhao Jin? Just some worthless prince. I despise him and I'd love to put a green hat on his head. Got a problem with that? Yi Fan knew everything. He deliberately roared in front of Wang Hua, making sure his words carried. Since your attitude isn't terrible, I spared your life. Now think very carefully. Hiss. He dared to address the prince by his given name. No mistake, this man was targeting Jin Wang. Damn it. What kind of cursed luck did Jin Wang have lately? Why was disaster after disaster dogging his steps? First, the extermination of the Yi family failed. Instead, a supposedly fool led the clan's resurgence and nearly overturned Jin Wang's entire foundation. Then, once Yi Fan died, Fan Yi stormed into the capital, wiping out Jin Wang's core forces. And now, out of nowhere, this unfamiliar young man appeared, still gunning for Jin Wang. Wang Hua was beyond frustrated, but he understood one thing clearly. A powerhouse at Yi Fan's level was far beyond his reach. Sir, please wait, I'll contact the boss's wife immediately. Though Gongshu had made it clear beforehand that unless the sky was falling, no one was to disturb her during the banquet. Right now, with a man like Yi Fan barging in, demanding to sleep with her, surely that qualified as a sky-falling emergency. Recently, Jin Wang's business associates had already grown jumpy after hearing about the chaos in the capital. If Gongshu suddenly left in the middle of entertaining them, suspicions would undoubtedly explode. Ring ring. Wang Hua frantically dialed 3 times before the call connected. What is it? I explicitly told you, no calls unless it's critical. Are you stupid? Spit it out already. Gongshu's voice over the phone was laced with irritation. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall on the 8th floor of Tianshang Jian, Gongshu had just finished drinking with a weapons supplier when she noticed her backup phone vibrating incessantly. Suppressing her annoyance, she politely excused herself and strode to a secluded corner by a pillar to answer. Boss's wife, something drastic has happened. A young man is demanding your presence. He said. Wang Hua hesitated, unable to bring himself to articulate Yi Fan's insane request. After all, this was sacrilege. Gongshu had been Jin Wang's woman since childhood, his most beloved, showered with every privilege imaginable. The entire Gong family's rise to power hinged on her connection to him. Though countless men admired her beauty, none had ever dared to entertain improper thoughts. What did he say? Speak clearly, you idiot. Tianshang Jian isn't some newborn operation, can't you mobilize the martial guards if there's trouble? Gongshu was already on edge these past few days. As she snapped at Wang Hua, her gaze flicked toward the weapons suppliers. Though they pretended to chat jovially, their eyes kept drifting toward her. Other guests, too, had begun scrutinizing her sudden withdrawal to take a call. Snap! Practically the entire room's attention locked onto her. The pressure was suffocating. If this dragged on, even if nothing was wrong, these businessmen would assume the worst. Boss's wife, the man said. Before Wang Hua could finish, Yi Fan snatched the phone away. I said I'm going to sleep with you. I'm outside the banquet hall right now. You have 10 seconds to decide or I'll barge in and carry you to bed myself. Buzzy. The words sent Gongshu's mind into a tailspin. For a moment, her thoughts flatlined. Ha! Did he just say it? He wants to sleep with me. She couldn't even remember the last time someone dared speak to her this way. You reckless bastard, you're courting death. A furious shriek tore from her throat before she could stop herself. Her outburst sliced through the banquet hall's decorum, sending murmurs rippling through the crowd. The business magnates exchanged uneasy glances, speculating wildly. Realizing her blunder, Gongshu hastily covered the phone and forced a smile. Apologies, everyone. A minor personal matter. Please continue enjoying the evening. Humph. These guests were all seasoned elites, sharks in the world of commerce. A personal matter at a time like this? Even a ghost wouldn't buy that excuse. Silent but alert, their stares only grew sharper. If Jin Wang's faction was in trouble, they'd cut ties and flee without hesitation. What the hell are the martial guards doing? Have them execute him on sight and no mercy. Never in her life had Gongshu been this enraged. Wanghua's frantic voice crackled through the phone once more. Boss's wife, it's impossible. 8 guards are already dead, killed in one strike. Even peak martial masters couldn't stop him. He's likely a martial saint-level powerhouse. We only have 5 seconds left before he forces his way inside. On the corridor outside the 8th floor, Manhwa was being dragged along the ground by Yifan, who gripped his shoulders like a dead dog, striding toward the banquet hall. With the banquet hall doors just 20 meters away, Manhwa was so frantic he could practically jump out of his skin. If Yifan were to barge into the banquet hall and stir up trouble today, Jin Wang's entire business foundation would likely collapse. The business tycoons collaborating with Jin Wang were already on edge due to Yifan's previous actions and the recent upheavals in Shangjing. If another martial saint-level powerhouse showed up to cause a scene, how could those tycoons dare to continue working with Jin Wang? One martial saint causing trouble for Jin Wang was bad enough, but then came a second and a third. What the hell? Even an idiot could tell something was seriously wrong. The worst part was that Jin Wang had no means to resist Yifan, Fan Yi, and their allies. He was utterly powerless. Now, if they couldn't handle this sudden newcomer, Jin Wang would lose his last remaining trump card. Thud, thud, thud. Yifan deliberately stomped heavily in the corridor, ensuring everyone in the banquet hall could hear his approaching footsteps. The heavy thuds felt like hammer blows against their hearts. Though the business magnates inside didn't know what was happening, Gongshu's tense, furious expression gave them a clue. Whoever was coming down the hallway was definitely connected to her. Perhaps this was the reason for her outburst. The hall fell dead silent. Every pair of eyes locked onto Gongshu, waiting for her next move. Meanwhile, Gongshu's heart was pounding in her throat. Anger, despair, dread, and even a strange hint of relief and anticipation. She couldn't even decipher her own emotions. But after a brief moment of thought, she realized Tianshangjian was in trouble today. If she didn't step out, the powerhouse outside would undoubtedly storm in. Whoever this person was, they had deliberately come to the 8th floor, demanded service, and even insisted on sleeping with her. Clearly, they were here to make trouble. If she didn't go out and let them inside, all her efforts today would be wasted. Damn it! So damn annoying. Even now, the situation had already shifted. Yifan's arrival had subtly altered the atmosphere, and most of her efforts were already ruined. But Gongshu still wanted to try. So what if he was a martial saint? The Gong family had martial saints too. At the very least, she could try negotiating with this sudden intruder, preserving some dignity so she could still answer to Jin Wang. As for sleeping with him, even if she stripped naked and lay down, did he really think he could just take her? Everyone, please relax and enjoy the refreshments. I'll handle a small matter and return shortly. Forcing a smile, Gongshu addressed the business magnates before striding swiftly toward the doors. Creak, the banquet hall doors swung open. The moment Gongshu stepped out and closed them behind her, she saw Yifan dragging Manhwa right toward her. Such a coincidence? As a martial emperor-level expert herself, Gongshu could clearly sense the fluctuations of Yifan's martial aura. Only 4 words could describe it. Unfathomably deep. This young man was definitely doing this on purpose. Timing his arrival precisely, waiting for her at this exact moment. Though he was quite handsome. "Boss, I tried my best." Manhwa, still being dragged on the ground, gave Gong Shu a bitter look when he saw her. Gong Shu frowned but ignored him, instead fixing her gaze on Yifan. "Handsome, what should I call you?" Over the phone, she had been furious. But the moment she saw Yifan, she understood why Manhwa had been helpless against him. In terms of martial prowess, presence, and sheer dominance, Yifan completely outclassed Manhwa. Even Gong Shu, who had faced countless powerful figures and weathered countless storms, felt an overwhelming pressure from Yifan. So intense it was suffocating, as if she might kneel and worship him. "Fan Yi." With a wicked smirk, Yifan pinched his face, and in an instant, his features morphed into the infamous visage of Fan Yi, the man who had thrown Shangjing into chaos. Gasp! Both Manhwa and Gong Shu sucked in sharp breaths. "It's you." Gong Shu's face paled, her entire body trembling as she staggered back, barely keeping her balance. The troublemaker today was Fan Yi, the same Fan Yi who had annihilated the Wu and Yen families. This was a real disaster. Last night, after learning about the Mu, Wu, and Yen families' fates, Gong Shu had spent the entire night in dread, because the Gong family's ancestor was also on Jin Wang's list of 5 martial saints ordered to kill Fan Yi. After Jin Wang's command, the Wu family's ancestor had been slaughtered on the spot, the Mu family surrendered, and the Yen family was wiped out. None of the targets had escaped unscathed. The Gong family's ancestor hadn't dared to act against Fan Yi either. When Fan Yi hadn't come for the Gong family last night, Gong Shu had hoped the matter would fade. But now, he had shown up after all. "Oh God, Fan Shao. I might as well just kill myself." Manhwa stared at Yifan in despair, his mind blank. How laughable. Absolutely ridiculous. A mere martial venerable like him had actually tried to oppose Fan Yi? He'd even tried to mobilize Tianshang Jian's martial experts against him. Had he been trying to get himself killed? And now, the conversation between the boss lady and Fan Yi was far beyond Manhwa's level. And he didn't want to hear it. The more you knew, the more danger you were in, and the faster you died. Manhwa had survived this long as Tianshang Jian's manager precisely because he never pried into matters above his station. With that thought, he clenched his fist and smashed it into the back of his own skull, knocking himself out cold. Yifan checked with his martial senses and confirmed Manhwa's aura had indeed faded. He was genuinely unconscious. Heh, what an interesting fellow. Fine, no more distractions. Now we can get down to business. Tossing Manhwa aside, Yifan dusted his hands off before locking eyes with Gong Shu. With a bold, unapologetic smirk, he reached out and brushed his fingers against her chin. "Well, boss lady, the night is young. Why waste time?" His gaze flicked toward the banquet hall doors, a mocking glint in his eyes. No explicit threat was spoken, but the implication was clear. A smart woman wouldn't need it spelled out. If Gong Shu refused, Yifan would storm right into that hall, and the consequences would be impossible to contain. "Young Master Fan, I'm already old and past my prime. What's the point of sleeping with me? How about I find you the finest, purest girl in Heaven's Gate? What do you say?" Gong Shu was somewhat exasperated. Over the many years since she began managing Heaven's Gate, countless martial arts experts had attempted to bed her. Many had nearly succeeded, but thanks to Prince Jin's formidable influence, even those reclusive clan elites who stirred up trouble had been suppressed. But now, Prince Jin himself was barely holding on, still secluded in his cultivation retreat. Could he even protect her anymore? Gong Shu lifted her gaze to glance at Fan Yi. Though this was their first meeting, she inexplicably found him strangely alluring, compelling her to draw closer, even yearning to nestle into his embrace. What if, just for today, she couldn't refuse? If this Fan Yi took her to bed, would it really be so bad? Compared to Prince Jin, that measly 3-second man, this young Master Fan was practically divine. A peerless, top-tier beauty, absolutely no loss. Besides, she wasn't the one initiating anything. If Prince Jin ever investigated, How could he blame her? Moreover, if Fan Yi truly wanted to bed her, even claiming her wouldn't be the end of it. There was still that monstrous chastity lock to contend with. Only if Fan Yi could break it would she resign herself to fate. Prince Jin's cuckoldry wouldn't be unjustified. Ha! You're mistaken, madam. I've always preferred women with experience. Come now. Let's not delay your meeting any further. As he spoke, Fan Yi smirked and casually wrapped an arm around Gong Shu's slender waist. Hiss! Gong Shu stiffened, a sharp breath escaping her lips. From childhood till now, under Prince Jin's tyrannical rule, no man besides him had ever dared to be so intimate with her. Was this truly a different sensation? Aye! Her brow furrowed as she instinctively glanced down the corridor. Upon leaving the meeting hall, she had already sent word to the Gong family's patriarch, summoning him to handle the trouble. At the time, she hadn't known it was Fan Yi, only assuming it was some ordinary martial saint. The patriarch's presence alone should have been enough to intimidate most. But now, facing Fan Yi, even the patriarch's arrival would be useless. Gong Shu was torn. She knew full well that the Gong family's power stood no chance against Fan Yi. Yet, surrendering just like this gnawed at her pride. For years, she had remained fiercely loyal to Prince Jin. But more than that, she had always carried herself with unshakable dignity. To be subdued so effortlessly rankled her heart. And yet, if things escalated, what if her entire clan was dragged into ruin? She couldn't bear that tragedy. Let her go! Before she could respond, a thunderous shout echoed through the corridor. A terrifying surge of martial energy erupted, shredding the air as a figure launched a lethal strike at Fan Yi's back. With Fan Yi still facing away, the newcomer couldn't clearly see his features. Only that some scoundrel was manhandling Gong Shu. The gray-robed elder was none other than the Gong family's patriarch, Gong Qian. Though a powerhouse beyond the martial saint realm, Gong Qian was actually the most mild-mannered among the 5 great patriarchs of Shangjing. Down to earth, he indulged in wine, cigarettes, and permed hair without reservation, and was dearly beloved by his descendants. Seeing an unknown man embracing Gong Shu, he wasted no time in attacking. His strike carried the full might of a martial saint, condensing into an invisible force that clawed toward Fan Yi's shoulder. His plan? Grab this bastard, slam him into the ground, then worry about consequences later. No matter how influential the man was, he'd deal with that after thrashing him. Prince Jin would handle the fallout anyway. Patriarch, be careful. It's Fan Yi. As her ancestor launched his reckless assault, Gong Shu's heart clenched with worry. The patriarch was formidable, a warrior above the 5th-rank martial saint tier. But since this was Fan Yi, defeating Gong Qian wouldn't be difficult. Hadn't Fan Yi effortlessly subdued the Wu and Yen family patriarchs? Her stance was clear. A duel was fine, but a life-and-death battle was out of the question. The Gong family's patriarch was a good man. If he died here, everything would spiral into chaos. Heck. Fan Yi. Which Fan Yi? I'll figure that out after catching him. Gong Qian sounded thoroughly intoxicated. His words slurred even as he pressed his attack. Gong Shu was speechless. Really? Now of all times, the patriarch had to be drunk? Please, don't let anything disastrous happen. Fan Yi, I beg you. Seeing that stopping her ancestor was futile, Gong Shu shrewdly realized Fan Yi might be her only hope now. Fan Yi's lips twitched. Though Gong Qian's assault was lightning fast to ordinary warriors, to Fan Yi, it unfolded like a sluggish, slow-motion film. Humph. Finally showing yourself, Gong Patriarch? Good. Facing the incoming strike, Fan Yi remained utterly composed. With a flick of his wrist, he traced an arcane sigil in the air, forming a mysterious array emblem. This was a new combat technique he mastered upon breaking through to the 5th-rank transcendent realm. The array could redirect any attack, absorbing its force and dispersing it elsewhere at will. Gong Qian's monstrous strike collided with the hovering array. Though only inches away, Fan Yi remained untouched. Every ounce of martial force drained into the array and vanished. Ha! Gong Shu's jaw nearly hit the floor. What kind of sorcery was this? Fan Yi was this terrifying, a martial saint's full power strike. Dissolved just like that. How could anyone fight that? Meanwhile, despite his drunken haze, Gong Qian's martial instincts screamed danger. Not good, retreat. His body instantly channeled energy to flee, but it was too late. Boom! To his horror, a phantom fist materialized from nowhere, smashing brutally into his face. Even more bewildering, that fist was his own, yet his actual fist was already withdrawn. What the hell kind of sick trick was this? His own fist was still firmly attached to his wrist, yet identical fists were raining down from the void, smashing into his face. For a moment, Gong Qian couldn't tell if he was dreaming. How could such a bizarre scene exist? Had that fist from 10 seconds ago struck the version of himself from 10 seconds later? It sounded illogical. But Gong Qian was, after all, a martial saint-level expert, and he had some knowledge of the techniques from the immortal realm beyond ancient martial arts. It was said that some techniques from the immortal realm could distort time and space, altering the trajectory of attacks. Did Fan Yi, standing before him, possess such power? Boom! Crack! The immense martial force of his own fist slamming into his face, the sheer agony of it, dislocated Gong Qian's jaw instantly. Though he had activated his strongest protective aura at the critical moment, he was still struck so hard that stars burst before his eyes. Staggering, he spat out a mouthful of blood, yet Gong Qian could sense that the punch that had hit his face had been restrained in power. When he had attacked Fan Yi earlier, he had unleashed the full might of a 5th-rank martial saint. But the fist that struck him back carried only the force of a 2nd-rank martial saint. Had Fan Yi not held back, Gong Qian's head would have exploded. He would have lost at least half his life. Thank you, young Master Fan, for sparing my life. I was wrong. Thud. Before Gong Shu could even process what had happened, the Gong family's ancestor, Gong Qian, had already dropped to his knees before Fan Yi, bowing in gratitude with utmost reverence. His martial aura instantly receded, docile as a lamb. Humph, that was just a warning. If there's a next time, you'll be wiped out. Fan Yi flicked his wrist, and a surge of martial energy effortlessly lifted Gong Qian back to his feet. Gong Qian had no time to react before he was returned to his original position. Tisk! Gong Qian couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This was utterly hopeless. His 5th-rank martial saint strength was like a chick before Fan Yi, utterly powerless. How could the rest of the Jin Prince's forces possibly contend with him? What level was Fan Yi at? 9th-rank martial saint peak? No, far beyond that. Judging by the martial techniques Fan Yi had displayed, he had to be at least at the divine transformation realm, a level only the great figures of the immortal realm could reach. Sigh! The Gong family truly needed to reconsider their future. Now, Gong Qian understood why the Mu family had chosen to follow Fan Yi without hesitation. Moreover, Gong Qian had another suspicion. Fan Yi's actions were all targeted at the Jin Prince. The explosion in the northwest that had coincidentally killed the Yi family's young master, Yi Fan, that was no accident. If he wasn't mistaken, the Fan Yi before him was likely the Yi family's monstrous prodigy, Yi Fan. Realizing this connection, a deep glint flashed in Gong Qian's eyes. So that was it? If this identity matched up, then Fan Yi's support for the Ling family, the aid from the Chancellor's office and the Imperial Martial Bureau, everything made sense now. Xiao Shu. Agree to any demand young Master Fan makes. Without hesitation. Trust me. This will bring immense benefits to both you and the Gong family. Gong Qian fixed Gong Shu with a burning gaze before adding sternly, "This is not a suggestion, not a negotiation. It's an order, one you must obey. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to purge the family myself." His tone had turned icy and resolute. Ha! Gong Shu, seeing how easily her ancestor had been subdued, finally abandoned her last shred of resistance. This was no longer about her loyalty to the Jin Prince. She simply couldn't hold on. If she persisted, the Gong family would end up like the annihilated Wu family. Fine. Gong Shu glanced helplessly at Yi Fan. Was she really going to be bedded by this man? Was this a blessing or a curse? As the manager of the Sky Pavilion, Gong Shu had her own boldness. Having made up her mind, she wasted no time stepping forward and looping her arm through Yi Fan's. Young Master Fan, there's a private suite on the 9th floor. Shall we go up? Her eyes were conflicted. The thought of cuckolding the Gene Prince weighed on her, yet there was also a thrill to it. If Fan Yi could unlock that bizarre chastity lock, she wouldn't hold back. What was wrong with experiencing another man? Of course. Yi Fan smirked devilishly, wrapping an arm around Gong Shu's slender waist before hoisting her over his shoulder and striding toward the conference hall's exit. Ah! Gong Shu yelped as she was suddenly lifted into the air. Seeing Yi Fan heading for the main hall, she gasped, "Young Master Fan, where are you going?" Being carried like this in front of the guests, what would the Gene Prince's allies think? The entire alliance would collapse in an instant. I'm just going to greet the guests, of course. Yi Fan's smirk deepened. I take my time, we'll be gone for at least an hour or two. It wouldn't be fun if they left early. He was doing this on purpose. He had come to stir chaos. Why let Gong Shu off so easily? Gong Shu wanted to argue, but Gong Qian cut in. Xiao Shu. No more words. Do as young Master Fan says. He shook his head at her, sighing inwardly. At this point, the Gong family's fate was no longer in their hands. Everything depended on Fan Ye's whims now. Gong Shu clenched her jaw, swallowing her protests. Creak. The conference hall doors swung open, and Yi Fan strode in with Gong Shu slung over his shoulder. Hey there, everyone. I'm Fan Yi, and I'm about to take your boss lady to bed. Don't leave in a hurry, all right? His carefree demeanor, the sheer audacity of carrying the Sky Pavilion's mistress like this. It was nothing short of domineering. The guests had been watching the commotion outside, but when the doors opened and they saw this scene, they were still stunned. Who the hell was this guy? Sleep with the boss lady? Everyone knew Gong Shu belonged to the Gene Prince. Was this man insane? Holy shit. Wait, did he say he's Fan Yi? The same Fan Yi who's been slaughtering his way through the capital? Damn. Rumor has it he wiped out the Wu and Yen families. What grudge does he have against the Gene Prince? And now he's targeting the Sky Pavilion? What's the meaning of this? And he's telling us not to leave? Is he holding us hostage? I refuse to believe this. The hall remained silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into chaos. Everyone realized one thing. Prince Gene was in serious trouble. Fan Yi had Prince Gene squarely in his sights. From suppressing the Wu family, seizing the Hua family's partnership, to annihilating the Yen family, Prince Jin's core forces had suffered devastating blows. Some well-connected business magnates had already received word. Nearly all of Prince Jin's affiliated factions and subordinate organizations across Great Xia had been attacked, wiped out in an instant. This was a meticulously orchestrated strike. Every last vestige of Prince Jin's influence was being systematically dismantled. Did Prince Jin even have a chance to recover now? I can't stay here. I need to leave. Me too. I won't get dragged into this. As soon as Fan Yi turned to exit, several tycoons moved to slip away from the hall. With Prince Jin's downfall and Fan Ye's rise, these moguls had no desire to pick sides. They just wanted to profit. But having already aligned with Prince Jin, withdrawing wouldn't be so easy. Fan Ye's farewell had been a ruse to keep them trapped. Though Fan Yi had left, the Gong family's patriarch, Gong Qian, remained stationed at the entrance. When the tycoons reached the doors, Gong Qian gave them a polite bow. Gentlemen, I am Gong Qian, ancestral elder of the Gong family. My duty is to ensure your comfort. Please enjoy yourselves, food, drinks, whatever you require, just ask. The restrooms are inside after all. An invisible barrier of energy barred the exit. Despite their efforts, none could take a single step forward. Gong Qian was a martial sage. These business magnates, mostly below the Grandmaster realm, stood no chance against him. The sharper minds had already discerned the truth. The Gong family had chosen sides, aligning with Fan Yi. Gong Qian's presence was to detain them. Some retreated silently. Challenging Gong Qian would be like smashing an egg against a boulder. Yet a few remained oblivious. Elder Gong, what's the meaning of this? Are you restricting our freedom? We serve Prince Jin. Your status grants you no authority over us. The speaker was a real estate tycoon worth hundreds of billions, a prominent figure in the Chamber of Commerce. His past contributions had lent him considerable sway, or so he believed. But times had changed. The Gong family had defected to Fan Yi. Tolerance was no longer an option. Thud. Gong Qian, who'd endured humiliation under Fan Yi earlier, had no patience for such insolence. Without hesitation, he struck. A surge of energy reduced the tycoon to pulp, scattering his remains into nothingness. A fleeting shushing scent hung in the air before vanishing, as if nothing had happened. You dare compare status with me? Humph. Gong Qian dusted his hands and turned back to the crowd, smiling amiably. A minor misunderstanding, friends. Pay it no mind. Eat, drink, and relax. Should you have any concerns, voice them freely. I'll remain here to attend to you all until young Master Fan returns. The Tianshang Jian guarantees your safety. Rest assured. Gasp. Despite his pleasant demeanor, the gathering shuddered collectively. Gong Qian's usual cheer had made them forget. He was a centuries-old martial sage, a predator cloaked as a gentleman. Beneath the smile lay ruthless efficiency. This was no hospitality. It was a naked threat. Try leaving and this will be your fate. Test me if you dare. Mundane laws bound ordinary men. For martial elites, especially supreme clans like the Gongs, killing a tycoon was trivial. Who would risk antagonizing a martial sage over a mere businessman? And with the Gong family now backing Fan Yi, a man who flattened entire lineages on a whim, defiance was suicide. Wisdom prevailed. The magnates swallowed their protests and retreated into the hall, hearts pounding as they awaited Fan Ye's next move. Why had Fan Yi detained them? Surely not for mere dining and drinks. No one bought that. Sigh. 9th floor presidential suite. Guided by Gong Shu, Fan Yi carried her into the room, locked the door, and tossed her onto the bed. Her face flushed. Gong Shu made no attempt to resist. Young Master Fan, I'll cooperate fully. But before we proceed, there's one matter requiring your assistance. Fan Ye's gaze turned icy. This woman was sharp. Why make demands now? What is it? Undress me. Fan Yi blinked. Was she playing coy? For a martial expert, removing garments took but a thought. He obliged, unleashing a pulse of energy that shredded her clothes. Every stitch, even her undergarments, leaving them in tatters on the floor. In an instant, her flawless form lay bare before him. Curvaceous, radiant, intoxicating. Done, Fan Yi said flatly. Surely she hadn't needed help for that. Gong Shu, though embarrassed, had accepted her fate. Young Master Fan, you missed one. Her eyes drifted downward. Fan Yi followed her gaze. Beneath her abdomen, a final undergarment remained intact, and at its edge gleamed a tiny golden lock. Damn, a chastity belt? Yifan was so shocked his eyes practically popped out. So there really were people who put locks on their pants. Before this, Yifan had only seen jokes like this online, but he had never actually witnessed it in person. Today, he truly had his eyes opened. The martial chi Yifan had just unleashed was, at the very least, the strength of a grandmaster. Under normal circumstances, any ordinary fabric, no matter the material, would have been shattered to dust. But now, Gong Shu's last remaining intimate garment remained completely intact, as did the golden lock. It seemed the material was anything but ordinary. Young Master Fan, now do you understand? There are some things not because I refuse to do them. Even if I wanted to take another man, it's impossible. Without the key, I can't even take off my pants. What else can I do? Gong Shu sounded resigned. Back then, after catching the attention of Prince Jin, she had become his forbidden plaything, monopolized by him. Now, more than 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout all this time, Prince Jin had treated her rather well. When it came to pampering her, he truly spared no expense. But being restrained and possessed like this, especially with a literal lock placed on her, had warped Gong Shu's psyche in some twisted way. The more perverse Prince Jin's restrictions became, the more Gong Shu longed to break free. It wasn't that she wanted to deliberately disgust Prince Jin. She just wanted to indulge in recklessness for once. Yet, despite all her attempts, no matter what method she tried, even laser cutting, she couldn't destroy the garment or the lock. She had even summoned the world's finest locksmiths, yet none could undo it. X-ray scanners? Futile. So eventually, Gong Shu gave up. If Fan Yi insisted on having her tonight, she thought she might as well go all out. If he could actually unlock these pants, then fine. She'd be his woman. Interesting. Observing the situation before him, a gleam of sharp interest flashed in Yifan's eyes. What was Prince Jin so afraid of? Afraid of Gong Shu sleeping with another man, to the point of imprisoning her with such a garment? Initially, Yifan had only planned to humiliate Prince Jin, to give him a symbolic cuckold's horns. But now, faced with this absurdity, he was determined to uncover whatever schemes Prince Jin was hiding. Swish! With a flick of his wrist, Yifan summoned Ingren, the rune-inscribed divine weapon he had obtained from the Tiankue base. Ingren bore 3,000 reforged runes. Back when Yifan's strength was merely martial Saint Realm, he could only activate a handful of these runic powers. Even then, their explosive force rivaled artillery shells, allowing him to obliterate Prince Jin's southwestern base with just this single blade. Now having broken through to the 5th grade avatar transformation realm, Yifan could channel even more of the blade's runes. Naturally, its lethality had skyrocketed. Martial chi surged into Ingren. With a swift motion, Yifan slashed toward the fabric covering Gong Shu's hips. Clang! Contrary to his expectations, the garment remained uncut. Yifan could even feel a faint, archaic aura emanating from it, somehow neutralizing Ingren's runic energy. Where blade met fabric, sparks flew. Oh? This resilient. Yifan was utterly stunned, disbelief etched on his face. He had witnessed Ingren's might firsthand. From the instant he first wielded it, Yifan knew it was practically indestructible. Nothing in the secular world should withstand its edge. Yet now, this tiny undergarment had defied Ingren's attack. Refusing to accept defeat, Yifan swung again. This time, he channeled the primordial power hidden within the divine fire fragment, lashing it toward Gong Shu's garment once more. Clang! Another spray of sparks. The fabric remained unscathed save for a faint scratch, despite Yifan employing peak avatar transformation realm power, augmenting the blade with 13 runes, unleashing force surpassing even full-stage foundation establishment, possibly even approaching Golden Core realm-level spiritual pressure. Yet even that couldn't destroy this damned piece of cloth. True, given the slight mark left behind, if Yifan kept hacking relentlessly, perhaps after several dozen swings, he could eventually tear it open. But that would be humiliating. Not his style at all. Something's off. This couldn't be an ordinary garment either. His expression darkened. If brute force failed, he'd try finesse. Diverting the archaic energy into his eyes, Yifan activated demonic pupils. He intended to dissect the golden lock's internal mechanisms. The primordial fluctuations of 5th grade avatar transformation thickened the room's air. Yifan's eyes burned crimson, glowing eerily. Gong Shu, who had been about to dissuade him, froze in shock. This Fan Yi has real skill. His eyes can transform. Maybe he really can figure it out. Under the demonic pupil's gaze, the lock's outer shell gradually turned translucent. Yifan glimpsed its inner workings. Just a glance confirmed. This thumb-sized lock contained at least 9,000 minuscule components, each piece interlocked with terrifying precision, forming an unfathomably intricate mechanism. The design was such that any misstep would trigger an irreversible lockdown. Only the original key could reset it. As Yifan attempted to delve deeper, an archaic force within the lock resisted his probing. But the divine ember flame within him flickered, and a sacred radiance surged forth, instantly annihilating the lock's defenses. Now, despite its complexity, The golden lock was just an over-engineered gadget void of any spiritual safeguards. An ordinary locksmith? Even with 10,000 years, they'd never crack it. But the demonic pupils had already mapped the unlocking sequence. All he needed now was to thread over 1,000 hair-thin filaments into specific points simultaneously. And coincidentally, aside from the demonic pupils, Yifan also possessed the crimson thread tyrant body. This ever-evolving trait ensured that whenever his cultivation ascended, the crimson threads grew finer, yet harder and deadlier. And now, having reached avatar transformation, they were more than up to the task. Should we just give up? Gong Shu's eyes flickered with disappointment. The strength Fan Yi had just displayed clearly surpassed even the peak of a martial saint's prowess. Moreover, the warblade he wielded, both in material and power, far exceeded anything Gong Shu had ever encountered before. Undoubtedly, it was divine weaponry. Even leaving a mark on those panties was no trivial feat. After all, Gong Shu had previously tried lasers, not the slightest scratch. Sigh. She had hoped Fan Yi might finally free her from those damned panties, which had constrained her for over a decade. But it seemed she had expected too much. Embarrassed, she instinctively covered her chest with her arms. Yet the twin peaks were too overwhelming, refusing to be fully concealed. Such a sight was impossible for Yifan to ignore, even if he tried. Give up? Ha! Boss lady, we're halfway up the mountain. How could we stop now? Just wait. It'll be done soon. With a roguish smirk, Yifan glanced at her before continuing. Though, if I undo them, boss lady, you better keep your word. I don't enjoy forcing people. Gong Shu froze briefly before grasping his meaning. Fine. Fan Shao, if you truly free me from these wretched panties, I, Gong Shu, swear to be yours body and soul. A sly smile curved her lips. Earlier, had she agreed to sleep with him, it might have been under duress. But now, she no longer resisted. Fan Yi was young, handsome, and ridiculously powerful. His background had to be extraordinary. Being with him wasn't such a bad deal. Good. Yifan's lips curled as he murmured his approval. With a thought, crimson threads erupted from his wrist. His red silk tyrant physique bursting forth like a net, engulfing the entire room. The sight made Gong Shu's earlier disappointment vanish instantly. Her expression twisted in shock. She might not have seen these threads firsthand, but reports and intelligence had detailed them thoroughly. As a core member under Jin Wang's banner, Gong Shu was well informed about Yifan's abilities. In all of Great Xia, only one man possessed the red silk tyrant physique, Yifan. But hadn't Yifan been blown to pieces in the northwest? You're? Her pupils dilated violently, heart pounding as if about to leap from her chest. Fan Yi controlled the red silk tyrant physique? Impossible. Only one conclusion remained. Fan Yi was Yifan. Reflecting on recent events, Fan Ye's sudden appearance in Shangjing, saving the Ling family, annihilating the Wu and Fang families, his every move targeted Jin Wang's inner circle. Without a feud, why would Fan Yi strike at Jin Wang's forces? But if Fan Yi were Yifan, everything made sense. A few seconds of deduction later, everything clicked into place. Gong Shu inhaled sharply. The ancestor must have guessed his identity. That's why he told me to submit without resistance. A chilling realization gripped her. She'd nearly dragged the entire Gong family into ruin. Yes, Yifan smiled faintly. No point hiding it now. I am Yifan. My return to Shangjing has one purpose, vengeance. Jin Wang's intelligence arm, the Chao family, fell first. Then the Wu, Mu, and Yen families. The Gong family is the last. He studied her with amusement, tilting her chin with a finger. Scalding breath brushed her neck, sending her pulse racing. Now that his identity was exposed, there was no need for restraint. His ember flame incandescence surged, its warmth flowing into her through their contact, invigorating her martial chi. Ha! A wave of astonishment crashed over Gong Shu. That warmth, his touch strengthened her. His fingertip on her chin, his grip around her waist, was empowering her. Just what kind of monstrous ability was this? Suddenly, Gong Shu understood why so many women flocked to him. Once a woman experienced this sensation, how could she ever leave? But before she could ponder further, crimson threads slithered into the golden keyhole of her panties. Guided by Yi Fan's demon pupils, they coiled around thousands of minuscule components, twisting simultaneously. Click, click, click. 3 faint clicks echoed. Yet within the lock's intricate mechanism, 9,000 mechanisms realigned. Clack. The moment Yi Fan withdrew his threads, the golden lock sprung open. Gong Shu's cursed panties, trapping her for over a decade, finally slipped free. Now she stood before him utterly exposed. Beyond flawless, breathtaking, Yi Fan's gaze inevitably wandered. Her porcelain skin shimmered with a subtle radiance, reminiscent of the ethereal energy found in celestial path scriptures, akin to immortal force or even psionic resonance. Wait, Gong Shu was only at the martial emperor level. How could her body harbor transcendental energies? Was this the secret of her physique? Then it made sense why Jin Wang had locked her away, to prevent others from discovering this anomaly. And now, Yi Fan intended to explore that mystery himself. Meanwhile, Gong Shu remained dazed, still reeling from the pulsating warmth of his touch, until a sudden breeze whispered across her bare skin. So liberating. Her instinct was to sigh in relief, until she glanced down. A shriek burst from her lips. The cursed panties were gone. Which meant Yi Fan had seen everything. She instinctively moved to cover herself, but midway she recalled her promise. Her hands paused, then instead wrapped shamelessly around his neck. Lord Yi. Her voice was a trembling whisper. I am yours. Yi Fan was never short of beautiful women around him, nor lacked those with special physiques. Qiu Wan was a born Dao body, a natural cultivation furnace. Ren Shuiying possessed the rare healer constitution, capable of unlimited recovery. Then there were the twin holy maidens, connected by a psychic bond. But what kind of physique did Gong Shu have? What truly terrified Yi Fan was the celestial energy and mental power radiating from her. Evidence of her origins in the immortal realm. Good. Boss lady, please don't force yourself. Yi Fan gently wrapped his arm around Gong Shu's slender waist, suppressing his emotions while offering one last confirmation. He did adore beautiful women, but while he was flirtatious, he was never crude. If a woman wasn't willing, Yi Fan would never resort to force. Not at all forced, completely voluntary. Gong Shu gazed at him with undisguised worship and submission, her eyes practically laced with desire. Being with young Master Yi is my honor. After a brief pause, she guided him toward another chamber of bliss, whispering, Young Master, be gentle. At first, Yi Fan didn't fully grasp the meaning of her words, but in the heat of passion, he no longer bothered to overthink it. With a wave, he cast an isolation barrier, sealing the entire room. Soon, the atmosphere turned indecently heated, and unspeakable sounds filled the air. The air itself seemed to thrum with intimacy. Everything flowed naturally. Gong Shu, despite her maturity, was like a perfectly ripe peach, so tender that even the slightest touch could draw moisture. But midway through, Yi Fan was stunned, because, against all reason, he discovered Gong Shu was still a virgin. How could that be? The entire world knew Gong Shu had been Jin Wang's woman, staying by his side for over a decade. Had Jin Wang truly kept her untouched all this time? Impossible. If that were the case, why would Jin Wang have gone to such extreme lengths, locking her down with that perverted chastity garment? Before Yi Fan could ponder further, another earth-shattering revelation struck, one that sent chills down to his very pores. Whoosh! Despite still being physically entwined with Gong Shu, his consciousness was suddenly dragged into an alternate realm. A vast, ancient wilderness stretched before him, saturated with celestial energy and swirling currents of mental power. An elegant scholar in white robes stepped forward, a gleaming immortal sword in hand, and declared, "Defeat me, and you shall inherit the sword techniques of the poetry immortal Tai Bai. What the hell? Poetry immortal Tai Bai. Li Bai, that legendary Tang dynasty poet, who supposedly surpassed mere poetry to become a peerless swordmaster. Was this Li Bai now standing before him in another dimension? 1 minute, Yi Fan was enjoying private pleasures with Gong Shu. Now, he was expected to duel a historical sword saint. But as shocking as this was, Yi Fan quickly understood why Jin Wang had kept Gong Shu locked away. Her body harbored this incredible training dimension, a space where one could battle legendary figures for their techniques. If Yi Fan was right, this was a challenge arena. Victory granted rewards, while defeat wouldn't inflict real-world harm. And beyond Li Bai, other figures like Zhou Yu, Sun Tzu, or even Hou Yi might await. Wait! Yi Fan shouted as Li Bai surged forward. Tell me, are there other opponents in this realm? Li Bai halted mid-strike, replying curtly, Indeed, Zhou Yu, Sun Tzu, Hou Yi. But if you wish to face them, you must first defeat me. As he spoke, glowing character cards materialized overhead, each displaying a legendary figure and their signature abilities. Holy hell! Yi Fan's jaw dropped. This was straight out of a damn video game. A system based on myths and heroes from 5,000 years of Chinese history. Was this realm real or illusion? A gathering place for ascended sages? The final remnants of their power. And what lay beyond if he conquered all its challenges? What would happen once his stellar emperor bloodline fully awakened? His thoughts raced, but one thing was certain. Gong Shu was a treasure. With this training space and his absorption-capable Dao Bone, his growth speed would be monstrous. Bring it! Yi Fan unleashed his full divine transformation, 5th stage, strength without restraint. The yellow river's waters descend from heaven. Li Bai chanted, his blades slicing through emptiness with unfathomable pressure. His might dwarfed any martial artist from the mortal world. Yet strangely, he seemed to hold back, barely surpassing Yi Fan at roughly 6th or 7th stage divine transformation. Whoosh! Yi Fan countered with his shadow-edge dagger, but Li Bai's momentum overwhelmed him. Each clash forced Yi Fan back. His invincible defenses shattered under relentless swordplay. Frantic, Yi Fan teleported repeatedly, barely dodging fatal strikes. But Li Bai always reappeared, attacking from new angles. Blink, teleport, strike. Despite exhausting every technique, Yi Fan couldn't land a hit. Slice. Li Bai's sword grazed Yi Fan's illusionary flesh, sending waves of phantom agony through him. What the hell is this? Real? Fake? Trapped inside, Yi Fan had no escape, only endless pursuit. Even fleeing meant being slashed at relentlessly. Damn it! All he'd wanted was a passionate night. Now he was stuck in an inescapable death match. Yet amidst the torment, progress was undeniable. Though he still couldn't defeat Li Bai, Yi Fan's skills sharpened drastically, breaking through to 6th stage divine transformation in mere hours. But eventually, pure exhaustion set in. So, in a final act of defiance, Yi Fan dropped his guard, purposely exposing his heart. Stab! Li Bai's blade pierced through his chest. Whoosh! Just as Yi Fan had anticipated, when he was killed in that strange space, he was automatically ejected from it. In truth, Yi Fan could have kept fighting. But by his own estimation, roughly 6 hours had passed since he entered that space. In the outside world, it should already be afternoon. Yi Fan knew he was supposed to be dealing with the Gong family, sleeping with Gong Shu at the Sky Palace, while the business magnates collaborating with Prince Jin waited for him in the conference hall below. Delaying too long wouldn't be good. Yet when Yi Fan emerged from the strange space and checked his phone, he was stunned. Less than 5 minutes had passed in the outside world. 6 or 7 hours, 4 to 500 minutes. Inside, yet less than 500 minutes outside. A quick calculation made it clear. The flow of time inside the space was 100 times faster than outside. What the hell? That meant if Yi Fan trained for 100 days inside, only 1 day would pass in the real world. And recalling Li Bai's earlier words, it seemed the space could even upgrade as Yi Fan's strength grew. The time dilation ratio might eventually reach 1,000, 10,000 times. Holy shit! If that were the case, then 10,000 years inside would equal just 1 year outside. With such an absurd advantage, Yi Fan could surpass anyone in time efficiency, utterly crushing them. Now he finally understood why Prince Jin had been so cautious. With such a cheat-like space, given enough time, one could dominate the entire cosmos. But from what he could see, even though Prince Jin had controlled Gong Shu for over a decade, his own aptitude was too mediocre. He hadn't even defeated the first Li Bai, and his progress was severely limited. And now, Yi Fan had reaped the benefits. This was the second heaven-defying constitution he had obtained after Qiu Wan. Their intimate encounter continued. Over an hour later, everything settled. On the bedsheet, a vivid crimson blossom was clearly visible. Gong Shu lay lazily in Yi Fan's arms, her body having also gained tremendous benefits. Thanks to the strange space and the powerful effects of Yi Fan's warm energy flow, her strength had skyrocketed from the early-stage Martial Emperor realm to the peak of Martial Saint 9th rank, just one step away from breaking into the Martial Saint realm. This speed of improvement far surpassed anything she had achieved in decades. Young Master Yi. Gong Shu glanced at the bed before continuing. This is the special trait of my body. Every time after that, my body gains a strange self-repairing ability. Logically, I shouldn't be a maiden anymore, but in reality, I always return to that state. Although Zhao Jin never explained it, I vaguely sensed that there's a space inside me, one from which he learned countless martial techniques and skills. Did you feel it too, young Master Yi? Gong Shu knew her body was unusual, but not the full truth. Prince Jin had controlled her but never revealed the specifics. After all, that strange space was far too miraculous. Obtaining such a training space, where one could fight endlessly without dying, gaining unparalleled combat experience, was absolutely broken. 100-fold time dilation, 1,000-fold, and the dense immortal energy and psychic fluctuations inside? If Yi Fan had known about this space earlier, he might already be a golden core or nascent soul realm powerhouse from the immortal domain. Yes, Yi Fan saw no reason to hide it from Gong Shu. There is indeed a training space inside you, filled with dense immortal energy and combat mentors. Now that Gong Shu was his woman and had experienced the miraculous effects of his energy flow, breaking through to peak Martial Saint 9th rank in a single night, she wasn't foolish enough to abandon him. Though her constitution was special, even defying the heavens, she understood the principle of a treasure invites thieves. If her unique physique were exposed without the power to protect it, as a beautiful woman, she would inevitably become a target for countless men. The consequences would be unimaginable. After hearing Yi Fan's explanation, Gong Shu only half understood. After all, the concept of such a space was beyond the comprehension of ordinary worldly logic. But one thing was certain, young Master Yi, rest assured, before, I followed you out of fear or coercion. But from this moment on, I, Gong Shu, will be your woman alone. This is the Gong family's command token. With it, you can mobilize the entire family. Additionally, we possess a global business layout map. I'll hand it to you later. As for Prince Jin's commercial assets, I'll transfer them all to your designated institutions within the day. Having made her decision, Gong Shu held nothing back. She handed over all the resources the Gong family controlled to Yi Fan. Good. Yi Fan didn't decline, accepting the token before speaking solemnly. In that case, I won't treat you unfairly. However, in a few days you'll need to lead the Gong family in acting out a play with the Fang family and Xia Jiangyuan. A play? Gong Shu was puzzled. The Fang family of ancient martial arts had undergone a major upheaval. She only knew the gist of it. The previous patriarch had been killed, and the new one had submitted to Fan Yi, Yi Fan's alias. Now, Yi Fan wanted her to cooperate with the Fang family in a performance? Yes, a play where you ambush and kill me. In the most crowded place in the capital. Yi Fan already had a rough plan in mind. Fan Yi had stirred up so much trouble in the capital that countless people loathed him, and Prince Jin wanted to skin him alive. Since that was the case, Yi Fan would spare Prince Jin the effort. He'd die again, leaving Prince Jin's fists hitting air. By then, Yi Fan would have already awakened in the northwest. The 8 great families of the northwest, along with Prince Jin's forces in the Red Tiger domain, would be played to death, and the trouble with fifth sister-in-law could be completely resolved. Then, when the final battle in the capital arrived, Prince Jin would be finished too. Kill you? Gong Shu's pupils contracted, but after a brief moment of confusion, realization dawned. You're planning a golden cicada's molt. Yi Fan had revealed his true face, so Gong Shu understood. Fan Yi was just a fake identity. If Fan Yi died, Yi Fan could slip away to handle matters in the northwest. Ruthless. Brilliant. With such strategy and power, how could Prince Jin possibly compete? And he still thought Yi Fan was a fool? Sigh. Ming Yi Fan appeared in Shangjing, thoroughly dismantling the core forces of Prince Jin. Yet, to the outside world, it was Fan Yi who was blamed for all the chaos. By the time Prince Jin stepped forward to eliminate Fan Yi, he discovered that Fan Yi had already been executed. Even if Prince Jin wanted to vent his fury, it was like punching cotton, utterly futile. He'd probably be fuming with rage by then. Exactly. Killing Prince Jin now wouldn't be difficult for me, but he nearly wiped out my entire family. Letting him die so easily would be far too merciful. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. I want him to reach the depths of despair, to suffer torment, to die in fear. What I'm doing now is just collecting a bit of interest. Oh right, let's take a photo. Something intimate. Yi Fan leaned against the headboard, pulling Gong Shu into his arms as he took out his phone. Gong Shu was stunned. A photo? And an intimate one at that? What's Yi Fan's game here? But after a brief moment of thought, she understood. To the outside world, Gong Shu was still Prince Jin's woman. If it became known that Fan Yi had slept with her, it would be a blatant cuckolding. Yi Fan would undoubtedly make sure Prince Jin saw this photo. All right. Blushing, Gong Shu nestled gently into Yi Fan's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and even planting a few affectionate kisses on his cheek. Young Master Yi, could you delay releasing this for a bit? Give me 3 hours. I need to handle the Gong family's affairs, and transferring Prince Jin's commercial assets will take time. She hesitated slightly before continuing. Also, where should I transfer Prince Jin's assets? With a faint smirk, Yi Fan dialed Guo Li's number right in front of her. Old Guo. On the other end, Guo Li sounded exhilarated upon hearing Yi Fan's voice. Boss, you finally called. We've been worried sick. Just hearing your voice puts my mind at ease. Guo Li, Yi Fan's most loyal comrade, was also the future chief steward of the Fan Alliance under Yi Fan's command. While others were unaware of the details of Yi Fan's fake death, Guo Li had been in the loop the entire time. Moreover, after Yi Fan left the Northwest, all major decisions, operations, and communications had been coordinated by Guo Li. The past few days had been incredibly stressful for him. Though they had exchanged intelligence and updates, the lack of direct contact had left Guo Li uneasy. After all, Yi Fan had ventured alone into Prince Jin's stronghold in Shangjing. Don't worry, boss. The 8 great families in the Northwest have negotiated with us. We've secured all the resources we needed. As for how to deal with them, Elder Pang and I have already drafted a rough plan. The only issue is, fifth sister Lu Yue might be a headache when you explain things to her later. Guo Li paused. She set up a memorial for you at home and personally wore mourning clothes. She didn't cry in front of us, but it's clear she was genuinely heartbroken. This was something Yi Fan hadn't anticipated. Among his other romantic interests, whether Jining Xuan or Chu Lan Wei, they had only worried briefly before piecing together the truth from the events in Shangjing, easing their grief. But Lu Yue was truly sincere in her emotions. Got it. The reason I called today is to assign you a new task. Mobilize the Fan Alliance's commercial teams immediately to take over all of Prince Jin's assets. If manpower is insufficient, request assistance from the Prime Minister's office and the Yi family's team. After giving his instructions, Yi Fan suddenly thought of Qiu Wan, the financial director of the Yi Corporation. Oh right, you can start leaking a bit of news about me in Huadu, especially to Sister Wan, Shuiying, and the others. A few days ago, to sell the ruse, Yifan had completely blacked out all information, causing his loved ones unnecessary distress. Apart from Daya, Xiaoya, and Yamada Keiko, who had accompanied him, none of the other girls knew the full truth. Understood, Guoli responded before suddenly realizing something. Wait, boss, what did you just say? Take over Prince Jin's commercial assets? That's at least tens of trillions. How the hell did you pull that off? Glancing at Gong Shu in his arms, Yifan replied nonchalantly, Nothing much, just slept with Prince Jin's woman. Gong Shu sighed inwardly, as if it were that simple. Could anyone else have pulled this off just by sleeping with Prince Jin's woman? If not for Yifan's overwhelming display of power, slaying the ancestors of the Wu and Yen families, eliminating the young master of the ancient martial Fang family, securing the Fang family's allegiance, and even having the Hua family's eldest daughter declare her entire clan as dowry to marry him. Would he have been able to get close to Prince Jin's woman so easily? Without the sheer might to subdue the Gong family's ancestor, would Yifan have ever had a chance with Gong Shu? Sigh. Add in his brilliant strategies and that inexplicably intoxicating warmth radiating from him. How could anyone resist? Also, notify Han Yuiwei to contact the Chao family in Shangjing and take over Prince Jin's intelligence network. That's ours now too. Yifan's words sent another shockwave through Guoli's mind. Holy shit. Boss, did you just pull off a full-scale infiltration? Guoli was already aware of the news from Shangjing. The Wu and Yen families, Prince Jin's staunchest allies, had been annihilated. When Yifan left the northwest, his strength had already reached the 8th tier of the martial saint realm. With his overwhelming combat prowess, eliminating those family experts wouldn't have been difficult. But Guoli hadn't expected Yifan to seize Prince Jin's vast commercial empire and even take control of his formidable intelligence network. At this rate, what the hell would Prince Jin even have left? Got it. After relaying his orders, Yifan hung up. Gong Shu spoke softly, Young Master Yi, what do you plan to do with those business magnates from Tianshangjian? She was slightly concerned. Though those tycoons had collaborated with Prince Jin, many of them weren't inherently evil. They had merely aligned with him for business interests. Given Yifan's blood feud with Prince Jin, killing these businessmen wouldn't be unjustified, but it might seem excessively cruel. Noticing her expression, Yifan pinched her waist teasingly. Humph, do I really seem that terrifying? That heartless? I will kill Prince Jin and I'll kill his men, but only those who are truly wicked. The rest I won't touch needlessly. He paused before adding, Still, I'll meet with them, give them a good scare. As for the stubborn ones, well, they'll get what's coming to them. Northwest. In the hotel where Guoli was staying, as soon as he hung up the phone with Yifan, he immediately gathered Wang Fuguei, Old Pang, Song Yang, Yamada Keiko, and the others. Everyone. The situation is clear now. Boss has stirred up a storm in Shangjing. Prince Jin's commercial assets and intelligence network are now fully under young Master Ye's control. Our task is to take over. Hiss. Though they were used to Yifan's jaw-dropping moves, the group still couldn't help but suck in a cold breath at Guoli's report. Too overpowering. Young Master truly, sigh. We're all getting old, muttered Old Pang weakly. Over the past few days in the northwest, he had been faking surrender to the 8 great families while worrying endlessly. What if this gamble failed and their pretend betrayal turned real? If morale crumbled, the forces under Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Tiankue Base, the Yi family, or the Fan Alliance might disband. What then? But now it seemed he had worried too much. He had vastly underestimated Yifan's charisma. I knew the boss was badass. Madam. Little madam. See? Told you so. Stop crying already. I can't take it anymore. Wang Fuguei cheered, jumping excitedly, while helplessly trying to reassure Daya and Xiaoya. Though they understood Yifan was executing a grand scheme, the constant rumors of his death had kept them on edge. Since Wang Fuguei was the only familiar face around, they had clung to him, peppering him with questions about Yifan non-stop. Finally, some good news. Relief washed over the group. If Yifan had sent such instructions, it meant his plan had largely succeeded. So, what's next? Asked Song Yang, representing Tiankue Base, who had been diligently coordinating its elite forces to support Yi Fan's maneuvers. We need to absorb Prince Jin's intelligence network and commercial assets. Even with Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and Tiankue base's resources, fully taking over Prince Jin's empire in a single day won't be easy. We'll also need to collaborate with Huaduzi Corporation and, if necessary, involve the Shangjing Prime Minister's office. In Yi Fan's absence, Guili, as chief strategist and coordinator, proved more than capable of handling things. His arrangements were meticulous and decisive. As Guili's orders cascaded down the ranks, shockwaves rippled through Yi family's top vassal factions. Take over Puhuang Real Estate Limited? Isn't that Prince Jin's company? What's going on? Despite rumors spreading across the northwest about Yi Fan's supposed death, along with claims that Guili and Old Pang had surrendered, internal communications within the Fan Alliance had never ceased. Guili and Wang Fugue had persistently reassured these vassal families to remain calm. Back then, many had been on the verge of defecting. Had they acted rashly, their surrender would have been real, unlike Guili's feigned capitulation. Now, with Guili issuing such directives, the truth dawned on them. Coupled with whispers of a mysterious powerhouse named Fan Yi emerging in Shangjing, the pieces fell into place. Heart-pounding, the Yang family patriarch dialed the Tang family. "Brother Tang, did you get the order?" "Ha! I was just about to call you. Chief strategist Guili instructed me to take over Shangjing's Yunmeng Hotel, a multi-billion asset. But isn't that Prince Jin's property too? Why are we suddenly seizing it?" Having his suspicions confirmed, the Yang family head exhaled in relief. "Brother Tang, thank heavens, thankfully we hesitated back then. Otherwise we'd be traitors now. Ha! Let's do this right. If I'm not mistaken, Prince Jin is finished." After hanging up, excitement bubbled inside him. If they were already moving to seize Prince Jin's assets, Yi Fan's counterstroke against him must be in full swing. What a legend young Master Yi is. The Yi family's unrivaled prodigy. Truly unstoppable. Shangjing, Celestial Pavilion Club. After some more tender moments with Gong Shu and sparring with Li Bai in that mysterious dimension again, Yi Fan emerged victorious against two of Li Bai's signature techniques. Invitation to Wine and Divine Brushstroke. Having conquered these challenges, he absorbed their corresponding talents, abilities far beyond the mundane world. Just imagining their impact in real battles sent thrills down his spine. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Pavilion's 8th floor hall, despite the gourmet spread provided by the Gong family, none of the business tycoons present had any appetite. The Gong family's matriarch, Prince Jin's top commercial executive, had been whisked away by Fan Yi in broad daylight. 2 hours had passed. Could she even walk straight now? Some tried contacting Prince Jin, but it was futile. All signals were jammed. Without Gong Shu's authorization, nothing inside this room could reach the outside world. When Yi Fan finally strode back into the hall with Gong Shu in his arms, the crowd erupted in whispers. Even the Gong family's elder guarding the entrance exhaled in relief. "Apologies for the wait, everyone. Blame my stamina. Plus, the lady here is exceptionally smooth." Yi Fan grinned shamelessly. 2 hours, and he calls that a wait? Showing off? And smooth? Gong Shu's flushed face left little doubt. Something had happened. Damn, so Prince Jin's been cuckolded. Among the crowd, some were Prince Jin's die-hard loyalists, the kind who'd sooner die than betray him. Their faces darkened instantly. "This Fan Yi is trouble," one whispered furiously. Since appearing in Shangjing, he's been targeting Prince Jin nonstop, wiping out his forces, and now going after his assets. "Stay sharp. We'll bide our time and act when the moment's right." Agreed. Survival comes first. We'll deal with this later. None of these moguls were fools. Resistance now would be suicide. Little did they know, Gong Shu had already slipped Yi Fan a blacklist. Every last hardliner on it would not leave this place unscathed. "I hereby announce that all commercial projects under the Gong family will henceforth be transferred to young Master Fan." Gong Shu stood on the stage, calmly declaring her decision. Boom! The venue erupted instantly. The hundreds of business moguls present were utterly shocked by the news. Though they had suspected something when Gong Shu was carried away earlier, having their suspicions confirmed still left them reeling. President Gong, what do you mean by this? You're betraying Prince Jin. Exactly. Have you forgotten you belong to Prince Jin? How could you do something like this to him? President Gong, were you really persuaded so easily? Yes, he's Fan Yi, but he's just one man. Don't let yourself be fooled. The first row consisted of the most powerful figures, and once they recovered from their shock, they bombarded Gong Shu with questions, hoping this was all just a joke. But Gong Shu was already so intimately entwined with Fan Yi that she practically clung to him. Gripping his arm tenderly, she smiled at the crowd below and said, "You're all mistaken. I wasn't persuaded by young Master Fan. I was ridden into submission." Choke. The bluntness of Gong Shu's words nearly made the audience spit blood in disbelief. What the hell? So direct. She was ridden into submission just because of Fan Ye's 2-hour performance? Sigh. The crowd was utterly speechless, unable to muster any coherent rebuttal. Among them, a few of Prince Jin's closest confidants, who knew some of the deeper secrets, spoke up. "Madam, isn't this joke a bit too outrageous? As far as I know, Prince Jin placed certain special accessories on your person. Even if you wanted to sleep with someone else, it wouldn't be so easy. No. The items Prince Jin had planted on Gong Shu were top secret. Yet this Mr. Chow clearly knew the truth. It seemed this Chow had quite a high standing within Prince Jin's inner circle. Fan Ye's sharp gaze locked onto the man, and with a ripple of soul energy, he discreetly planted a tracking mark on him, just in case he forgot to deal with him later. Gong Shu smiled faintly and replied, "Are you talking about this? Too bad. Others might not be able to unlock it, but my man, young Master Fan, absolutely can." With that, she pulled out a small box and displayed its contents to everyone. Inside was the locked undergarment Prince Jin had forced upon her all these years, now undone. Gong Shu had kept it intentionally as proof, another way to humiliate Prince Jin. What? Prince Jin's confidence turned pale at the sight of it. God damn it! So Gong Shu really did sleep with someone else. Prince Jin's been cuckolded. Good lord. If this is true, Prince Jin would become a laughingstock. If it were just some ordinary man, these business tycoons could easily have him erased with their vast networks. But the problem was, the man who slept with Gong Shu was Fan Yi, the recently infamous powerhouse of Shangjing. A super expert beyond the martial saint realm. The very same man who had wiped out multiple aristocratic families' ancestors overnight. How were mere business moguls supposed to deal with that? Sigh. Pour one out for Prince Jin. Prince Jin's confidants obediently shut their mouths. Gong Shu put the box away and continued, "Everyone, think carefully, consider everything that's happened in Shangjing lately. Use your brains. Does Zhao Jin really stand a chance anymore? If you change sides now, you still have hope. I'm giving you all a way out. The Wu family's ancestor, the Yen family's ancestor, the ancient martial Fong family. The Gong family was the last of Prince Jin's 5 core factions. Do you honestly think resistance is still an option?" She reiterated some of the key information, some already known to the crowd, some completely new. Her words sparked another wave of hushed murmurs among the audience. "Oh, and before coming here, I paid a visit to the Chow family. Chow Wushang and Chow Yuan gave me this. Does anyone recognize it?" Fan Yi produced a token and held it up for all to see. The cameraman zoomed in, projecting a close-up of the token onto the screen. It was unmistakably the Chow family's command token, their highest authority emblem. From now on, if any of you need intelligence services, feel free to come to me directly. Not every tycoon recognized the token, but a few of the most senior moguls definitely did. Shit, that's the Chow family's supreme authority token. It can mobilize their entire intelligence network. Damn it, has Fan Yi taken control of the Chow family too? No wonder. Before coming here, I requested intel from Chow's sources, but they said their system was undergoing maintenance. Worse, They were asking us for detailed reports on Prince Jin's forces. Wait, the Chow family isn't led by a woman, is it? Did Fan Yi also sleep them into submission? Chaos spread through the crowd, but one thing became increasingly clear. The Chow family had fallen into Fan Ye's hands as well. Adding to the earlier rumors, the Mu family's surrender, the annihilation of the Wu and Yen families, Fan Yi had now seized complete control over all 5 of Prince Jin's most elite factions. Even Prince Jin's secret strongholds across Greater Xia and overseas were reportedly under attack. If even the top power players were crumbling, what hope did these small fry businessmen have? Resistance was pointless. President Gong, we'll follow your lead. We'll go back and transfer our assets immediately. We pledge allegiance to young Master Fan. Businessmen were profit-driven creatures. Once the tides became unmistakable, they swiftly made the right choice and voiced their support. Fan Yi added, I don't need your personal shares. Just transfer the ones you're holding on Prince Jin's behalf. Rest assured you'll be properly compensated. Most of the corporations these moguls managed were majority owned by Prince Jin, with only a fraction under their personal control. If Fan Yi forced them to hand over their own stakes, resistance might erupt. But what Fan Yi wanted was long-term cooperation, not more enemies. Thank you, young Master Fan. Thank you. Several moguls bowed respectfully upon hearing this, their final fears assuaged. If it was just Prince Jin's shares being transferred without affecting their own interests, what did it matter who they worked with? With that, practically no one had any objections left. But just as everyone was preparing to leave, Fan Yi spoke again. Now, I'll read out a list of names, those called Stay Behind. We have some matters to discuss. Lu Dequan, Zhang Chengma, Deng Zihui. As the names were recited, the faces of Prince Jin's hidden loyalists in the crowd turned deathly pale. Oh no, they've been singled out. Those whose names were called felt their blood run cold in an instant, their legs threatening to give out beneath them. Meanwhile, those who weren't named felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They bolted from the private room, fleeing the scene as fast as they could. Hesitating even a second longer might have cost them their escape. Fan Ye's recent display of power in Shangjing had been nothing short of terrifying. If even the big shots couldn't withstand him, what chance did these small fries have? He might crush them without a second thought. No one wanted to be the first to fall. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling hall was left with only a few dozen business tycoons. These were the elite of Great Xia's commerce, men whose slightest move could send entire industries into turmoil. Yet now, faced with Yi Fan, they didn't dare even breathe too loudly. Fan Shao, what's the meaning of keeping us here? One of them ventured, though his voice trembled. You said earlier you wanted us to transfer our assets. How are we supposed to do that if we're stuck in this room? Yeah? Another chimed in, emboldened. If we don't leave, we can't arrange anything. Yi Fan glanced at the list in his hand. The updated information had already been relayed back by Han Yue and Chao Yuan, projected transparently before him via his nanomembrane interface. One name stood out. Qi Tianai, a 40-something entertainment mogul whose hands were stained with the deaths of over 100 people, some by his own doing. Recently, he had even been responsible for gathering the young boys and girls needed for the Jade King's cultivation. If anyone deserved to die first, it was him. Squelch. Without hesitation, Yi Fan summoned an invisible force from his wrist, which coalesced into a massive spectral hand, lifting Qi Tianai straight from the crowd, and then, in full view of everyone, crushed him instantly. Qi Tianai's body burst apart, reduced first to gory scraps before being pulverized into nothingness under the crushing pressure of Yi Fan's energy. Only a faint metallic tang lingered in the air, leaving no other trace. Had they not witnessed it themselves, those present would have never believed such brutality was possible. Even Gong Shu and Gong Qian, hardened warriors who had seen their share of bloodshed, couldn't suppress a shudder at Yi Fan's ruthless efficiency. This man was terrifying. But had Qi Tianai been innocent? No. Even the Gong family's intelligence network had long marked him as a monster. His death was no loss. Highest. The remaining tycoons stared at Yi Fan in horror, their breaths hitching in shock. Murder, just like that? His methods mirrored those of the notorious rebel who had once defied the Jade King. Were they facing the same kind of monster now? When Yi Fan's gaze swept over them again, the defiant murmurs died abruptly. Several of the top executives, their knees buckling under the weight of dread, dropped to the floor without hesitation. "Fan Shao," one of them pleaded. "Just tell us what to do. We'll obey. Please, spare us." Escape? Impossible. The strongest among these so-called business elites barely reached martial master level. Meanwhile, Gong Shu, somehow already at the martial emperor tier, stood nearby, flanked by Gong Qian, a martial saint. Fan Yi himself was clearly beyond even that. Add in the elite guards stationed outside, and there was simply nowhere to run. "Simple," Yi Fan said coolly. "Transfer all your holdings into the Yi Group's name. No tricks. Additionally, anyone who provides substantial intelligence, whether on the Jade King or your fellow executives, gets to walk away alive. Disappoint me, and you'll follow Qi Tianya's fate." As he spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back, scanning the remaining names on his retinal display. Besides Qi Tianyi, 7 or 8 others were no saints. Their businesses thrived on bloodshed, crimes shielded by the Jade King's influence. These men would not leave this hall breathing. The rest, if they cooperated, mercy was possible. But transferring everything to the Yi Group? One of the executives stammered incredulously. "Why?" Mutters of confusion spread. Hadn't Fan Yi seized the Jade King's empire for himself? So why surrender it to the Yi Group, their sworn enemies? Everyone knew the Jade King had slaughtered Yi Manor precisely to seize the Sky Palace map hidden within. This made no sense. Fear stifled further questions, however. The whispers faded into silence as they resigned themselves to obeying. One by one, they called their subordinates, directing them to coordinate the transfers with the Yi Group's representatives. Gong Shu and Gong Qian oversaw the logistics. Yi Fan had no intention of lingering. Meanwhile, in the Yi Group's headquarters in Hua City, Qiu Wan, the chief financial officer, had spent the past days in misery. Rumors swirled that Yi Fan had died in an explosion in the northwest. Though she refused to fully believe it, his prolonged silence gnawed at her. Even old Master Yi seemed eerily undisturbed when she sought answers. "Just wait," he'd said. "But for what?" Then, suddenly, her office phone erupted in a frenzy of calls. Subsidiary companies reporting urgent orders to take over the Jade King's assets in Shangjing. Qiu Wan was baffled. If Yi Fan was truly gone, how was this possible? Her personal phone rang. Guoli's voice came through, brisk but calm. "Wanjie, we need you to handle the asset transfers from the Jade King's holdings. Things are chaotic on our end." "But," she blurted, stunned, "weren't you complicit?" Then it clicked. This was all part of Yi Fan's plan. A low chuckle answered her. "Don't worry. Things aren't as they seem. Just trust me. Everything will become clear soon. Oh, and Wanjie, feel free to reassure Shuiying and Rulin privately." Relief washed over her. Understood. Her hands shook. Those words were confirmation enough. Yi Fan was undoubtedly all right, and already in Shangjing, dismantling the Jade King's empire from within. In an instant, the entire Yi Corporation erupted into a frenzy. The senior executives of Yi Corporation, after purging Su Jian and others, were now composed of the old loyalists of the Yi family, along with core members appointed by Guoli on behalf of Yi Fan during his absence. During this period, Yi Corporation had been locked in a fierce commercial battle against Emperor Jin's business empire. Suddenly, however, the industry titans who had once opposed Yi Corporation made a drastic turn. They all sought to pledge allegiance to Yi Corporation, actively demanding to be acquired, and at absurdly low prices, mere cents or even pennies. It was practically handing over their assets for free. Clearly, something monumental had happened. Earlier, rumors had spread that the young master had been killed in an explosion in the northwest, and that Guoli, Wang Fugue, Pang Lao, and others had betrayed him. But now it was evident that the rumors were far from the truth. If they had truly betrayed, how could Guoli still be helping Yi Corporation take over Emperor Jin's businesses in Shangjing? Even happier were Hua Du's Ren Shuiying, Qing Ruolin, and the others, Yi Fan's wives and confidants. Over the past few days, they had been worried sick about Yi Fan's situation. Were it not for the Yi family's patriarch restraining them, they would have all rushed frantically to the northwest. But Yi Fan was alive. That was all that mattered. Shangjing, outside the Tianshang Jian Club. As Yi Fan stepped out of the entrance, the sky seemed unusually blue, and his spirits soared. With Emperor Jin's 5 elite elders subdued and the ancient martial family Fang clan now under his control, Emperor Jin's forces in the secular world had been greatly diminished. Aside from the Seoul Palace experts backing him, he likely had few remaining supporters. As for Emperor Jin's vassal families and fanatical institutions spread throughout Great Xia, most had already been eradicated by the forces of the Tiankue base. Within 2 days, they would likely all be wiped out. When Emperor Ji Yuchen married next week, Emperor Jin had planned to launch a rebellion and seize power outright. But now, Yi Fan was curious, what exactly did Emperor Jin have left to fight with? The only remaining weak point was that Yi Fan's influence within the imperial palace was still limited. The experts Emperor Jin had covertly recruited inside the palace were still beyond Yi Fan's immediate reach. It seemed he would have to rely on his father-in-law, the prime minister's faction, to quietly neutralize them. With most of Shangjing's affairs already settled, only a few minor families remained troublesome. Yi Fan was still pondering. Should he head to the Ling family next, or seek out Huashuin? Just then, a sports car screeched to a halt beside him. A stunningly beautiful woman leaned out from the window, flashing a coquettish smirk as she purred, "Handsome! Hop in. Let me take you for a ride." Chu Lanwei. The unexpected visitor was none other than Imperial Consort Chu Lanwei, the infamous world's most alluring bedmate Chu Lanwei. Yi Fan had already been in Shangjing for several days, but he hadn't had the time to meet this consort who had once entwined with him amid a sea of flowers. Yet now, she had come looking for him on her own. Back in Huadu, Chu Lanwei had struck a deal with Yi Fan while seeking his medical help. If Yi Fan helped her overthrow Emperor Jin, she would become his woman once the deed was done. Now, with 9/10 of the plan completed, only the final harvest remained. Was Chu Lanwei here to fulfill her promise? As Cheng Wang's consort, even though her husband was long dead, she still commanded his loyalists. Coupled with her sharp intellect, she must have deduced that something was amiss with the Northwest explosion incident. Moreover, the chaos Yi Fan, as Fan Yi, had stirred up in Shangjing would have clued her in. Sounds good. Yi Fan smirked and climbed into the passenger seat. Before he could even fasten his seatbelt, Chu Lanwei pressed him back against the seat, her fiery lips crashing into his. "You heartless little devil," she teased between kisses, her fingers tracing his jaw. "Making me worry so much. Now, how are you going to make it up to me?" The rest of her words dissolved into muffled murmurs as her lips sealed his once more. Chu Lanwei's true identity was the ruler of Qingqiu, a 9-tailed celestial fox. Decades ago, when Qingqiu was ravaged by dark forces and its people enslaved or devoured, the elders shattered the dimensional barrier to send her to the mortal world in search of salvation. After waiting all these years, she had finally found Yi Fan. Desperate to bind herself to him, she had even expended her 8th life to reshape her body, rejuvenating herself, erasing all trace of her past as a plucked blossom, and restoring her purity. When news of the Northwest explosion first broke, Chu Lanwei had been furious, ready to storm the Northwest herself to uncover the truth. But then, Fan Ye's rampage at the Ling family's estate in Shangjing, followed by the death of the Fang clan's young master, made it all too clear. Once Yi Fan had subdued Emperor Jin's 5 elite families, Chu Lanwei decided it was time to reveal herself. This kiss was electric, igniting a wildfire between them. If not for the crowded street outside Tianshang, with passers-by everywhere, Chu Lanwei's already loosened garments would certainly have been stripped away altogether. "Imperial consort," Yi Fan smirked, his grip tightening around her half-bared shoulders. "What if you've kissed the wrong man?" This bewitching woman was absolutely lethal. The slightest movement of her curvaceous figure was enough to drive him wild. Chu Lanwei let out a seductive chuckle. "The wrong man? Oh please, young Master Yi, you underestimate me. I could sniff you out from 3 miles away. She leaned in closer, whispering heatedly against his lips. Or have you forgotten our time in the Sea of Flowers? My scent lingers on you too. No matter how you change your appearance, that doesn't fade. Being a 9-tailed celestial fox of Qingqiu, such talents were trivial. Detecting a mortal scent was child's play. So, she bit her lip coyly, her fingers trailing downward. Shall we do it right here? With a teasing sway of her hips, she even tied her hair up with a scrunchie. A signal Yi Fan knew all too well. His body burned with desire, but lingering matters remained. Their encounter here needed to be brief. After all, once Shangjing's affairs were settled, Fan Yi had to die soon. Otherwise, back in the northwest, Lu Yue might just hold a funeral and actually bury him. He still had to deal with the 8 noble families of Anqing in the northwest and assist Gu Chongsheng with troubles in the Red Tiger Dominion. Between the Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, Red Tiger, and Celestial Dragon domains, plus the city defense controlled by the Shangjing Mu family, Yi Fan now held command over all military forces in Great Xia. Only then would he have the leverage to negotiate with Emperor Ji Yuqin next week. After all, he planned to publicly steal the emperor's bride-to-be during the wedding ceremony. How could the imperial family save face if their future empress was snatched away before the entire court? Thus, everything had to be meticulously planned. If the imperial family cooperated, all would be well. If not, well, there was always room for a new, more obedient emperor. Ahem. Not yet. Yi Fan grabbed Chu Lanwei's wrist, stopping her from continuing. Your Highness, is there something you wanted to discuss with me here? Though Chu Lanwei hid it well, Yi Fan could still see the worry in the faint crease of her brows. Since you know I'm Yi Fan, you must also be aware of the current situation. Prince Jin doesn't have much time left. Even with the Soul Temple backing him, those envoys don't dare get close to me. As long as they don't act directly, they can't do anything to me. Back when Yi Fan was only at the Martial Saint realm, he hadn't feared the Soul Temple envoys. Now that he had reached the Divine Transformation 6th stage, why should he be afraid? Moreover, Yi Fan had obtained Gong Shu's peculiar cultivation space. Whenever he had time, he could enter that realm to train, slaying heroes like Li Bai, Lu Ban, and Gong Sun Li. The dense spiritual energy, the abundance of hero cards, and his own evolved Tao body meant that breaking through to the Golden Core realm wasn't impossible. Chu Lanwei sighed softly. Young Master Yi, regarding Prince Jin, I know the outcome is already set, but the forces behind him, I fear you still don't fully understand them. She paused briefly before continuing. Young Master Yi, let me take you somewhere. Where? The Prince Cheng's residence, my private chambers. Fastening her seatbelt, Chu Lanwei gave Yi Fan a coquettish smile before stepping on the gas and speeding off. Yi Fan hesitated. Your Highness, isn't it inappropriate for you to bring a man back like this? In broad daylight, no less, and straight to your chambers? The rumors would be disastrous. Chu Lanwei was speechless. Now he cared about propriety? When he had publicly beaten Han Mo on live broadcast in Huadu, hadn't that been far more scandalous? When she had appeared openly with him, acting so intimately, why hadn't he worried about the consequences? After that incident, nearly everyone in Great Xia knew that the world's most desirable woman was Yi Fan's. Even the imperial family had reprimanded her, telling her to be more discreet. Back then, he hadn't cared about the fallout. Why start now? This monstrous prodigy. She had already humbled herself before him, and now he wanted to abandon her? Dream on. Sigh. The fallen Qingqiu still awaited its ruler's return. Earlier, Chu Lanwei had sensed that Yi Fan's strength had already broken through the strongest shackles of the mortal world, surpassing the peak of the Martial Saint 9th stage and reaching the Divine Transformation realm. This only further confirmed that Yi Fan was the one prophesied by the Grand Oracle of Qingqiu, the man who could defy fate itself. When Chu Lanwei parked the car at the palace gates and stepped out, she immediately wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck. Carry me inside. Huh? This bold? Yifan glanced at the guards by the entrance. Won't they find it strange? I still look like Fan Yi right now. He felt a strange discomfort, almost as if he were jealous of himself. Chu Lanwei was his woman, yet she was being so intimate with Fan Yi. If word got out, the scandal would be enormous. What's there to fear? Weren't you planning to stir up trouble in Shangjing anyway? Then let's make it even bigger. As a princess consort, I may not have much influence in other matters, but when it comes to causing a scene and spreading rumors, I have no limits. The world's most desirable woman, her influence went without saying. Or, if you won't carry me, I'll carry you instead. With a wicked smile, Chu Lanwei released him and moved to lift him in a princess carry. Seeing her determination, Yifan quickly relented. Fine, I'll carry you. He was a grown man. If Chu Lanwei carried him inside, Old Gua and the others would never let him live it down. And so, Yifan swept Chu Lanwei into his arms and strode into the palace grounds. As they passed through the gates, Chu Lanwei made sure the guards got a good look at him, even calling out, "Greet him! This is my boyfriend, Fan Yi." Good day, young master." The guards were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the ground. But since the princess consort had spoken, they had no choice but to comply. All the way through the palace, Chu Lanwei insisted on introducing Yifan to everyone they met, each servant and guard addressing him as young master. The sheer enthusiasm made even Yifan a little embarrassed. Sure, he wanted to make a statement, but was this level of publicity necessary? Was she afraid he'd abandon her later? You little minx. At the entrance to her private courtyard, Yifan gave Chu Lanwei's backside a firm smack. She squirmed in his arms, tilting her head up to plant a kiss on his cheek. Young Master Yi, there's actually something else I need your help with. You should prepare yourself. What if I'm not human? Could you accept that? Huh? Her sudden words sent a jolt through Yifan's heart. Chu Lanwei isn't human? What did that mean? Chu Lanwei, the princess consort of Great Xia, the world's most desirable woman, the peerless beauty who left men weak in the knees. Of course she wasn't human. She was a seductive enchantress, but from the seriousness in her expression, it was clear she wasn't joking. Whenever Yifan was intimate with her, he could sense an overwhelming vitality within her. Just like Gong Shu, Chu Lanwei's physique was anything but ordinary. All right, Yifan agreed, fragments of memories flashing through his mind, scenes of the Star Emperor, the Celestial Domain, and the blurred images of realms beyond the 3,000 worlds. In those memories there were humans, and beings that resembled humans. It was a vast, intricate world where the very definition of human had blurred, leaving only the concept of living beings. Could Chu Lanwei be a being from one of those higher realms? Chu Lanwei gave him a complicated look. She knew Yifan's current state wasn't what she had expected. There was still an immense, sealed power within him, and many of his memories and knowledge remained locked away. But she couldn't wait any longer. Some things required Yifan's intervention. Otherwise, her people might not survive. Once they reached the second floor and entered her chambers, Chu Lanwei wasted no time, stripping off her clothes and standing completely bare before him. Yifan was puzzled. Your Highness, didn't we just agree to wait? Though he had refused earlier, if Chu Lanwei were to throw herself at him again, he wouldn't mind indulging. A beauty like this, if he kept rejecting her, wouldn't that make him less of a man? But the next moment, when he saw Chu Lanwei's true form, his eyes widened in shock. Holy shit, is this her real body? After all of Chu Lanwei's clothes had been shed, a shimmering light rippled across her body. In the next moment, 9 pale, enormous tails suddenly emerged from her back, wrapping around both Chu Lanwei and Yifan like 9 massive, fluffy blankets. At the same time, Chu Lanwei's pupils turned crimson, and 2 small, furry ears appeared on her forehead, giving her an alluringly wild and bewitching aura. A 9-tailed heavenly fox? So such a mythical creature really exists. Seeing this, Yifan was stunned for a few seconds before quickly regaining his composure. He had indeed read about such beings in the secret manuals stored within his dragon-patterned ring. However, back then, He had been in a state of confusion and ignorance, so he hadn't dwelled on it much. But now, he was actually seeing a real nine-tailed heavenly fox with his own eyes. According to those secret records, the nine-tailed heavenly fox was once the ruler of the Qingqiu kingdom. In ancient times, when humans and fox spirits coexisted, there were even legends of fox spirits living alongside scholars. But later, the Qingqiu clan gradually vanished, rumored to have departed for another world. Am I finally getting close to the truth? Even as he marveled in shock, Yifan reached out and grabbed one of Chu Lanwei's tails, gently kneading it in his hand. The soft, silky fur was so comfortable that he almost wanted to lie down and take a nap right there. Fox spirits were renowned for their seductive charm. Who knew Chu Lanwei had such a side to her? If something were to happen between them in this state, it would surely be a completely different experience. Yifan suddenly realized his thoughts were taking a strange turn. Huh? Since when was I this open-minded? The moment Yifan touched her tail, Chu Lanwei let out a delicate moan, her body collapsing weakly into his arms. Don't touch. I can't take it. Her face flushed crimson, her breathing grew rapid, and her jade-like body pressed tightly against Yifan's chest as she squirmed sensually. Only then did Yifan remember. A fox spirit's tail was their most sensitive spot. Once grasped, they would lose all ability to resist and become highly susceptible to arousal. Now is definitely not the time for that. Moreover, Yifan noticed that the intense life force emanating from Chu Lanwei bore a faint resemblance to the sealed power within his own body. If the two of them were to truly engage in intimacy, the resulting reaction might trigger the release of his sealed power, something his current body couldn't withstand. That would spell disaster. Besides, Chu Lanwei had brought him to her private chambers and revealed her greatest secret. Surely, she hadn't done all this just to become his woman. The reappearance of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Something major must be brewing in the world. All right, Yifan responded, releasing her tail before speaking solemnly. Princess consort, tell me, what else do you need my help with? At this point, if there was anything he could assist her with, he wouldn't refuse. Chu Lanwei's expression turned serious. Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. Ignoring her lingering embarrassment, she forced herself to rise from Yifan's embrace and walked toward a wall. 9 enormous, fluffy white tails arched behind her, contrasting with her slender, exquisite figure. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful, stirring a peculiar feeling in Yifan's heart. A powerful surge of white psychic energy, far surpassing martial force, rippled from Chu Lanwei's wrist. Ha! Her hand moved swiftly across the wall, and in the blink of an eye, an intricate array had been inscribed upon it. The formation bore some resemblance to Yifan's evil-slaying array, but as the lines and patterns completed themselves, golden streams of light flickered within them, reminiscent of the energy fluctuations of the immortal path guide. The next moment, as the psychic energy continued to surge, the entire array erupted in a blinding golden radiance, forcing Yifan to shut his eyes. When he reopened them, the scene before him had completely transformed. Where there had once been a wall now stood what appeared to be a massive screen, displaying a vision of hell on earth. Towering mountain ranges stretched endlessly, connected by enormous black chains. Flames raged beneath the peaks, and only at the very summits could a hint of greenery be seen, along with strangely shaped human figures moving about. Huh? Is this a movie? A hologram? Yifan glanced around, though he knew full well this was no modern technology. What is Chu Lanwei trying to show me? As the scene continued to zoom out, Yifan noticed something else. Beneath the cliffs, 3-tailed and 4-tailed fox spirits were hauling, or, while others were connected to tubes, transporting some kind of nutrient substance to the mountaintop. Are these fox spirits being enslaved? Yifan had a rough idea of what was happening, but he still turned to Chu Lanwei for confirmation. Young Master Yi, what you see before you is the domain of the outer realm demons. Those below are all my Qingqiu clansmen. When the demons invaded our lands, our fox clan was utterly defeated. All of my people were captured, enslaved, or used as nourishment. The elders exhausted their strength to send me across 3,000 worlds into the mortal realm, seeking a chance for salvation. Her voice was heavy with sorrow as she explained, her brows furrowed in anguish at the sight of her suffering kin. Then what do you need me to do? Or rather, what can I even do? Yifan sighed. Right now, I haven't even left the mortal world. Even if there's some power sealed within me, I doubt I can be of much help at this stage. At the 6th level of divine transformation, he could dominate the mortal and ancient martial worlds, but in the higher realms of the immortal domain, his strength would likely be insignificant. No, young Master Yi, you can. Chu Lanwei's gaze was firm. If I'm not mistaken, you were once the great emperor who commanded the entire cosmos. With a single decree, you suppressed the outer realm demons for 10,000 years. Their fear of you is beyond imagination. All I ask is for you to issue an edict, just one command, to deter them from slaughtering my people. Once my strength grows, or once you regain your full power, we can save them together. Huh? An edict? You mean, they'd obey just one sentence from me? Yifan was dumbfounded. Just how terrifying was my past self? Yes. Young Master Yi, according to the legends I've heard, a single finger from you could annihilate an entire galaxy and a single punch could obliterate a starfield. Chu Lanwei's eyes burned with fervor. Considering all the recent revelations, she was certain she hadn't made a mistake. Yifan was the legendary Star Emperor. Getting close to him early was definitely the right move. All right, even if what you say is true, there's no way to issue the kind of decree you're talking about right now. Yifan frowned, his mind filled with fragmented memories that did contain glimpses of such things. Back then, Yifan had once dominated the cosmos for countless eons. The demonic forces he faced were but insignificant pests compared to the true threats, the advanced, unknown beings beyond the celestial realms. Those entities waged war over resources, slaughtering across the 3,000 worlds. It was in battle against them that Yifan had been ambushed and ultimately perished. As for what happened after, he couldn't remember. It's simple. Young Master Yi only needs to write a single sentence and transmit it through the formation to another world. The demons will know immediately. As she spoke, Chu Lanwei retrieved a prepared cinnabar brush and a sheet of yellow paper. At first glance, the cinnabar and paper seemed ordinary, but Yifan could tell at once that they were anything but. They exuded an ancient aura with faint golden light shimmering across their surfaces, likely treasures Chu Lanwei had brought from the Fox clan. Fine. Yifan agreed without hesitation. He too wanted to see just how much weight his authority still held. To cease war is the greatest virtue. 8 characters written in a single stroke. Though Yifan hadn't exerted any special effort, the moment the words left his brush, an overwhelming pressure radiated from them, rippling with energy. The edges of the yellow paper even began to crack, as if unable to withstand the sheer force. Even Yifan was taken aback by his own power. Could I really have the potential of the Star Emperor? Words that shape reality? Even in my current state, my presence alone carries such weight? Chu Lanwei, too, noticed the anomaly in the paper. Her face lit up with excitement and hope. With the Star Emperor's 8-word decree, even if it couldn't force the demons to release the Fox clan, it would at least intimidate them enough to halt their slaughter. Thank you, young Master Yi. She bowed deeply, then took the yellow paper from Yifan and tossed it into the formation on the wall. A golden light flashed, and a powerful suction force swallowed the paper, vanishing it in an instant. To cease war is the greatest virtue. The next moment, Yifan saw those 8 radiant characters materialize in the sky above the demon world projected on the wall. A majestic aura enveloped the entire realm. Simultaneously, a deep, ancient voice echoed throughout the demon world, a voice that carried the unmistakable authority of the Star Emperor. The overwhelming pressure sent the entire demon realm into panic. What's happening? The Star Emperor. Is this his decree? Impossible. The Star Emperor perished in the divine war. How could he still issue edicts? Exactly. Our ancestors witnessed his fall with their own eyes. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared to move against the Fox clan all these years. Fear spread like wildfire. Though they doubted the decree's authenticity, the 8 golden characters and the ancient voice undeniably bore the Star Emperor's presence. Ancestor, what do we do? If the Star Emperor truly lives, and given his ties to the Fox clan, if he learns of our actions, our entire world could be wiped out with a single strike. In the demon world's grand hall, the core leaders trembled as they gazed at the golden words in the sky. The Star Emperor's might was legendary. He had traversed the 3,000 worlds at will, founded the Starfield Alliance, and repelled invasions by higher-dimensional beings maintaining cosmic order for hundreds of millennia. Though the demons had once been suppressed by him, they had also revered him. The situation may not be as dire as we think, a black-robed elder at the head of the hall said grimly. The Star Emperor did fall, betrayed by both external enemies and traitors within. The Starfield Alliance's elders confirmed that even if he survived, his revival would take tens of thousands of years. While this decree carries his aura, there must be deception at play. Either the Star Emperor hasn't fully awakened, otherwise, seeing his allies, the celestial foxes, slaughtered like this, he would have descended in wrath already. Or, someone is impersonating him to intimidate us. But even so, we must be cautious. Whoever can mimic the Star Emperor to this degree must possess formidable power, at least enough to traverse worlds. Pass down my order, halt the slaughter of the Fox clan. Keep them alive. If the Star Emperor does return, we may yet lessen our sins. The demon elder paused, then added, now that the decree has appeared, regardless of its authenticity, we must investigate. The 3,000 worlds are vast, it may take a century, but we must uncover the truth. If necessary, reach out to the remnants of the Starfield Alliance. After the Star Emperor's fall, the Starfield Alliance had collapsed, but its framework lingered. Some still worked in secret to purge the traitors and expel the higher-dimensional invaders. Meanwhile, those very traitors had spent years scouring the 3,000 worlds for any trace of the Star Emperor's reincarnation. For an existence like the Star Emperor, true annihilation was near impossible. If he were to return, it would mean doom for all who had betrayed him. In the capital, Prince Cheng's residence, Chu Lanwei's chambers. Through the formation's projection, they could clearly see that the demons had ceased their executions of the Fox clan. Ha! Chu Lanwei exhaled in relief, then turned to Yifan, her eyes shimmering with emotion. The truth was undeniable. Yifan's decree had worked flawlessly. He was the reincarnated Star Emperor. This was a revelation of cosmic significance. If this news were to spread beyond the immortal realm, reverberate across the 3,000 worlds, and eventually reach the Star Domain Alliance, wouldn't it shock the entire Star Domain Alliance? Chu Lanwei's heart was in turmoil. Was it right or wrong for her to have Yifan issue that decree? Clearly, Yifan had not yet fully awakened and could not unleash the true power of the Star Emperor. If the traitors of the Star Domain Alliance came for him, how would he handle it? At this thought, Chu Lanwei suddenly felt conflicted. Had she been too selfish? Would this harm Yifan? But then another thought struck her. Ever since the Star Emperor's fall, the barriers of the 3,000 worlds had sealed themselves, and all order had come to a halt. For those traitors to investigate and locate a place as insignificant as the mortal world would be nearly impossible. After all, to the blessed lands of the Star Domain Alliance, this planet of the mortal world was nothing but a barren wasteland. A desolate, lifeless no-man's land, devoid of even a single blade of grass. The mortal world had no immortal energy or psychic fluctuations. The peak of human capability here was the Martial Saint realm. To the powerhouses of the Star Domain Alliance, that wasn't even considered entry-level. Besides, Yifan was already so formidable. After dealing with the Gene King, he would surely attend the immortal assembly in the ancient martial world, enter the immortal realm, and gradually rise to prominence. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. Young Master Yi, this servant has no way to repay you. How about now? Having sorted through her thoughts, Chu Lanwei wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck with a seductive smile, leaning back onto her soft foxtails. If Yifan was willing, she was completely ready. Under the deterrence of Yifan's 8-word mantra, the outer demons no longer dared to slaughter the Fox clansmen recklessly. Though the Fox tribe would still endure some suffering, at least their lives were no longer in immediate danger. Feeling the delicate body in his arms, Yifan took a sharp breath. Consort, there's no need to rush, is there? I can sense a special power within you. If it erupts fully and I absorb it now, I fear my body won't be able to withstand it. Rest assured, after all we've been through, you are destined to be my woman. Even if you tried to run, I wouldn't let you escape. As soon as Yifan spoke, another golden light enveloped Chu Lanwei. Her heart leaped with joy. Though Yifan hadn't noticed, she knew. The Star Emperor's aura within him was beginning to stir, to awaken. Yifan's words just now were nothing short of divine decree. Every utterance of an emperor was absolute, manifesting into reality the moment it was spoken. Since Yi Fan had declared Chu Lanwei his woman, it was as binding as an imperial edict in the mortal world. All right. Chu Lanwei nestled into Yi Fan's embrace, but just as she was about to take things further, a thought struck her. By the way, Brother Fan, there's something I must remind you. The evil spirits about to awaken in the mortal world are not only connected to the soul hall of the immortal realm but also to the outer demons. You must be extremely careful. Do not let them gain momentum. Understood. Yi Fan nodded silently. Even without Chu Lanwei's warning, he had no intention of sparing those malevolent entities. They were what his mother's divine gate was meant to guard against. If those evil spirits awakened, it would spell disaster for the entire mortal world. But if they were also linked to the outer demons, then their resurgence might not be confined to the mortal world. The immortal realm? The 3,000 worlds? Perhaps even the entire Star Domain Alliance harbored seeds of these evil spirits. If they truly gained power, could they become another race of outer demons? What Yi Fan didn't know was that the spatial ring he had taken from the Blazing Sun envoy contained the accumulated wealth and resources of those evil spirits over tens of thousands of years. Even if they awaken now, they wouldn't be able to grow rapidly in a short time. Yi Fan was also beginning to realize that his mother, who had left him the Divine Gate, the Tiankue base, and so much martial support, was far from ordinary. Before, he had assumed she was just a noblewoman from the immortal realm who had fallen in love with his father and given birth to him. But now he had a vague premonition. His mother was likely connected to the Star Domain Alliance as well. He had thought he had uncovered the truth, only to find it shrouded in yet another layer of mystery. The massacre of the Yi family was merely the first trial. Regardless, his immediate priority was dealing with the Jin King's mess in Shangjing. The 5 great ancestral families under the Jin King had already been purged by Yi Fan. Next were the underground forces lurking in Shangjing, another destabilizing factor left by the Jin King. Yi Fan had to eradicate them completely, but just as he was about to leave, Chu Lanwei grabbed his arm. Brother Fan, if we can't go all the way, can't we at least do what we did in the flower field? As she spoke, she tied up her hair and lowered herself. Jin King's mansion. A large crowd had gathered outside the gates, all clamoring to see the Jin King. We demand an audience with His Highness. This is unbearable. That bastard Fan Yi has only been in Shangjing for a few days. Yet he's turned everything upside down. Our strongholds are under attack. Our businesses are being crushed. Exactly. What is the Jin King's plan? I say we move ahead with the coup. Kill Ji Yuchen, seize the empire, and use the nation's might to crush Fan Yi. Damn it! No matter how strong he is, he wouldn't dare oppose the entire country. Would he? These were the Jin King's most loyal forces, some from Shangjing, others from across the Great Xia. Yi Fan had already instructed Guili to activate the Tiankue Points leaderboard. Using the list and defensive map provided by Chao Yuan, they systematically wiped out every remaining stronghold of the Jin King. Naturally, this had caused an uproar. Within 3 hours, 90% of the Jin King's vassal families and forces had been annihilated by the combined might of ancient martial clans and martial experts. The few survivors had fled to the Jin King's mansion, seeking protection. But the problem was, the Jin King was still in seclusion deep in cultivation. Most of his vassals couldn't even get an audience. The only one who could see him was Chief Secretary Zhang Yu. The other stewards, still traumatized from last time, didn't dare enter the underground chamber where the Jin King trained. Enough! I've heard your grievances and will relay them to His Highness. But he is at a critical stage in his cultivation. Do not disturb him. Wait until next week when he emerges fully. He will give you answers. Zhang Yu, flanked by several Emperor-level assassins, coldly rebuked the crowd. She knew exactly what was happening. This was all Yi Fan's doing. Many messages intended for the Jin King had been intercepted by her, buying Yi Fan more time for his next move. You don't know shit. Zhang Yu, stop acting all high and mighty in front of me. How long have you even been Secretary General? Who are you trying to intimidate here? Ha! Back when I was one of Jin Wang's 8 great guardians, you were probably still suckling at your mother's tit. Exactly. Zhang Yu, stop waving a chicken feather as if it were a commander's arrow. Waiting till next week for Jin Wang to emerge from seclusion? Do we even have time to wait that long? Damn it, we'll all be dead by then. Right? We have to see Jin Wang today. Even if he kills us for disturbing him, we'll accept it. These loyal factions under Jin Wang's banner had no other choice but to seek him out. They had already tried approaching the Mu family, the Chao family, the Gong family. But without exception, all of them had already submitted to Yi Fan and refused to help. If they didn't see Jin Wang today, martial family assassins would come for them. They likely wouldn't survive past tomorrow. Their martial energy surged, their killing intent palpable. It seemed like they were prepared to fight their way into the palace if necessary. Among these loyalists, there weren't many emperor-level martial artists. Zhang Yu commanded 2 elite hunter squads capable of subduing them all. But doing so discreetly would be impossible. Jin Wang was on the verge of breaking free from the restriction of the chamber. His perception could already sense everything outside. If Zhang Yu stubbornly blocked them, refusing to let them see Jin Wang, suspicions would inevitably arise. But if he let them in, the truth about Yi Fan's actions would be exposed. Zhang Yu hesitated, when suddenly, his encrypted phone buzzed with a message. Let them in! The sender was none other than Yi Fan. Those emperor-level assassins under Yi Fan's command shared their vision with him. After Chu Lanwei had finished serving him, of course she had, Yi Fan happened to glance at what Zhang Yu was dealing with. According to Yi Fan's plans, after capturing the underground ruler of Shangjing today, he would return to the northwest tomorrow. At this point, whether Jin Wang knew about his schemes no longer mattered. Because right now, Jin Wang was practically alone, an isolated warlord with no army. His factional powerhouses in Shangjing had been eradicated, and the martial strongholds he'd scattered across Xia had mostly been crushed by the Tiankue base leaderboard rankings. Zhang Yu exhaled in relief. Before he could speak, a shadow streaked across the palace courtyard. What is this commotion? Rebelling already? This king isn't dead yet. Your Highness, you've emerged. Finally, we're saved. The gathering warriors, all Jin Wang's loyalists, kneeled in reverence, faces alight with hope. Your Highness, save us. Our southern outpost was suddenly attacked today. The shipbuilding company we control was forcibly transferred to the Yi Corporation by the Gong family. None of this makes sense. Worse, based on intel from our brothers. Chao Yuan, head of Your Highness Intelligence Network, has sworn loyalty to Fan Yi. One after another, their reports bombarded Jin Wang until his skull nearly split. Buzz. Jin Wang staggered. What? You're spouting nonsense. Chao Yuan betrayed me? The Gong family too? That's impossible. You mean to say, aside from the 100 strongholds destroyed last time, that over 1,000 more have fallen this time? Cold sweat drenched him. How had everything collapsed like this in just a few days? Hadn't his greatest enemy, Yi Fan, already been blown to pieces? Weren't Yi Fan's allies, the Jinwu Division, the Tianji Pavilion, the Fan Alliance, the Gua and Wang families, all surrendering? In the entire Great Xia, who else could oppose the palace? What the hell happened? Zhang Yu, why wasn't I informed? Jin Wang's glare was icy. Something about Zhang Yu felt off. He couldn't articulate it, but the intuition screamed at him. Your Highness, what they say is true, but everything unfolded within the last 2 hours. The Chao family's betrayal locked down all intelligence channels. A Chao loyalist barely escaped to report this. Just minutes before they stormed in, since Yi Fan had given permission, Zhang Yu divulged everything. Summarizing the devastation, he revealed, almost every Xia-based palace stronghold had been obliterated. Jin Wang listened, his expression shifting from disbelief to terror, to rage, utter, explosive fury. Aya! How? Who dares? If Chao Yuan only surrendered to Fan Yi, why attack my bases? Unless Fan Yi is Yi Fan. Finally, the pieces snapped into place. Though not 100% certain, he knew Fan Yi was Yi Fan. In all of Xia, only Yi Fan had both the motive and means to strike this ruthlessly. That damned Tiankue base had mobilized too many forces. Your Highness, that was my conclusion as well. Zhang Yu's eyelids twitched. Now that you've emerged, should we rally our forces and crush him? Test. Jin Wang shouldn't have broken free for 2 more days. Zhang Yu had tampered with the maiden sacrifice's essence. Slow poisoned, their blood should have delayed his escape. Damn right I want to, but my soul palace inheritance isn't complete. I only broke free temporarily. Jin Wang's gaze hardened. But fine. Tomorrow I'll forcibly exit, even if it destabilizes my foundation. Yi Fan or Fan Yi, whoever, think crippling my forces is enough? Ha! Besides the Soul Palace, the 9 Nether Sacred Land, one of the 4 Great Holy Lands, still backs me. Bring me the phone. I'm calling 9 Nether St. Lord Qinliang right now. The situation was critical, and Prince Jin was acutely aware of the crisis. So many of his strongholds in Great Xia had been destroyed. If he didn't take action soon, the last of his loyal followers would lose faith. Deep down, Prince Jin knew that controlling all of Great Xia with his current forces was unrealistic. Even at his peak, it had been impossible. The imperial family's power, the Yi family's heavenly dragon army, and the influence of other superclans were forces beyond ordinary resistance. To truly control Great Xia, he needed the Soul Palace. Only their mass-produced elites, the soul envoys infiltrating the mortal world, and the evil spirits possessing people after their revival could make it possible. But the soul envoys' infiltration and the evil spirits' awakening required time. Until then, Prince Jin's banner could not fall. He deliberately made the call in front of his subordinates to prove his influence. Your Highness, Prince Jin, what brings you to call me so suddenly? Chun Liang's tone was polite, but he was inwardly displeased. His son, Chun Tang, had entered Great Xia with the grandson of Elder Zhang. But when he returned, he was a changed man. The old Chun Tang had been a ruthless demon, which was perfectly in line with the 9 Nether sect's principles. After all, the sect was never known for virtue. Yet after returning, Chun Tang started doing good deeds, helping old ladies cross the street, turning in lost coins to the police, and even reforming the 9 Nether sect. He executed former criminals, made disciples copy the 3-character classic, and enforced the student code of conduct, demanding they become model students. Chun Tang's mind must have been messed up in Flower City. Recently, Chun Liang had also learned that Yi Fan was killed in an explosion in Great Xia's northwest. The 9 Nether sect was discussing whether to send their young master back. After all, if his mind was broken there, perhaps it could be fixed there too. Saint Lord, I need your help with something. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Prince Jin got straight to the point. Yi Fan was blown up in the northwest, but now a man named Fan Yi has appeared in Shangjing, wreaking havoc on my forces. I'm short on manpower and need your support. Next week, I'll be making my move. Shangjing must not fall into chaos. To avoid scaring Chun Liang, Prince Jin didn't reveal that Fan Yi was actually Yi Fan, a sly omission. Oh, is that so? Chun Liang paused, his silence implying that the 9 Nether sect wouldn't act for free. Rest assured, Saint Lord, once Fan Yi is dealt with, you'll be rewarded. And the Soul Palace's envoys have promised that next time you visit, you'll receive their legacy. Though reluctant, Prince Jin had no choice but to agree. Since Fan Yi was Yi Fan, his strength was at least at the peak of the martial saint realm. Otherwise, he couldn't have defeated the ancestors of the Wu and Yen families. Prince Jin, though at the 9th tier martial saint peak, feared he might not be a match. He needed to recruit experts from the 9 Nether sect. Once Qing Yuan envoy returned to Shangjing, they could join forces tomorrow to ensure Yi Fan's death. Prince Jin, you flatter me. Between us, there's no need for rewards. But since you mention it, after your grand plan next week, the Soul Palace must grant us a legacy slot. Chun Liang pretended to be modest but made sure the benefits were concrete. With the Soul Palace's legacy, the 9 Nether sect would rise above the other 3 great sections. Bastard! Prince Jin cursed Chun Liang inwardly but outwardly expressed gratitude. Sigh. Prince Jin was truly afraid of Yi Fan. Even now, though he claimed otherwise, he was panicking inside. How had Yi Fan survived the explosion in the northwest? How had he reached Shangjing so quickly? And how had he caused such chaos in such a short time? Even with the Seoul Palace's elites and the 9 nethersex experts, Prince Jin wasn't confident he could defeat Yi Fan. What infuriated him even more was, if Yi Fan was alive, then the Gua and Wang families, the Tiankui base, the Tianji Pavilion, and other organizations in the northwest couldn't have truly surrendered. Damn it! To win over Yi Fan's allies, the 8 great families had emptied their treasuries, pouring out pills, techniques, and rare herbs to bribe Guali and the others. Disgusting. He'd been played again. Damn it all. Prince Jin recalled how, in Guang City, Pan Shi had emptied the southwest warehouses to bribe the 4 great families of the Tiankui base. Now, the northwest's warehouses were drained too. Your Highness, urgent news. The Gong family has openly rebelled. Your assets, tens of trillions, have been almost entirely transferred. The recipients include the Tianji Pavilion's Jojo Group, the Yi family's Yi Corporation, the companies of Yi Fan's 7 sisters-in-law, and other influential families. Buzz. Prince Jin staggered, nearly collapsing on the spot. Holy shit. His lifelong fortune, tens of trillions, the capital he needed to rival the imperial family, was gone. This wealth had funded his recruitment of experts, his purchase of martial techniques and pills, and all his operations. No, Gong Shu is my woman. How could she betray me? And she has that special undergarment. No, this can't be real. Prince Jin refused to believe it. Even if Yi Fan was powerful, could he really steal his woman? And even if he did, with that undergarment in place, what could Yi Fan possibly do? Your Highness, I've just received some videos and photos. Should I show you? Zhang Yu held a tablet, his expression odd. Damn it! What do you mean should? They're just photos, what's the big deal? Give them here. Prince Jin snatched the tablet and tapped play on one of the videos. Then, his face turned completely green. Darling, you're amazing. So much better than Prince Jin's pathetic 3 seconds. Moi. Love you. A woman's voice could clearly be heard in the video as the girl, her arms bare, wrapped them around a young man's neck and planted a kiss on him, though the critical areas below her neck were clumsily pixelated. It was obvious she was completely naked. This woman was none other than Gong Shu. And the man. This was Yi Fan in his true form. How? How did they end up together? Prince Jin howled in fury, his entire body shaking with rage, his hair practically standing on end. Just moments ago, Prince Jin had insisted that Gong Shu would never betray him, only to witness her lying naked in bed, entwined with Yi Fan. Was this not the most blatant slap to the face? But what shattered Prince Jin completely was what happened next. Gong Shu picked up a pair of pants and deliberately announced, "Oops, young Master Yi has already undone them. I, Gong Shu, am now Yi Fan's woman. That's right, I've gifted you a shiny green hat. Bet this must taste sour. She dangled the pants teasingly in front of the camera, ensuring they were clearly visible. These weren't just any pants. They were the perverse chastity pants Prince Jin had forced her to wear. Previously, only Prince Jin had the key, and even then, the unlocking process was infuriatingly complex. Yet now, Gong Shu's lock had been opened? How the hell had Yi Fan managed it? Prince Jin could no longer hold back. A mouthful of blood sprayed forth as he staggered backward, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, not only was Prince Jin's face green, but even the sky above seemed tinted in the same wretched hue. Talk about express delivery for a cuckold's shame. And to think this humiliation had been broadcast in front of all his men. Where did that leave his dignity? This wasn't just a slap in the face. This was a knife stabbed straight into his heart. Prince Jin had considered the possibility of betrayal from any other woman. Yet Gong Shu had been the one he trusted the most. You saw nothing. He tried to roar at his subordinates, demanding they keep this quiet, but words failed him as he continued collapsing to the floor. Ah, are you all blind? His Highness is falling. Someone catch him. Zhang Yu bellowed, though he himself was standing close enough to act. He made a show of rushing toward Prince Jin, but intentionally missed by a deliberate fraction. Thud! Prince Jin's body hit the ground hard, his head smacking against the stone floor. Though already half unconscious, his weakening chi defenses made the impact agonizing. Foam bubbled at his lips. Oh no! Forgive me, Your Highness. I was too slow. You collapsed so suddenly. Next time, could you maybe warn us before you faint? Thankfully, Prince Jin was already unconscious. Otherwise, he'd have leaped up and kicked Zhang Yu senseless. Damn it! Since when could anyone control when they passed out? FK. Quick! Carry Prince Jin back to the chamber. Why are you all just standing there? Zhang Yu barked at the stunned onlookers while discreetly signaling one of the Emperor-level assassins, ensuring they recorded every detail. His goal? Relay everything to Yi Fan. With Prince Jin unconscious, Zhang Yu could now escort him to the private chamber, where he'd have ample time and justification to ensure His Highness never woke up again. But before making his move, Zhang Yu needed Yi Fan's final command. If he failed, what was the backup plan? As the men hauled Prince Jin away, a familiar voice crackled through Zhang Yu's earpiece. No worries. Let him gather his men tomorrow to kill me. I'll give him another heart attack. The voice belonged to Yi Fan, currently lounging on Chu Lanwei's bed, having just enjoyed another kind of service. All Yi Fan lacked now was a cigarette. After receiving Zhang Yu's update and witnessing Prince Jin's rage-induced collapse via the assassin's shared vision, he was thoroughly satisfied. Humph! A mere cuckold's shame? This was just the beginning. When the Yi family was massacred, had Prince Jin ever imagined this day would come? His torment had only just started. Young Master, Prince Jin has summoned experts from the 9 Nether Sacred Land. Even an envoy from the Soul Temple is joining the hunt. Are you sure this isn't a problem? Zhang Yu sounded hesitant as he relayed another piece of intel. The 9 Nether faction is sending their young master, Chun Tang, to lead the group. You must be careful. At this news, Yi Fan's lips curved into a smirk. Chun Tang? Haha. Tell him to come try swinging at his daddy. Sending Chun Tang of all people? What a joke. Back in Huadu, the purification arrays effects had eradicated Zhang Heng, but Chun Tang? His mind had been cleansed so thoroughly. He now stubbornly insisted on calling Yi Fan Dad. The array's power was indisputable. There was zero chance Chun Tang would ever raise a blade against him. Just focus on your role. Remember, when you attack me tomorrow, put on a convincing show. Because tomorrow, I'll die. Yi Fan reiterated his instructions firmly. Tomorrow's spectacle wouldn't just baffle Prince Jin. It would enrage him all over again. This was also the final step in cleansing the defected families and organizations, allowing them to regain Prince Jin's trust, only to betray him once more during next week's grand scheme. Why? No reason except to torture Prince Jin's psyche beyond repair. Just as Yi Fan ended the call with Zhang Yu, another number flashed on his phone. Chun Tang from the 9 Nether Sacred Land. Dad, my father ordered me to lead a team to kill you. Should I just chop him to death first? If I off my dad, I'll inherit the 9 Nether throne, then I can serve you properly. Chun Tang's words were jarring, to say the least. Murder his own father to help his dad? Anyone unaware of the context would be baffled. But Yi Fan knew full well this was the result of the purification array's influence. If commanded, Chun Tang genuinely would kill his birth father. Yet where was the fun in that? No rush. Just follow his orders and bring your team. Tomorrow, attack me with a single strike. Got it? That's how you'll help Daddy. Huh? Dad, what do you mean? I wouldn't dare. I'm your loyal dog. How could I ever raise a hand against you? On the other end of the phone, Chun Tang's voice was filled with panic. The purification effect of the evil-slaying array fully embodied the saying, human nature is inherently good at birth. The array had completely cleansed Chun Tang's mind of all wickedness and sin, leaving only pure goodness. Now, He worshipped Yi Fan with absolute reverence and obeyed him without question. Here's the plan. I need you to help me fake my death tomorrow. The more viciously you all strike, the more convincingly I can die. Have you heard of corpse puppets? The truth is, since Chun Tang's mind had been purified into unwavering loyalty, Yi Fan held nothing back and laid out the entire scheme for him. Yi Fan's plan was to die tomorrow, and it would indeed be a real death, except that it wouldn't be Yi Fan himself dying, but a corpse puppet. Back in Guangxing, when rescuing Su Wandao, Yi Fan had used a similar tactic, killing a puppet replica of Su Wandao while teleporting the real one to safety. Now that Yi Fan had reached the 6th tier of divine transformation, his spiritual power had grown even stronger, elevating his mastery over corpse puppets to a new level. With his puppet deception techniques, Yi Fan could now fool even those surpassing the divine transformation realm. Few could see through this illusion. Got it, Dad. Don't worry, I'll fully cooperate. This puts my mind at ease. After fully understanding Yi Fan's plan, Chun Tang finally relaxed. Just wait for my performance tomorrow. Hanging up, Chu Lanwei beside Yi Fan gazed at him with admiration. Young Master Fan, even the heir to the Netherworld's sacred land respects you so deeply? Ah, Prince Jean, that fool, thought he'd secured himself a mighty backer, but in reality, he's just lifting a rock only to drop it on his own feet. Keika. The irony was that Prince Jean had exhausted all his efforts to gain this ally, only for them to turn against him in the end, making a fool of him once more. Meanwhile, Yi Fan would shed his skin like a cicada, slipping away to return to the northwest and systematically eliminate all of Prince Jin's family forces and regional institutions. With the southwest's Vermilion Bird domain already under control, the northwest being purged, and the capital now hollowed out, the northern Celestial Dragon domain was unreachable for Prince Jean, while the Black Tortoise domain remained firmly in Yi Fan's grip. With this, the grand scheme was settled. Prince Jin's fate was sealed. Princess Consort, did you think the man you chose could ever be weak? Yi Fan smiled gently at Chu Lanwei. Though tempted to linger in her comforting presence, he still had pressing matters to deal with today. Tu Qinghe, the shadow sovereign of the capital's underworld, was the final piece Yi Fan needed to secure. Tu Qinghe ruled the entire underground world of the capital. Though his subordinates weren't the strongest in martial prowess, they were the most complex, deeply entwined with countless industries and figures in the capital. Like termites in wood, they might seem insignificant at first, but leave them unchecked, and they could ruin everything. Yi Fan had to take precautions early. Once Prince Jean was dealt with, he would face off against the imperial clan. If the royals decided to break ties with the Yi family, forcing Yi Fan to take control of the empire, he had to ensure the capital remained stable. Of course my man is the best. Chu Lanwei gazed at him with tender devotion, her hungry eyes practically devouring him. With her clan temporarily safe, her mood was buoyant. Young Master Fan, are you planning to meet Tu Qinghe now? That underworld overlord is said to have had his own fortuitous encounter years ago. He's likely already at the martial emperor level. To dominate the capital's shadow world, it's not just brute strength. He's also incredibly cunning. Chu Lanwei frowned slightly. Even Prince Chang once tried to win him over, but failed. Sigh. Yi Fan exhaled helplessly. At his current strength, defeating Tu Qinghe would be effortless. However, killing Tu Qinghe alone wouldn't solve the problem. Yi Fan couldn't possibly slaughter his tens or even hundreds of thousands of subordinates, along with all their affiliates. Though, I do know how to make Tu Qinghe bend. Embracing Yi Fan's neck tenderly, Chu Lanwei continued, go to the hospital. His youngest daughter fell ill years ago with a strange disease and has been hospitalized ever since. Even after mobilizing all medical resources, including the Imperial clan's own specialists, they couldn't cure her. But for you, young Master Fan, it should be no trouble at all. Oh, is that so? A gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Indeed, medical arts were one of his specialties. If he could heal Tu Qinghe's daughter, such an immense favor would at least crack open the man's stubborn resistance. Then let's head to the hospital. Over the past 2 days in the capital, One earth-shattering event followed another. Yet none resonated more deeply than the annihilation of the Black Garment Society's elites under Masuda Taro at the Mu family compound. Despite the joint efforts of Yi Fan's forces, the Mu family, and even the imperial clan's Ji Yuchen to suppress the news, today, it finally reached the ears of the Eastern Empire. Within the Eastern Imperial Palace, Crown Prince Miyamoto Fumihito smashed his desk in fury. The entire upper echelon of the Black Garment Society, the dominant force of our empire, goes missing for 2 days, and now you tell me they were likely all killed. Are you insulting my intelligence? Though the confirmed reports lay before him, Prince Miyamoto still refused to accept the truth. The Black Garment Society, one of the 3 pillars of power alongside the shogunate and the imperial family, if not surpassing the former in sheer influence. In foreign relations, it served as the empire's most lethal blade, striking fear into their enemies, especially against Great Xia's borders. Recent harassment operations had yielded excellent results. But now its entire leadership had been wiped out. How could they possibly recover? If verified, this would be a catastrophic blow to the entire Eastern Empire. Previously, the imperial family had relied on the society's strength to counterbalance the shogunate. But after the decimation of Great Xia's elite in the Penglai Gorge battle, and now this, even if the society's name lingered, its remaining forces were already a hollow shell. With the shogunate's swelling ambition, they might very well overthrow the imperial clan itself. Your Highness, please calm yourself. Though we all struggle to believe it, the evidence suggests it's true. Chairman Masuda and the others were eradicated at the Mu residence. Some rumors claim they were slain by the Mu family's ancestor, while others accuse a man named Fan Yi. Fan Yi? Who the hell is that? First there was that damned Yi Fan wreaking havoc, and now this Fan Yi? Why do they sound so damn similar? In fact, Miyamoto Fumihito's instincts weren't wrong. Fan Yi and Yi Fan were indeed the same person. While Miyamoto Fumihito and his subordinates were talking, more news arrived, confirming beyond any doubt that President Ashida Teru and all the elites accompanying him had been completely wiped out. Not a single one survived. The entire Kuroashiki, Black Cloth Society, had now ground to a halt, plunged into chaos and panic. Your Highness, what do we do now? With Ashida Teru confirmed dead, Kuroashiki will surely descend into utter disorder. Once the shogunate hears the news, they will immediately take action and likely seize control of some of Kuroashiki's territory. The confirmed reports sent Miyamoto's subordinates into a panic. For centuries, the shogunate had been locked in conflict with the imperial family. Over the past few decades, the shogunate had tightened its grip on the military, and there were indeed signs of rebellion. What's there to panic about? Listen to my orders. Inform all Kuroashiki members to remain calm and gather at headquarters for an emergency meeting in 1 hour. Seal off all leaks. Have our people lay low, and if the shogunate dares to encroach on Kuroashiki's territory, eliminate them without mercy. I doubt they'll openly declare war just yet. Miyamoto Fumihito was, in truth, an extraordinarily capable and ambitious prince. But born into a weakened imperial family, he had little room to maneuver. The annihilation of Kuroashiki's leadership was undoubtedly a crisis, but for Miyamoto, it could also be an opportunity. If only Yi Fan weren't dead. If he had continued his rampage into the Eastern Isles, things would have been perfect. What the Eastern Isles desperately needed right now was a wolf. Though Yi Fan had shaken the nation's foundation, Miyamoto harbored other plans. If Yi Fan's forces had truly invaded the Eastern Isles, Miyamoto wouldn't have hesitated to cooperate with him, using Yi Fan's strength to weaken the shogunate and regain control of the Isles. For the imperial family, that wouldn't have been a bad outcome. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had been blown to bits. Shangjing Capital, First People's Hospital, outside room 808. Over a dozen men in black suits stood guard. Most of them were martial artists at the Grandmaster level, with several martial masters among them. The leader of the group had even reached the martial emperor realm. The entire 8th floor of the hospital had been cleared. With so many martial elites stationed here, what were they protecting? Tu Qinghe's youngest daughter, Tu Jiyue. Although only 14 years old, Tu Jiyue had contracted a bizarre illness during an outing. Her body was now engulfed in a sinister black aura as her vitality steadily drained away. She remained unconscious, yet the fluctuations of martial energy around her continued to grow. As the undisputed ruler of Shangjing's underworld, Tu Qinghe also collaborated closely with the Prince of Jin, hinting at allegiance. His connections were virtually unparalleled. He had exhausted all possible channels for help, even supposedly consulting the great Xia's medical sage, Lei Qianjue. But after examining her, Lei Qianjue could only shake his head helplessly. He couldn't cure her. Later, it was said that Lei Qianjue had remarked, "Though I cannot heal her, my master might succeed." At those words, Tu Qinghe had despaired. Lei Qianjue was already ancient. How old would his master be? Probably long buried in the ground. And so, though Tu Qinghe kept his daughter in the hospital, it was merely for peace of mind. In truth, she was waiting here to die. If anyone could cure her, he would gladly give his life in return. Despite being accompanied by Princess Consort Chu Lanwei, the moment Yi Fan stepped onto the 8th floor, the bodyguards immediately tensed. "Who goes there? How did you get in?" Sensing the approach of Yi Fan and Chu Lanwei, the guards instantly drew their blades. But when they recognized Chu Lanwei, they froze in shock. "Princess, Consort, what brings you here?" Chu Lanwei, the legendary empress of seduction, was known throughout the land. But seeing her up close for the first time, the entire group of guards stood dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting their weapons. "My lord, shall I use my charm to subdue them?" With a mere glance from Chu Lanwei, one of the martial guards loosened his grip. Clang! His sword clattered to the ground, echoing sharply down the corridor. Chu Lanwei's true form was that of a nine-tailed heavenly fox. Her innate charm techniques were naturally overpowering, but she rarely displayed such abilities. Now that she had confirmed Yi Fan's identity as the Celestial Emperor, Chu Lanwei was eager to prove herself beyond just a pretty face. "No need. It's meaningless." Yi Fan chuckled softly. Though her charm could easily control these guards, Yi Fan had come precisely to meet them, and to stir enough commotion that Tu Qinghe would have no choice but to face him. "Worthless fools! Have you never seen a beautiful woman before?" The captain, being far stronger, quickly regained his composure and scolded his men before bowing respectfully to Chu Lanwei. "Princess Consort, this is the ward of Boss Tu's daughter. You must understand, we must ask you to leave. Otherwise, we will face dire consequences." Knowing her status, they also knew Chu Lanwei was not to be trifled with. Though the Prince of Chang was dead, his former subordinates remained fiercely protective of her. Besides, as a member of the imperial family, no outsider would dare act rashly against her. "We're here to treat Tu Jiue. You shouldn't deny us at the door." Yi Fan spoke up then, his appearance currently taking the form of Fan Yi. His sweeping gaze sent a shiver down the spines of every guard present. The sheer depth of his soul-reading stare rendered them powerless to resist. "Why you? You're Fan Yi? The one who stirred chaos at the Hua family's investment banquet? What are you doing here?" The captain, one of Tu Qinghe's most trusted men, was well informed about recent events in Shangjing. Fan Ye's name had spread like wildfire, and having seen his likeness, the captain recognized him instantly. Moreover, his boss had given strict orders. If they ever encountered Fan Yi, they were not to engage, only surrender. Fan Yi had effortlessly slaughtered ancestral masters like the Wu and Yen families' martial saints. What chance did mere foot soldiers like them have? Resisting meant instant death. "Was I not clear? We're here to treat Tu Jiue. Move." Yi Fan's voice turned icy. Chu Lanwei half expected a skirmish, but what happened next left her stunned. "Understood." The captain immediately bowed again, then, leading by example, flung his sword to the floor. Clang, clang, clang. In unison, the guards discarded their weapons and dropped to the ground, rolling aside like barrels to clear a path. "Master Fan, Princess Consort, please." Even Yi Fan was baffled. What was this? Wouldn't the usual script involve a fight before gaining entry? Yet they yielded without hesitation. Was this another of Tu Qinghe's traps? But hesitation lasted only a moment. Yifan swiftly dashed into the room, because something was terribly wrong inside. Even from outside he could sense it, the presence of demonic energy. Since when did evil spirits dare to roam so openly in a hospital? Huadu and Miaojiang. Yifan had already slain 2 evil spirits. Adding the Burning Sun holy envoy he eliminated earlier, Yifan had faced evil spirits 3 times now and was very familiar with their aura. At this moment, though the evil presence in the hospital room was extremely faint and well hidden, Yifan still sensed it. Without hesitation, he charged into the room ahead of the others. Inside, several doctors in white coats and nurses were examining Tu Jiue. One doctor was using acupuncture to stimulate her meridians, while another was massaging pressure points on her body. Such special treatment for the daughter of Boss Tu. A single patient, yet so many doctors attending to her at once. However, with just one glance, Yifan realized something was wrong. First, the doctor performing the massage, his technique was flawless. Normally, stimulating those acupoints should improve blood circulation. But what shocked Yifan was that streams of golden life energy were steadily transferring from the doctor into Tu Jiue's body. Under normal circumstances, this life energy should have improved her condition. But when Yifan activated his demon pupils, he saw that the energy wasn't being absorbed by Tu Jiue. Instead, it was being devoured by a hidden mass of black mist inside her. The source of the evil spirit's aura. So, Tu Jiue has been possessed by an evil spirit? Yifan's heart raced. Under normal circumstances, evil spirits would cause supernatural phenomena before awakening, and ancient martial arts sects, Buddhist and Confucian schools, centuries-old institutions, should have sensed it. So how did the evil spirit inside Tu Jiue possess an ordinary person unnoticed? The situation with the acupuncturist was similarly disturbing. To an ordinary eye, the needles seemed perfectly placed. But Yifan's demon pupils revealed black tendrils coiling around the needle tips, slithering into the doctor's body and draining his life force and vitality. After just a few minutes of treatment, both doctors weakened, yawning exhaustedly. "Stop! If you keep this up, you'll die." Yifan burst into the room and shouted at them. He had witnessed the power of evil spirits, how they could effortlessly consume living beings, bones and all. Though he didn't understand why the evil spirit inside Tu Jiue was acting so subtly, he knew if these doctors continued, they would be sucked dry and die, even if Tu Jiue remained uncured. "Ha!" Yifan's sudden appearance startled the doctors. "Who are you? Who let you in? We instructed no one to disturb us while treating Miss Tu." The bespectacled acupuncturist scowled. "Get out now. If anything happens to Miss Tu, your entire family will pay." As he spoke, he tried forcing Yifan out. But he was just an ordinary man with no strength to budge Yifan. "I'm here to treat Miss Tuesday. Step aside. I'm serious. If you keep going, you'll die." Yifan spoke firmly while subtly weaving several exorcism arrays around the room to seal it. After the Burning Sun holy envoy escaped once, Yifan had grown cautious whenever dealing with evil spirits. "Ha! Treating Miss Tu could kill us? What nonsense!" The masseur scoffed, stopping his motions. "And you, curing Miss Tu? Are you even a doctor? Even divine physician lay failed. How dare you? Get lost." "Exactly. We're just administering basic therapy. Where did this quack come from? Get out." The acupuncturist barked toward the door. "Captain Yang, escort this fool out." Neither doctor believed Yifan could cure Tu Jiue. Fan Yi had caused chaos in Shangjing recently, but news of him circulated only among high-ranking officials. Ordinary people had no idea who he was. Doctors Liu and Zhang. "Young Master Fan is here to treat Miss Tu. Stand down. Listen to him." The bodyguard captain, Yang, hurried in and tried persuading them. At the same time, Princess Consort Chu Lanwei also entered. "Ah, the princess consort." The doctors froze at her breathtaking beauty. Legends of the Empress of Allure now materialized before them. "Disgusting!" Captain Yang snapped, embarrassed by their behavior. Under his rebuke, the doctors snapped back to reality. "Captain Yang, him? Treating Miss Tu? Impossible. We may not be divine physician Lei, but we're renowned doctors in Dacia, yet we dare not claim we can cure her. How can you trust this stranger to touch her? That's right. Captain Yang, are you being deceived? So many frauds around these days. One glanced at Chu Lanwei. Princess, perhaps even you were tricked? Nowadays, pretty boys are the best at lying. Don't get involved. Both doctors distrusted Yi Fan, Captain Yang, and the princess consort. Are you idiots? I order you to stand down. I take full responsibility. Boss Tu himself said to obey young master Fan's every command. I've already notified him. He's on his way, so this won't fall on you. Despite Captain Yang's order, the doctors refused. No, we'll wait for Boss Tuesday. Until he arrives, we'll continue our work. Tu Qinghe's reputation in Shangjing was immense. These doctors didn't dare take risks, but the acupuncturist didn't notice. His hands were already engulfed by the black mist coiling along the needles. A sinister hum resonated as the black fog violently surged, instantly devouring his palm. Flesh, bones, everything. My hand. The doctor screamed as unbearable pain shot through his arm. When he yanked it back, his entire hand was gone. Only a bare stump remained. Ah! And what's more, the black mist continued to spread, attempting to devour the acupuncturist's arm. At the same time, the other doctor massaging Tu Jiyue was instantly engulfed by the black mist, seemingly about to be fully consumed. How dare you? At a time like this, you still dare to act recklessly. Sensing the situation, Yi Fan let out a furious shout. In the same instant, an evil-slaying formation, shimmering with golden light, swiftly pressed down upon Tu Jiyue. A woo! A sharp, agonized wail erupted from Tu Jiyue's body, as though something had suffered severe damage. The black mist tendrils extending from her immediately retracted. The mist churned violently within her, filled with terror, desperately trying to escape, or perhaps to fully consume Tu Jiyue's body. But with the evil-slaying formation already embedded within her, the evil entity could no longer act. All it could do was let out helpless, pained howls. Only then did the people in the room realize in horror that the acupuncturist's entire hand had been completely devoured by the black mist, vanished without a trace. The severed wound was eerily unnatural, blood still oozing, yet wisps of black mist continued to writhe within it. As for the other doctor, who had been wrapped in the mist for less than a second, his skin was already corroded, red and raw in some places, flesh torn open, blood seeping out in thin, thread-like streaks. A truly gruesome sight. Ah! The massage doctor, terrified out of his wits, screamed and frantically scrambled away from Tu Jiyue's bedside, rushing toward Yi Fan. A ghost! I saw a ghost just now. A demon was trying to drag me away. Save me! At this point, both doctors finally believed that Yi Fan might truly be able to cure Tu Jiyue. And the condition plaguing her was not a medical issue at all. It was something far more esoteric. The two men moved in unison, retreating behind Yi Fan and refusing to take another step forward, terrified of being consumed again by whatever monstrosity lurked within Tu Jiyue. Now you believe I can save her. By now, Yi Fan had already set up over a dozen evil-slaying formations in the room. There was no way the evil entity could escape, so he no longer felt any urgency. We believe. We absolutely believe. Young Master Fan, please act quickly. This is too horrifying. What in the world is that thing? The two doctors trembled uncontrollably, too afraid to even glance in Tu Jiyue's direction. What about the explanation you owe Mr. Tu? I'm someone whose background you don't even know. If something goes wrong while treating Miss Tu, how will you answer for it? Awoo! Before Yi Fan could finish speaking, the evil entity within Tu Jiyue writhed again, letting out another furious roar. The churning black mist seemed ready to lash out and ensnare the two doctors once more. Terrified, they clutched at Yi Fan's sleeves desperately, their voices trembling with fear. No explanations needed. Young Master Fan is our savior, our great benefactor. Please, we beg you, act now. Please. Gone was their earlier arrogance and smugness. "We're sorry, young Master Fan. We were blind and foolish. We were wrong. We apologize. Please, we'll even kneel and kowtow." Seeing that Yi Fan still hadn't taken action, and that the thing inside Tujius seemed ready to burst out at any moment, the two doctors were utterly petrified. If Yi Fan truly refused to intervene and that thing broke free, tearing them to shreds, it would be the end for them. So, while apologizing, they dropped to their knees and began kowtowing in earnest. Yi Fan paid them no mind. These arrogant fools deserved to learn their lesson. If you had known better, why act so high and mighty in the first place? With a cold snort, Yi Fan decided the time was right. He stepped forward, unleashing the pre-prepared evil-slaying formations, this time not just to suppress, but to purify. Ah! A woo! With each formation that struck, the black mist roiling within Tujiue grew thinner, and the agonized screams grew more desperate. After 7 or 8 formations, the evil entity could no longer endure. It forcibly separated from Tujiue's body, hovering over her like a swirling black fog, its voice filled with rage. "Damnable human! Was this really necessary? I'm just a small fry, using so many formations. Are you trying to kill me?" The evil entity had now condensed into a dense mass of black mist, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. This was no ancient, sealed evil like those trapped by the sages of old, just a minor entity that had been imprisoned in an ancient tomb. Due to an earthquake and landslide, the tomb's seal had weakened, and Tujiue happened to pass by, becoming its unwilling host. Knowing that the mortal world had sects dedicated to hunting its kind, and being still weak, it had planned to slowly gather life energy, growing stronger step by step. It had been on the verge of reaching emperor-level strength. Just a little more life energy absorbed through Tujiue, and it would have broken through to saint level. At that point, it would no longer need a host and could move freely. But at the critical moment, Yi Fan had arrived, wielding the natural bane of all evil, the evil-slaying formations. Just a few strikes had nearly annihilated it completely. It was just a minor entity, yet Yi Fan was bombarding it with formations as if they were nothing. That level of power could have destroyed a major evil. Weren't the evil-slaying formations supposed to be nearly impossible to master? For thousands of years, no one had fully grasped them. That was why evil entities had been able to survive and revive over the ages. Yet this man before it wielded the formations with terrifying proficiency, even imbuing them with a purifying force that seemed capable of eradicating evil entirely. "Humph! Just die already. I was born to destroy your kind." The existence of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was to suppress evil. With the divine gate behind him and his identity as the Star Emperor, Yi Fan was, by nature, the sworn enemy of all evil. Without hesitation, he unleashed even more formations, enveloping the entity completely, activating the strongest purification effect to utterly annihilate it. After his experience with the Blazing Sun Envoy, Yi Fan would never relent until the evil was completely eradicated. "No, no, don't kill me. I'm the encyclopedia of evil. I know all their secrets. Spare me, and I'll tell you everything. I know where most of the sealed evils are hidden. I can guide you." "Sorry, brothers. Better you die than me." "Oh, so you plan to betray your own kind?" Yi Fan smirked darkly, pausing the exorcism array in his hand for a moment as he tilted his head to study the malevolent spirit before him. From the moment he entered the hospital room, Yi Fan had sensed something unusual about this particular evil entity. Though its power was weak, it seemed far more cunning than the others he had encountered. "Young Master Fan, don't put it so harshly. Every man for himself, it's survival of the fittest. I have no other choice." The spirit known as Know-It-All forced a bitter smile, its swirling black mist twisting into an expression uglier than a grimace as it pleaded with Yi Fan. "Keeping me alive is more useful than killing me. I can tell you the locations of most sealed evil spirits. It'll save you the trouble of searching for them yourself. You can purify them before their seals weaken, preventing them from escaping and harming innocent people." Admittedly, Know-It-All made a compelling argument. Had anyone else been in Yifan's position, they might have agreed to the spirit's terms. But Yifan was different. From the inherited knowledge of the Tianji Pavilion, the Dragon Ring, and the Divine Gate's Tiankue base, Yifan knew that evil spirits had survived for millennia precisely because of their deceitful nature. Letting them live in the mortal world would only lead to disaster. As for the information Know-It-All possessed about sealed evil spirits, yes, Yifan wanted it. But he had other ways to obtain such intelligence without compromising his principles. You make a good point. With the locations, I could easily eliminate most of these spirits. Yifan's lips curled into a sinister smile as a dark aura, tinged with a hint of sacred energy, coiled around his wrist. Strangely, this black energy bore some resemblance to the evil spirit's own essence. What? Princess Chu Lanwei and two Qinghe's bodyguards stared in shock. Was Fan Yi somehow related to these malevolent beings? 7 Stars Soul Extraction Hand. Yifan activated a technique he had acquired from the Dragon Ring, the 7 Stars Soul Extraction Hand. Originally used to extract memories from martial artists, he wondered if it could penetrate the consciousness of an evil spirit. Bzzzt. The moment the technique was unleashed, the air trembled violently. Know-It-All sensed the imminent danger and writhed desperately, but trapped within the exorcism array, escape was impossible. Helpless, it could only watch as the dark energy from Yifan's wrist entwined with its own form, merging into its essence. Then, images began flashing through Yifan's mind. Beneath the royal palace of the Eastern Ing capital, the heart of Britannia's city center, both were sealed locations of evil spirits. From Know-It-All's memories, Yifan also learned that these malevolent entities were ranked by power. Lesser spirits like Know-It-All were mere errand runners, while greater ones, like those he had slain in Huadu and Miaojiang, posed real threats. But above them all were the king-class spirits. The ones sealed in Britannia and Eastern Ying's capital were of this terrifying rank. If awakened, their devouring power could consume an entire nation's life force, and their strength could soar beyond the golden core and nascent soul realms. Damn it! Yifan's heart clenched as he processed the information. If these king-class spirits were to break free, the entire world would be doomed. Before leaving the mortal world for the immortal realm, he had to eliminate every last one of them. Otherwise, if even a single one remained, it could destroy the planet, and with it, his grandfather and loved ones. Abandoning them was unthinkable. After dealing with Prince Jin in Shangjing, he would have to travel to Eastern Ying and Britannia. Eastern Ying's national fortune had to be crushed. He would ensure they dared not covet Great Xia for at least a century. As for Britannia, Prince Christopher's grudge from the Vermilion Bird domain would be settled in one stroke. Ah, what did you do to me? My head. It feels like something's being ripped out. Stop. Though Know-It-All didn't understand Yifan's method, it realized with horror that its memories were being drained away. Its survival had always depended on the intelligence it hoarded. If Yifan extracted everything, it was finished. After confirming that no further information remained in Know-It-All's mind, Yifan withdrew the 7 Stars Soul Extraction Hand. You don't know as many sealed locations as you claimed, just 4 or 5. The Eastern Ing Palace, Britannia's city center, and one in Anqing, northwest of Great Xia. Hearing Yifan recite its secrets flawlessly, Know-It-All froze in disbelief. How do you know what's in my mind? You're not human. But Yifan had no further use for it. With a cold flick of his wrist, dozens of exorcism arrays crushed down, obliterating the spirit into nothingness. Only when he was certain no trace remained did Yifan finally relax. At that moment, Tu Jiue, who had lain unconscious on the bed for years, suddenly let out a soft moan. Her eyelids fluttered open, and the first thing she saw was Yifan. A look of joy lit up her face as she whispered, "Husband, I finally found you." Ha! Tu Jiue's words instantly stunned everyone present. The bodyguards under Tu Qinghe's command had practically watched Tu Jiue grow up. Proud and aloof, she had never been in a relationship, so when did she get a husband? Moreover, the man before them, Fan Yi, had only appeared a couple of days ago. There was no way he could have met the young lady, let alone become her husband. And even if Tu Jiue fancied Fan Yi, given his terrifying strength, would he even be interested in her? What's going on? The two doctors were completely baffled, exchanging confused glances. They couldn't make sense of the situation. Was it because Miss Tu had been unconscious for too long, leaving her mind muddled? But the most perplexed was Chu Lanwei, standing beside Yi Fan. Chu Lanwei knew Yi Fan's true identity, and the fact that he had no shortage of women around him. She shot him a resentful look. Had this guy somehow charmed Tu Jiue before? After all, Yi Fan's allure was nearly impossible to resist. Yi Fan himself was dumbfounded. Though he was well aware of his own charm, he was certain he had never crossed paths with Tu Jiue before, not even during his 5 years of mental impairment. Miss, you can't just say things like that. We don't even know each other. How could I be your husband? Yi Fan stepped forward, hastily explaining. He already had enough women in his life, and he was about to attend the Immortal Gate Conference, enter the Immortal Realm, and uncover the secrets of his origins. He really didn't want to entangle himself with any more women. Once he entered the Immortal Realm, his strength would grow, allowing him to reach new heights. But the women of the mortal world were just ordinary people. They couldn't follow him into the Immortal Realm, explore the starry domains, or traverse the 3,000 worlds. Leaving them behind in the mortal realm would be cruel. No, you are my husband. Brother Fan Yi, don't abandon me, okay? You are my husband. As she spoke, Tu Jiue tightly embraced Yi Fan. We've even slept together. Why won't you acknowledge me? Brother Fan Yi, we promised. You would be my husband for life. Her words grew more outrageous. Yi Fan had slept with Tu Jiue? What kind of joke was this? The two doctors, unaware of the truth, gaped in shock, staring at Yi Fan with strange expressions. Chu Lanwei also looked at him with reproach, as if to say, you've already taken advantage of such a young girl, and now you won't take responsibility? How despicable. Only Yi Fan knew the truth. He had never touched Tu Jiue. Today was the first time he had even seen her. No, absolutely not. Miss Tu, you can't just say things like that. This concerns my reputation. You have to explain clearly. Where did we meet? And where did we sleep together? Yi Fan might be a flirt, but he wasn't promiscuous. He never denied his relationships with women. But if someone was trying to pin this on him, he wouldn't accept it. As he spoke, he pushed Tu Jiue's hands away, maintaining a distance. At the same time, he released his powerful perception to scan her body, confirming that no lingering evil energy was controlling her. Husband, don't be so harsh with me. Fine, I'll tell the truth. Tu Jiue pouted, but her next words nearly made everyone's jaws drop. Husband, don't you remember? We've met countless times in my dreams. In them, I became your bride, and we even had many children together. Pfft! Chu Lanwei nearly burst out laughing. The bodyguards almost spat blood. Young miss, you can't just drop bombshells like that. The man standing before her, Fan Yi, was an overwhelmingly powerful figure. If he were angered over his sullied reputation, he might just slaughter everyone present to keep his secrets. Yi Fan was utterly speechless. You should have said that earlier. He finally relaxed. At least he hadn't done anything to wrong her. Otherwise, the favor he needed from Boss Tu would have been complicated. Just a dream? Tu Jiue must still be a little out of it. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Even though it was just a dream, it felt real. Fan Yi, I know your true identity. You're not really Fan Yi, you're Yi Fan, the prodigal son of the Yi family. In the past few days in Shangjing, you killed the Wu family's ancestor, wiped out the Black Cloak Society's leadership. Oh, and you also met Ji Ningxuan and Prime Minister Ji Heng. Tu Jiue calmly recounted Yi Fan's recent activities in Shangjing, detailing everything he had done. The more she spoke, the more horrified Yi Fan became. This wasn't possible. Hadn't she been in a coma this whole time? Are you sure she was unconscious the entire time? She never left this room. Yi Fan barked at the bodyguards in shock. Young Master Fan, We swear on our lives. Miss has been in this ward ever since she fell into a coma. She never left. We even stationed guards outside the windows. If she had stepped out, we would have noticed. The bodyguards were equally baffled. How could their young lady know so much about Fan Yi if she had never left? And the fact that she had exposed Fan Yi's true identity as Yi Fan. Wasn't that dangerous? Even if everyone had already guessed, saying it out loud was reckless. If Yi Fan decided to silence them, who could escape? Enough! Young Master Fan, there's no need to question them. I'll tell you directly. Tu Jiue smiled. These dreams of mine are actually divinations. I have a secret since childhood. I've been able to deduce a person's past and foresee glimpses of their future. And according to my visions, I was born to be yours. A descendant of the witches? Yi Fan's heart raced with excitement. From the ancient records he had inherited from the Tiankue base, he knew of legends about the witch clan. Some of their seers possessed the terrifying ability to glimpse the future and deduce the past. And in his fragmented memories, he had deep impressions of the witch clan. In his recollection, the witch clan had perished alongside him when he fell. Had the witches truly returned? Apart from Qi Jiao and Ling Yifei, another person connected to my identity as the Star Emperor has appeared? But I wonder, how much does this Tu Jiue remember from back then? Or is she like Qi Jiao and Ling Yifei, with her body temporarily sealed by some mysterious power? Oh, is that so? Then can you deduce my life from 10 years ago? Or 100 years ago? Yi Fan stared intently at Tu Jiue. Based on Yi Fan's knowledge of witches, their abilities were formidable. They could divine the future, predict fortunes, and even defy fate. Tu Jiue froze, her eyes locked onto Yi Fan. A strange aura swirled around her, and in an instant, her pupils turned crimson. Countless golden threads shot toward Yi Fan, wrapping around him as the entire room was bathed in an eerie glow. The others in the room, enveloped by the golden light, felt an indescribable comfort, as if their souls were being gently massaged. Meanwhile, Yi Fan stood still, sensing the golden threads probing toward him, attempting to delve into his soul and explore his spiritual world. He smiled faintly. This Tu Jiue wasn't particularly strong. In terms of spiritual power, while she might be formidable compared to ordinary martial artists, she was nothing to Yi Fan, whose cultivation had reached the 6th level of divine transformation. If Yi Fan didn't suppress the sacred flame within him, even its automatic counterforce would likely severely injure Tu Jiue. But since Tu Jiue was connected to his past, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't stand by and do nothing. The moment the sacred flame's blaze began scorching the golden threads, he immediately restrained its power. Ah, my head. It's going to explode. Even though the sacred flame only burned Tu Jiue for an instant, the pain was enough to make her scream in agony, nearly leaping off the bed. A soul-deep burn like this, had Tu Jiue's spiritual power not been strong enough, might have left her in a vegetative state. Whoosh! Yi Fan released a surge of potent life energy, swiftly enveloping Tu Jiue's body to help her recover. How do you feel now? You're past. I can't see through it. I can only glimpse your actions and state from the past 7 days. Anything further back is shrouded in a mysterious fog. I don't dare approach it. As for your future, I can't see that either. But regarding my own fate, I know that one day, I will bear you a son. The crimson glow in Tu Jiue's eyes intensified as visions of her future with Yi Fan flashed before her, causing a faint blush to spread across her cheeks. Yi Fan nodded inwardly, though he couldn't help but sigh. It seemed his past self had been quite the romantic. So far, the debts of affection he owed had already caught up with him in the mortal world. From his fragmented memories, he recalled that in the Star Alliance, there were still 9 peerless empresses scouring the universe for his whereabouts. If they found him now, surrounded by yet another group of beauties, would they tear him apart? But one thing was certain. Since Tu Jiue was his woman, he couldn't just abandon her. All right, if that's the case, so be it. Yi Fan responded, then glanced toward the door. Under normal circumstances, Tu Qinghe should have arrived by now, given that news of his treatment of Tu Jiue had spread. Why was he still not here? What Yifan didn't know was that, just 300 meters from the hospital entrance, an old woman in plain robes leaned on a cane, standing beside a young man who looked like a beggar. Both were staring intently at the hospital's 8th floor, their noses twitching slightly. Ah, such a familiar aura. It's the presence of the witch clan. We've finally found it. The old woman was practically trembling with excitement, her eyes gleaming. The young man beside her, however, seemed clueless. Elder, does finding the witch clan's presence mean the Star Emperor's traces are also in this world? Logically, that should be the case. After all, when the Star Emperor fell, the witches disappeared alongside him. If they're awakening now, they should be in the same world, but it's not necessarily guaranteed. Despite the immense spiritual power radiating from her, the old woman deliberately hunched over her cane, feigning frailty. But it doesn't matter. The witch immortal was the Star Emperor's right hand. If we capture her first, we can use her to predict the future, even if the Star Emperor awakens. Hee. Once this succeeds, those so-called elites in the Star Alliance won't be able to suppress us anymore. Cuckoo. While the old woman rambled, the young man grew impatient. Elder, should we charge in now? From what we've heard, many powerful figures from the immortal realm have already infiltrated the mortal world. If they discover the witch immortal before us, all our efforts will be wasted. The old woman scoffed. What's the rush? If we barge in like this, dressed like beggars, won't we draw suspicion? I can sense another formidable presence in the hospital, at least at the 6th level of divine transformation, far beyond your strength. It might be troublesome to deal with. We need to be smart about this. Look, there's our free ticket. Before the young man could respond, a Land Rover, flanked by several black vans, screeched to a halt at the entrance. Tu Qinghe, the underground ruler of Shangjing, emerged with a group of black-suited subordinates, striding urgently toward the hospital doors. Tu Qinghe, who had also suffered minor injuries, walked with a cane. When he noticed the old woman holding an identical cane, his brow furrowed. What kind of lowlife dares to use the same cane as me? Humph, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it slide. Tu Qinghe had just received word that a powerful figure had arrived at the hospital and cured his daughter, who had now awakened. Eager to see her, he rushed inside without hesitation. But while Tu Qinghe ignored the old woman, she had been waiting for him. There was no way she'd let him pass. Sir, wait. I'd like to borrow something from you. The old woman blocked Tu Qinghe's path, extending her cane to halt him mid-stride. Tu Qinghe immediately sensed something amiss. As the underground ruler of Shangjing, his strength was at the martial emperor level, not the absolute peak, but still a first-class expert. With martial energy surging through him and moving at such speed, how could a frail old woman possibly stop him? This old woman was no ordinary person. The other bodyguards around Tu Qinghe had all survived blood-soaked lessons to stand by his side today. They instantly sensed the threat and swiftly rushed forward, positioning themselves between the old woman and Tu Qinghe. A shimmering golden light surged from the old woman's cane, releasing a formidable pulse of energy that sent all the bodyguards flying backward effortlessly. With a cold glare at Tu Qinghe, the old woman snapped. Tell them not to throw their lives away. I have no desire to kill. I only need your identity to gain entry to the hospital. Tu Qinghe calmly observed the scene before him. When the old woman struck, he had cautiously extended his perception to gauge her strength, only to find it bottomless. This old woman surpassed any powerhouse he had ever encountered. The revered elders of Shangjing, whom Tu Qinghe had previously dealt with, merely possessed martial saint-level strength. Yet this woman's power clearly eclipsed that realm. Divine transformation, or something even higher, foundation establishment, golden core? Tu Qinghe's mind raced. Over the years, he had indeed made many enemies, but none as formidable as this. Stand down, all of you! He barked at his subordinates, his expression darkening. This was Shangjing, Tu Qinghe's own territory, yet here he was, being kidnapped right in front of his headquarters, outside the hospital where he held sway. His backer was Prince Jin himself. Did these people not fear the prince's wrath? And for what? Merely to enter the hospital? Given the old woman's strength, breaching the hospital's defenses wouldn't require him as a ticket. Nothing about this added up. Tu Chingha's thoughts churned, but no answers came, only unease. Guided by Tu Chingha, the old woman and the young man advanced to the 8th floor of the inpatient ward. As they neared his daughter Tu Jiue's room, realization struck him. They were targeting his daughter? Before his wife vanished years ago, she had left a letter warning him to protect their girl at all costs, to never expose her secrets, lest it bring calamity upon her. All these years, nothing had happened. Had the storm finally arrived? Mr. Tu, if you wish your daughter to live, you will remain silent. A single glance from the old woman sent a bolt of force through Tu Chingha's body, making him convulse violently. Meanwhile, inside the ward, Yifan sensed the disturbance beyond the door. Power. Immense power. Even at divine transformation level 6, he felt death's breath upon him. The very air thickened with suffocating oppression, as though the Reaper himself approached. Not even the celestial overlords he had faced in the immortal realm compared to this. What monstrosity is approaching? And was it coming for him or Tu Jiue? The sorceress fairy's identity was a rarity even across the star dominion, awakening only once every 100 millennia. Once revealed, she would become a prize for every major faction. Had the hunt begun so soon? Creak. The door swung open, revealing Tu Chingha first. His men exhaled in relief. Boss! Dad! Tu Jiue beamed, arms outstretched to embrace him. Motherless since childhood, she had been raised solely by her doting father, their bond deep and unconditional. But Yifan seized her wrist, pulling her behind him. Don't move. Huh? Husband? What's wrong? Her innocent question almost doomed Yifan. Sorceress fairy, how tedious it has been tracking you down. Before Tu Jiue could react, the old woman and the youth stepped into view behind Tu Chingha, her cane still pressed against his spine. Dad, you're? Tu Chingha grimaced. I was kidnapped. Silence. Then blades roshed from scabbards as his guards readied for battle. The old woman dismissed them with a scoff. Mere martial masters, ants she could crush with a thought. Come quietly, sorceress fairy. Do so, and I'll spare your father. Otherwise. Thud. Her cane flicked. A strand of energy pierced Tu Chingha's back, blood gushing onto the floor. The wound was shallow, but the display was brutal. Who are you? Let him go. Tu Jiue, sheltered her entire life, had never faced such horror. She whirled to the guards. Why aren't doing something? We can't, their leader gasped. The air itself had solidified, paralyzing them mid-motion. Only Tu Jiue, shielded by Yifan's aura, remained free. As her father bled, she turned desperate eyes to Yifan. Husband, what do we do? Her dilemma was agonizing. Abandon her destined bond with Yifan, or watch her father die? Yifan's mind schemed at lightning speed. Layers of hidden arrays, his absolute domain deployed silently, spatial translocation primed. Every technique and artifact readied. This was the greatest threat he had ever faced. And he would fight, because that old woman reeked of something even more personal, an ancient grudge, perhaps from the celestial emperor's past. If they hunted the sorceress fairy, they would never let him live. Calling him husband, are we? The old woman's cracked lips twisted into a grotesque smile as her gaze locked onto Yifan. How interesting. The old woman's eyes gleamed with excitement. A witch fairy would never mistake her husband. According to the traditions passed down for millennia, if a witch fairy recognized someone as her husband, then he must be that person, the very candidate they had gone through countless hardships to find, the Star Emperor. If that's the case, then I won't have to trouble myself further. I'll just take your husband with me. The old woman's heart surged with excitement. Capturing the Star Emperor before he fully awakened would be an unparalleled achievement. Years ago, the powerhouses of their star domain had allied with extraterrestrial demons and the strongest of the Star Alliance to ambush and assassinate the Star Emperor, forcing his downfall. Only then had they barely managed to disrupt the existing order, buying their faction a chance to recover. But everyone knew the Star Emperor had long surpassed the laws of cultivation. Even after being ambushed, he could not truly perish. At most, he would enter a long slumber before eventually reawakening in another form. All these years, the extraterrestrial demons and those who had conspired against the Star Emperor had lived in constant fear of his return. If they could eliminate the Star Emperor now, in his weakened state, they would gain at least 30,000 years to develop their strength. By the time he reincarnated and awakened again, they might finally have the power to oppose him. But the old woman no longer concealed her strength. A terrifying surge of psychic energy enveloped the entire room. Nascent soul, foundation establishment, golden core. With just a flick of her wrist, the ripples of her power reached the peak of the golden core realm. According to the boundary rules between the mortal world and the celestial domain, this was forbidden. Experts of the celestial domain, those beyond the nascent soul stage, were strictly prohibited from entering the mortal world and disrupting its balance. Violators would face punishment from the Star Alliance's enforcers. But with the fall of the Star Emperor, the entire order had collapsed. The Star Alliance was in chaos, and no one upheld the rules anymore. Thus, powerhouses like Bai Jifei of the Myriad Paths sect, Elder Zong Yuanqing behind Shen Yufei, and even the noble young master Yen Ruyu, all of whom had surpassed the nascent soul stage, still roamed freely in the mortal world. Brother Fan, put this on. As Yi Fan focused on the imminent threat, Tu Jius suddenly pressed an earpiece into his ear. Whoosh! Under the gaze of his demon eye, Yi Fan clearly saw the old woman make her move. A claw streaked toward his shoulder, accompanied by a suffocating pressure that nearly crushed his lungs. Absolute domain! Not daring to hold back, Yi Fan roared and activated the spatial manipulation ability of the divine fragment within him, forcibly altering the structure of space to suppress the old woman's power. The divine fragment fused into his body seemed to sense his peril. A surge of ancient energy erupted, stretching the surrounding space to its limit with a mournful groan. But Yi Fan was still too weak. Even at full power, his absolute domain could only suppress the old woman from Golden Core Peak to Foundation Establishment. Compared to Yi Fan's nascent soul 6th-stage strength, it was still a one-sided slaughter. Yet, for a martial artist of the mortal world to force a celestial powerhouse down an entire major realm was already terrifying. The old woman's movements visibly slowed, her expression darkening. Domain law? So you've awakened some of your abilities? Then I can't let you live. Her gaze toward Yi Fan turned icy, laced with a trace of fear. The inheritor of the Star Emperor. The Star Emperor who once dominated the 3,000 worlds, traversed countless star domains, and established the Star Alliance, laying down the laws that governed the known universe. A being of unimaginable terror. The old woman was afraid that a single misstep could lead to her downfall at Yi Fan's hands. Though she slowed slightly, her speed was still overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance, her claw lashing out. But something was wrong. Yi Fan had clearly sensed her attack, yet he stood motionless, as if inviting her strike. The old woman had already confirmed that Yi Fan was at least at the nascent soul stage. If he pushed himself, he might even reach Foundation Establishment in combat power. Why wouldn't he dodge? Something's off. Her wrist hesitated for a split second. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, crimson threads, so fine they were nearly nanoscale, shot out from the void, coiling around her wrist, her neck, her ankles. This was the evolved form of Yi Fan's ancient heritage. The crimson thread tyrant body, thinner, sharper, and deadlier than ever. Knowing he faced his strongest opponent yet, Yi Fan held nothing back. Earlier, he had silently used stellar transposition, swapping places with a puppet doppelganger. The Yi Fan the old woman had targeted was a decoy. The real Yi Fan had already repositioned himself, launching his attack with the crimson thread tyrant body. Bone-devouring threads? The old woman gasped, twisting midair to evade, but Yi Fan's trap had been meticulously laid. There was no escape. 3,000 crimson threads struck from all directions, weaving an inescapable net. Thud, thud. Thud. Though the old woman's psychic barrier shielded her, the threads sliced through it effortlessly. Blood bloomed across her body in an instant. From the other side of the room, Yifan's true form, still half concealed in the shadows, let out a quiet sigh of relief. But he didn't let up. In the blink of an eye, he conjured dozens of demon-slaying arrays, hurling them at the old woman without restraint. These arrays were designed to purge evil spirits, but they also had a purifying effect on martial artists, capable of erasing them from existence entirely. Yifan didn't know if they would work on the old woman, but he couldn't afford to hold back. Sizzle. The arrays seared into the old woman's skin, eliciting a pained scream. Damn you! Her body reeked of demonic energy, making her especially vulnerable to the array's cleansing power. And Yifan wasn't done. Whoosh! Flames of primordial ember ignited in his palm, surging toward the old woman like a fiery tide. No mercy, no chance to counterattack. This was Yifan at his most ruthless. On the other side of the room, the sorceress fairy Tu Jiyue watched Yifan's movements with shock and reverence in her eyes. Deep in her mind, scenes of Yifan's past domineering moments flashed before her. Is this the man I've waited 10,000 years for? As for Tu Qinghe and his bodyguards, whose cultivation barely reached the martial emperor realm or lower, many of Yifan's actions were too fast for them to follow clearly. All they could see were blurred afterimages darting frantically around the room. Though this series of actions may sound lengthy, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Ah, my hair! Damn it! A furious roar erupted from within the flames. Then, a ripple of golden immortal energy surged from the fire, as if a gaseous bomb had detonated at its center. Boom! The violent shockwave split the air, carving several pitch-black spatial rifts that emitted eerie wails. Wherever these rifts touched, even the hospital beds were instantly annihilated, swallowed into nothingness, an effect of spatial collapse leading to complete erasure. The blast radiated outward from the old woman, blasting massive holes through the walls. Several of Tu Qinghe's bodyguards, too slow to evade, were bisected by the shockwave before being devoured by the spatial cracks, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Yifan's expression darkened. Not good. That old hag was still alive after such a devastating attack? His crimson silk tyrant physique combined with the ember flame capable of incinerating all things, and the demon-slaying array designed to purify evil. Yet he hadn't even deployed his final trump cards, the phantom blades bolstered by 3,000 runes, or the jade slip bestowed by Zhong Yuanqing before his departure. Those were his last resorts for survival. If he stood no chance against the crone, escape was his only option. With his blink ability, shadow mirage technique, and the avatar sealed within Zhong Yuanqing's jade slip, he could at least buy enough time to flee. Whoosh! As the flames dissipated, a figure wreathed in fire strode forth. The old woman's clothes and hair had been completely burned away. Though the ember flame could reduce all worldly matter to ashes, it failed to fully penetrate her body, merely charring patches of her skin to reveal pulsating golden veins beneath. The demon-slaying array, while potent enough to eradicate malice, had only weakened her corrupt aura after dozens of strikes. Some of its energy had seeped into her meridians, but the golden currents within her were rapidly purging its influence. The ancient power of the array was formidable, yet against someone of her caliber, it was futile. However, the abrupt emergence of the crimson silk tyrant physique had caught her off guard. In that instant, it had severed one of her arms, crushing it to dust. Now, with a single remaining limb, her body riddled with wounds, she looked grotesque. Even her skin had withered under the array's purification, her face now gaunt like dried wood. You wretched ant! How dare you injure me? The crone spread her arms with a howl, causing the entire building to tremble as violent psychic waves flooded the room. Unlike before, her power had plummeted down to the Foundation establishment realm due to her crippling injury and the suppression of Yifan's absolute domain. While still a threat, she no longer posed an insurmountable danger. Just as Yifan was about to flee with Tu Jiyue and Tu Qinghe, a thought struck him. This might be the perfect chance to fight back. Boom! The crone hurled her psychic energy at the paper effigy puppet, shattering it instantly. Yet, as a golden core cultivator, she immediately sensed the deception. A decoy! Damn it! I let my guard down. Her earlier carelessness had allowed Yifan to unleash his ultimate techniques, nearly killing her in one assault. Now fear gnawed at her. Is this the might of the Star Emperor's inheritor? Terrifying. She flickered 3 meters backward, putting distance between herself and the remnants of the puppet, while expanding her senses to locate Yifan's true body. Then she froze. The room was now saturated with over a dozen Yifans, each radiating genuine soul energy. What the hell? Just how monstrous was his soul power to control so many puppets at once? For a split second, regret flashed through her mind. Had she acted too rashly? Could this reckless hunt cost her life? But doubts vanished as quickly as they came. She was a core member of her organization, a renowned powerhouse in the starfield. Against a mere divine transformation 6th layer opponent, how could her golden core peak cultivation fail to crush him? Her thoughts raced, until a sudden, overwhelming sense of peril made her hair stand on end. One of the Yifan auras was now less than a foot behind her. Shit. Though logic insisted it was likely another puppet, she couldn't gamble with that possibility. If it was the real Yifan, who knew what other lethal tricks he had? With one arm already lost, losing the other would spell defeat. She twisted sideways, evading to avoid exposing her back, unaware that Yifan was listening intently to Tu Jiue's voice through an earpiece. Brother Fan, that old witch. In 3 seconds, she'll shift left then back 2 meters, landing near the tea table. Teleport there and strike with Yenlua's slash. She'll dodge, retreating another 3 feet. That's when you use the jade slip. She'll evade again, leaping upward. Attack then with the phantom blades. That should work. Brother Fan, this is my prediction of the future. My current strength limits me to only foreseeing this much. Gah! Tu Jiue coughed up a mouthful of black blood, staggering as she forcibly divined the flow of battle at the cost of her vitality. As a witch-seer fairy, she could deduce the past and glimpse the future. But this was no ordinary foresight. She was gambling her life to peer into Yifan's fate, paving his path to victory. This was practically cheating, like playing with God mode enabled, where every move and evasion of the enemy was laid bare. Yifan possessed the demonic eye, which allowed him to clearly perceive even the fastest movements of his opponent, but only those currently taking place. He couldn't predict future actions. However, the predictive ability of the witch immortal, even if just 1 second ahead, was absolutely lethal against such a supreme expert. Good. Yifan responded, channeling the power of the divine shards, the bloodline force of the 9 yang veins, and the hidden energy within the dragon seal ring to its absolute limit, pushing beyond even his own endurance threshold. Forcibly, he elevated his strength to the 5th tier of the Foundation Establishment realm. This was the peak of Yifan's current combat potential. He was fighting above his level, not just surpassing a major realm but several minor ones at once. This strike had to be fatal. If he failed to kill this wretched crone now, Tu Jiue, the witch immortal, would have no energy left for further predictions, leaving Yifan unable to seize the initiative again. Without hesitation, Yifan's blade activated the Yama's slash, cleaving toward a spot 2 meters to the crone's right, where she had yet to arrive. Though the old hag hadn't even moved there yet, Yifan had already struck. Memories of the witch immortal surfaced vividly in his mind. Being one of the 9 celestial immortals who once stood beside the Star Emperor, even after millennia of reincarnation, her bond with Yifan was beyond question. The crone dodged Yifan's first overwhelming pulse of energy, darting 2 meters sideways. Just as she thought she had escaped immediate danger, crack! At the instant she was about to land, her skin began splitting apart. What? Death energy? Like the Yama's touch. Damn it! That brat predicted my movement. Ahead of her, overlapping blade illusions had already woven a lethal net within that 2-meter space. Violent spiritual ripples tore gaping fissures in the air. That killing zone was so devastating that even if she avoided the blade itself, the spatial rifts alone would shred her apart. Boom! The crone twisted midair, narrowly evading, but she was already crippled. One arm severed, her flesh scorched by the sacred flame and the evil-slaying array, and her power suppressed by Yifan's absolute domain. Now, she could only muster foundation establishment-level strength. Yet Yifan, too, had surged to the peak of foundation establishment. Worse yet, his esoteric techniques made her wary of confronting him head-on. Boom! Though fast, she couldn't fully escape an attack guided by the witch immortal's foresight. While avoiding the deadliest force, the blade's residual edge still grazed her. Slash, slash, slash. In an instant, over 100 cuts riddled her body, shallow and deep alike. Though none were immediately fatal, the sheer number of wounds left her unable to heal while diverting all her focus to defense. Blood seeped from every gash, draining her vitality. Left unchecked, the hemorrhaging would eventually plunge her into shock and certain defeat. Worse, severed surface meridians disrupted her energy flow, further crippling her power. By now, Yifan's fifth-tier foundation establishment strength was overwhelming her. Damn it, am I really going to die by this brat's hands? Fuck, fuck, fuck. The crone's fury burned. She was a golden core expert. Yifan was merely at the nascent soul stage, 3 whole realms below her, each subdivided into 9 tiers. The gap spanned over 20 minor levels. Yet before even fighting fairly, she'd lost an arm, her power shackled. The humiliation was unbearable. Arg! Enough! I'm ending this. Blood-soaked, she retreated 3 feet and punched her own chest, attempting to forcibly elevate her cultivation. If my golden core strength is suppressed, then I'll break through to the nascent soul realm and shatter this damn domain. But then, a familiar phantom materialized behind her, freezing her mid-motion. Zhong Yuanqing, of the Sacred Gate. So you've been hiding in the mortal world all along. The illusory figure was none other than Zhong Yuanqing, who had once taken Xian Yufei away in Huadu, leaving Yifan with 3 life-saving relics. Thanks to Tu Jiyue's prediction, Yifan had shattered 1 jade slip the moment he unleashed Yama's slash, releasing an avatar of Zhong Yuanqing precisely where the crone would retreat. Now, as she stumbled back those 3 feet, she literally walked into the ambush. You bastard, AGH. Zhong Yuanqing, a legendary heavyweight even among immortals, outclassed her. Though just a clone, its foundation establishment tier strength was terrifyingly real. But worst of all, every move was premeditated. Yifan had laid out this killing web in advance, funneling her straight into the blade's path. No matter how fast she reacted, how could she evade such multi-layered schemes? The clone fought suicidally with 0 regard for survival. As the crone lurched into its grasp, it locked onto her and, thunk, the spectral blade, nearly materialized, plunged through her torso, leaving a gaping hole. Golden blood gushed out. Die, you wretch! Enraged, the crone obliterated the clone with a surge of energy. But it was too late. Zhong Yuanqing's sacrifice had dealt irreversible damage. Her cultivation crumbled further, now barely at the 3rd or even 2nd tier of foundation establishment, 2 full stages weaker than Yifan's peak. In that split second, the tide of battle had turned. I'm done for today. Though the old woman was extremely reluctant to admit it, the reality before her eyes was undeniable. She glanced at Tu Jiyue and, combined with Yifan's attack patterns, instantly understood, so that was it. Yifan had a witch immortal by his side, predicting every single one of her attack paths. Even if her strength far surpassed his, what advantage did she really have? Not to mention, the doppelganger of shaman sex Yuan Qing had already appeared. Rumor had it that the white Jifei of the Wandao sect had also shown up in the mortal world and had some dealings with Yifan. And then there was that mysterious young Master Yen from the immortal domain. Who knew if they were all lurking in the shadows right now? A miscalculation. The old woman extended her powerful perception to scan the surroundings, her mind racing with suspicion. Was today's encounter a trap? Had they deliberately lured the witch immortal into the open to draw her here, only to eliminate her? If Yifan couldn't finish her off, wouldn't the experts from the Wandao sect and Shaman sect step in? Time to run. Clutching the bleeding wound on her chest, the old woman channeled energy into her feet, propelling herself upward in an attempt to smash through the ceiling and escape from the upper floor. As for the young man who had come with her, screw him. I can barely save myself. Damn it. Just as her body soared to 2 meters high, mere inches from crashing into the ceiling, a sudden sense of foreboding surged in her heart. She had forgotten the witch immortal could foresee the future. Her previous 2 escape routes had been predicted, so there was no way her current escape attempt hadn't been anticipated as well. On the ground, she could still use the terrain to alter her path, but now, suspended midair, wasn't she just a sitting duck? TCH? The old woman sucked in a sharp breath and swung her battle blade at the ceiling, using the recoil to forcibly change her trajectory. She dropped back down, retreating 3 meters to maintain a safe distance from Yi Fan's aura. Tick. The sound of the room's clock was unnervingly clear. An eerie silence filled the space. For a moment, there was no fluctuation of martial energy, no trace of killing intent, just an unsettling calm. And right then Yi Fan's true form appeared 3 meters in front of her, staring at her with a sinister smirk. Bastard! Finally showing yourself, huh? The old woman glared at Yi Fan with hatred. A mere nobody from the mortal world, an underdeveloped star emperor, had nearly killed her using paper puppet decoys. Now that Yi Fan's real body was exposed, she had more than enough means to deal with him. Is this all you've got? Humph. You're still far from capable of killing me. She shot a glance at Tu Jiyue, assuming the witch immortal's predictive abilities had reached their limit. As long as Yi Fan could no longer anticipate her movements, she could still crush him by forcibly boosting her strength. Just surrender, young Master Yi. It's not like you can truly die. Come with me and I promise you won't be mistreated. In fact, I'll treat you well, I'll even bring all your lovers and wives over. Wouldn't a carefree, indulgent life be wonderful? While secretly activating a forbidden technique with a flick of her wrist, the old woman continued to coax Yi Fan, hoping to sway him. Avoiding a fight would be ideal. Besides, capturing a live inheritor of the Star Emperor's legacy would provide far more benefits. Studying his bloodline, his heritage, and even using him as leverage, a hostage emperor to command the lords. Husband, don't believe her. They'll never let us go. I sense an extremely sinister aura from them. I've seen the terrifying future they bring. Tu Jiyue grew anxious when she noticed Yi Fan wasn't following their pre-planned attack strategy. If Yi Fan fell for this old hag's deception, the consequences would be disastrous. Though Tu Jiyue couldn't recall certain past events, the more intimate contact she had with Yi Fan today, the clearer fragments of memories about the Star Domain Alliance became. Right now, the entire alliance was in chaos and it needed Yi Fan to restore order. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake. Shut your mouth. The old woman's hatred for Tu Jiyue burned fiercely. If not for this wretched woman, she could have easily captured Yi Fan by now. Because of her, the old woman had been reduced to such a pitiful state, forced to burn her own life force just to fight back. The forbidden art within her body had already activated. Her combat power surged rapidly, Foundation Establishment Stage 3, 4, 5, all the way to 8. In no time, her strength returned to the peak of Foundation Establishment, nearly breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Even Yi Fan's absolute domain was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Now, the old woman was certain she had regained her overwhelming advantage. It's too late for you to beg for mercy now. Yi Fan, what a pity. You shouldn't have given me this chance. Did you really think we'd let you live? Die. This time, I'll chop you into mincemeat. See you in 30,000 years? Ha ha. Her laughter was maniacal. Her golden core level strength was about to forcibly ascend to the nascent soul stage. Though it wouldn't last long, 10 seconds would be more than enough to kill Yi Fan. Damn it. After fighting for so long, she was finally seizing control of the battle. The old woman couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief, finally some satisfaction. Yet, even as she gathered her energy to strike, Yi Fan remained standing calmly in place. What was the meaning of this? Had he accepted his death and given up resisting? Frowning, the old woman probed Yi Fan's condition. His body showed no fluctuations of energy at all. This is bizarre. But what truly shocked her was realizing that, despite breaking through to the Golden Core realm, no matter how much she pushed her forbidden art, her strength refused to climb any further. Worse, though she had sealed the wound on her chest with energy, she now sensed something foreign inside her body. It carried an ancient, sinister power, voraciously devouring her vitality and energy. Moreover, the object seemed covered in countless archaic runic seals, each radiating earth-shaking power. They were dismantling all her energy, severing and dispersing the strength she had painstakingly raised. What the hell is this thing? When did it get inside me? She had no idea. No, I can't drag this out any longer. Although she realized the situation was highly abnormal. The old woman knew that further delay would only put her at an increasing disadvantage. With her current golden core stage cultivation, killing Yifan should be more than enough. Whatever bizarre state Yifan was in, she'd kill him first, at least destroy his current inherited vessel. As for the true Star Emperor's soul, she'd deal with that later. As for all those puppet corpses Yifan had set up here, earlier, she'd been weakened and couldn't handle them all at once. But now that her strength had surged, she could simply crush every last one of them. The old woman moved. The moment her foot took a step forward, a searing pain erupted in her heart, as if something were slicing it apart from within. The powerful psychic energy she had just summoned instantly dissipated. Her body swayed unsteadily. If not for her battle saber propping her up, she would have already collapsed. Better not move recklessly. Otherwise, you might just explode on the spot. Yifan stood with one hand behind his back, a sinister smirk on his face as he stared at the old woman. His other hand extended a finger, lightly tracing a circle in the air. The old woman screamed as another knife-like agony tore through her heart. Ah, my heart! My dantian! With a horrified realization, she sensed her heart sliced into fragments and her dantian carved open by a gaping hole. The psychic energy stored within was rapidly leaking away. Yifan, now ascended to a Tao body, naturally absorbed ambient spiritual energy effortlessly. Not a single wisp of the old woman's dissipating energy went to waste. It all surged into him, boosting his power at terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the old woman's cultivation plummeted below the Grandmaster stage, while Yifan had already broken through to Transcendent Realm's 7th rank. With further growth still possible. What did you do to me? What did you put inside my body? The old woman's voice trembled with terror. She had seen it clearly. Every flick of Yifan's finger made that thing inside her slice deeper into her heart and dantian. This was horrifying. How had he even done this? You worthless fool. Why are you just standing there? Capture which fairy Tujiwa now? Or we'll all die here today. The old woman, now immobilized, could no longer attack Yifan. Since she was finished, her only hope was that the young man accompanying her would seize Tujiwa and use her as a bargaining chip to escape. Yet what infuriated her was that from the beginning, the youth had stood frozen at the ward's entrance, dumbly watching the scene unfold without lifting a finger or uttering a word. For over 10 seconds, this so-called Transcendent Realm expert had done nothing. Was he truly this useless? But the old woman's shock deepened when, despite her repeated shouts, the young man remained statue still. Huh? How? Had a transcendent cultivator really been silently killed by Yifan without even a flicker of movement? With a faint smile, Yifan spoke. Jiyue, go wake him up. Okay. Jiyue stepped forward and gave the youth's shoulder a tap. Crack. Shatter. In the next instant, the transcendent powerhouse's body fractured like glass, collapsing into shards before dissolving into nothingness. Ga? Ah. The old woman gaped in disbelief. Dead just like that? Even as a transcendent cultivator, a top-tier expert in the mortal world, how had Yifan done this without any visible movement? And what kind of technique was this? Why did merely touching him cause total disintegration, as if he were an ice sculpture smashed to dust? Terrifying. This was beyond terrifying. The old woman wasn't the only one stunned. The doctors, Tu Qinghe, and the bodyguards in the room all stood slack-jawed. The man their young mistress had brought back. Was this formidable? Fan Yi? No, this was young Master Yi, the prodigal heir of the Yi family. Yifan's smirk widened as he turned his burning gaze back to the old woman. Now, to answer your question, I didn't just place one blade inside you. Here, let me prove it. With a pulse of psychic energy, Yifan activated the shadow blade still embedded in the old woman's chest. Crunch, crack, she could hear it. The sound of her ribs, flesh, and organs being shredded apart. Her heart ruptured. Her dantian collapsed. Her meridians snapped. And all her life force was being devoured at a ravenous pace. Once sustained by her formidable cultivation, her appearance had remained relatively youthful. But within moments, her face withered to a skeletal mask. Sunken eyes, exposed bones, skin clinging like parchment. Arg! It hurts. Mercy. The agony racked her body into convulsions. Staggering, she finally collapsed to the floor. Splutch! A mouthful of black blood sprayed out, mingled with chunks of her own organs. A golden core powerhouse, utterly crushed by a mere transcendent cultivator. I refuse to accept this. Why, you cheated. The old woman glared hatefully at Yifan, but she could no longer send word of this. Her phone had long been incinerated by Yifan's flames, and her secret messaging arts were now useless. Once her defensive energy shattered, every one of Yifan's strikes had been fatal. With her last fading breath, she rasped, "How did you plant a blade inside me?" She couldn't comprehend it. Yifan had never touched her, nor had she sensed any blade approaching. "How?" Yifan chuckled. "Why assume I did it? Couldn't Zhong Yuanqing's clone have helped? When he stabbed you earlier, half of it was indeed his illusion, but the other half was my blade, hidden inside." After hearing Yifan's words, the old woman spat out another mouthful of black blood. How utterly treacherous. Yifan had already used Zhong Yuanqing's doppelganger, yet he still had an illusory clone wield his real battle blade to strike. Damn it, who could have seen that coming? Everyone would assume Zhong Yuanqing's doppelganger was just a phantom, never expecting that the real purpose wasn't the attack itself, but delivering the shadow blade into her body. Yifan's second move had been setting up the final kill all along. Ah! A trace of despair flashed in the old woman's eyes. Is this the might of the Star Emperor? Is it divine protection? Or sheer luck? She felt it was neither. Every step Yifan took had been meticulously calculated, and his growth speed was terrifying. His physique had already evolved into Daobone, allowing him to continuously absorb surrounding psychic energy. Once Yifan entered the immortal realm, he would likely break through to nascent soul, and beyond that, to the level of a supreme powerhouse surpassing divine venerates. By then, would Yifan truly re-enter the Star Alliance and reclaim his peak? And when that time came, even if those behind her sensed Yifan, could they still stop him? Now, the witch immortal Tu Jiyue had already gathered by his side. As Yifan continued to awaken, the other immortals searching for him across the stars would soon reunite with him. The forces behind those immortals would undoubtedly support Yifan's rise without hesitation. Sigh! Though the old woman had 100 grievances in her heart, they all dissolved into a helpless sigh. Whoosh! As Yifan's shadow blade, imbued with 3,000 runic seals, withdrew from her body, the last remnants of her vitality vanished. Her body rapidly withered and collapsed into a pile of bones. Even then, Yifan wasn't satisfied. With a flick of his hand, the sacred flame and the exorcism array surged forth, enveloping the old woman's remains, incinerating and purifying them into nothingness. Nearby, another of Yifan's puppet clones softly chanted the Diamond Sutra. A full-service send-off, ensuring the old woman's soul was utterly annihilated, with no chance of revival. At the same time, Yifan's immense soul power blanketed the entire space, meticulously scanning for any trace of her escaping spirit. Only when he confirmed nothing remained did he finally relax. Is it finally over? Yifan exhaled deeply, then suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Husband! Tu Jiyue rushed forward, steadying him as she channeled her own vitality into his body. Yifan had exhausted nearly all his trump cards, the exorcism array, the sacred flame, the shadow blade's activation, each demanding immense psychic energy, martial power, and soul force. Thanks to the divine fragment and his 9-dragon bloodline, his psychic and martial reserves weren't a concern. But his mental and soul power? Even with his formidable strength, forcibly elevating his combat prowess to the foundation establishment stage had drained him completely. Had the old witch survived that last strike, he would have been the one to die. Tu Jiyue shuddered, recalling the harrowing battle. Now she understood Yifan hadn't followed her predicted timing for the Shadow Blade's third strike. Instead, he had laid the groundwork in the second move. Brilliant! With a thought, the remaining unabsorbed divine fragment fused further into Yifan's body, rapidly restoring his soul power. Within moments, he had recovered most of his strength. Moreover, during the purification, aside from absorbing the old woman's vitality and psychic energy, he had also taken in her refined soul force, the best nourishment for his own spirit. I'm fine now. Yifan patted Tu Jiyue's back reassuringly before addressing the others in the room. Whoosh! The entire ward seemed to come back to life. The acupuncturist and the master stared at Yi Fan as if he were the devil himself. Why, young master Yi? We were wrong. Please spare us. Holy hell. They had actually doubted Yi Fan's abilities. Even the great Xia's medical sage, Lei Qianjue, had bowed to him as his master. Lei Qianjue had once admitted that he couldn't cure Tu Jiyue, but his master could. And here was the proof. They had insulted and questioned Yi Fan and had just witnessed his terrifying power firsthand. A man who kills without blinking. Yi Fan was not someone to trifle with. Having survived the Northwest Massacre and wielding supreme authority in Great Xia, crushing 2 doctors would be as easy as squashing ants. Hey, if I wanted you dead, you'd be dead already. Yi Fan smirked. For the sake of your treatment of Jiyue, I'll spare your lives. But his trailing words made the doctors' hearts leap to their throats. Rumors claimed Yi Fan had died in the Northwest explosion, yet here he was, alive, disguised as Fan Yi in the capital. If he was hiding his identity, he surely had his reasons. Would he silence them to keep the secret? The doctors trembled. Yi Fan turned to Tu Qinghe. Uncle Tu, I'll trouble you to detain these 2 for a few days. Release them only after I've left the capital. Most importantly, no one must learn I'm Yi Fan. Especially not the Gene Prince. His piercing gaze locked onto Tu Qinghe. Huh? The remaining bodyguards and Tu Qinghe himself stared at Yi Fan in shock. Everyone knew Tu Qinghe, the underground overlord of the capital, was a core subordinate of the Gene Prince. Yet Yi Fan was asking him to keep this from the Gene Prince? What was he thinking? The feud between the Gene Prince and the Yi family was no secret, a blood debt Yi Fan had to avenge. That explained why Fan Yi had slaughtered half the Gene Prince's forces within 2 days of arriving in the capital. But if Yi Fan wanted the Gene Prince dead, why entrust his enemy's right-hand man with secrecy? Tu Qinghe forced a bitter smile. Young Master Yi. In principle, Tu Qinghe had sworn that whoever saved his daughter could have his life. Pledging the capital's underworld to Yi Fan and submitting to the Grand Preceptor's faction was only right. But the capital's underworld was far more complicated than it seemed. Tu Qinghe didn't hold absolute power here. Oh? Uncle Tu, do you have objections? Yi Fan stared intently at Tu Qinghe while pulling Tu Jiyue into his embrace, a gesture that carried more than a hint of intimidation. Got it? Your daughter is already mine. Shouldn't you know what to do now? Moreover, it was Yi Fan who had cured Tu Jiyue's illness. Did Tu Qinghe intend to go back on his word? Tu Jiyue wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck, pressing a kiss to his skin as she looked up at her father. Daddy, you see? Yi Fan and I are destined to be together. I'm already his. So, Daddy, you decide. If you refuse my husband, I'll never speak to you again. Her coquettish whine was nearly unbearable for Tu Qinghe. No, wait. Jiyue, it's not that I don't want to agree with young Master Yi. But you know our underground faction in Shangjing has always served Prince Jin. Suddenly defying his orders. That's... Tu Qinghe sighed before adding hurriedly, of course, I personally have no objections. I've said before, whoever saves my daughter can have my life. But the problem is, besides me, there are other power players in Shangjing's underworld. Even if I submit to young Master Yi, the others might not. He glanced at Yi Fan and continued, Young Master Yi, I know how formidable you are. But with so many people tied to the underground scene, you can't possibly just kill them all. Yi Fan smirked. Tu Qinghe had a point. Taking control of Shangjing's underworld wasn't something Tu Qinghe alone could guarantee. To truly dominate, most of the faction's leaders needed to submit willingly. Killing them is unnecessary. But, Uncle Tu, surely you can gather the core members for a talk, no? Yi Fan had already dealt with Prince Jin's 5 major backing families, most notably Gongshu's intelligence network and the Chao family's commerce empire. Their presence would be compelling evidence. Granted, while Yi Fan had subdued these families, their influence in Shangjing was so immense that news of their submission had been tightly suppressed. Most common folk remained unaware, and even those who did hear rumors knew nothing concrete. Previously, Yi Fan had needed secrecy for his plans. But now most of his schemes were complete. Those meant for execution had been executed, those meant for submission had submitted. After tomorrow's final assassination plot, he'd smoothly exit Shangjing, leaving Prince Jin fuming, and everything would be perfect. With concealment no longer necessary, figures like Gongshu, Chao Yuan, and Mu Wubai needed to step into the spotlight. Gather them. Young Master Yi, what do you intend? Tu Qinghe frowned. As a leader who had clawed his way up from the bottom, his men had fought tooth and nail for their territory and status. If Yi Fan summoned them all just to slaughter them, Tu Qinghe's conscience wouldn't allow it. But the reality was clear. Putting aside Yu Fan's role in saving Ji Yue, even if he hadn't, given how effortlessly Yi Fan had crushed even that monstrous crone, how could Tu Chinghe and his men resist? Relax. I won't kill them. I'll just reason with them. Let them meet certain individuals and face reality. Yi Fan's grin darkened. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? He could tell Tu Chinghe was bound by loyalty, making his betrayal of Prince Jin a moral struggle. Ugh. Daddy. Look at me, I'm already Brother Fan's woman. He's practically your son-in-law. Have you forgotten? Prince Jin orchestrated that massacre that nearly wiped out my husband's family. Are you really still siding with that bastard? Seeing her father hesitate, Tu Jiyue pressed further, clinging to his arm and shaking it urgently. Tu Chinghe, if you keep this up, I swear I'll cut ties with you. Humph. I'll run off with Brother Fan and never see you again. Despite his imposing stature, being Shangjing's underground godfather, Tu Chinghe was utterly enslaved by his daughter's whims. No. Jiyue, I'll agree, all right? I'll summon everyone for a meeting right now. He sighed helplessly before glancing at Yi Fan. But young Master Yi, my men are rough folk. Stubborn, too. I can't guarantee they'll be convinced. What kind of people could he possibly bring that would sway Shangjing's underworld leaders? While Tu Chinghe was the figurehead, the real power structure consisted of 12 underbosses, most directly appointed by Prince Jin himself. Core loyalists. Would they ever betray him? Before Yi Fan could respond, hurried footsteps echoed outside. Several of Tu Chinghe's top lieutenants burst in with armed subordinates in tow. Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to attend the Gong family's meeting today? Tu Chinghe frowned. Publicly, these men were business magnates. Privately, they controlled Shangjing's underworld. I don't need reinforcements. The abduction ordeal is over, just leave. Assuming they had come to rescue him, Tu Chinghe waved them off. TSK. Charging straight into Yi Fan's line of fire? There's no saving them now. But after a long pause, the men didn't move. Instead, their gazes locked onto Yi Fan with resigned expressions. At this moment, Yi Fan still wore Fan Ye's appearance, the face they had seen mere hours ago at Tianshang Pavilion, where Fan Ye had claimed Prince Jin's assets and even his mistress while absorbing the Chao family's intelligence network. What hope did they, mere minnows, have left to struggle? Why aren't you leaving? Ignoring my orders? Tu Chinghe barked. Thud. The next second, the men dropped to their knees, but not before Tu Chinghe. Before Yi Fan. What's happening? Oh God. Accept our reverence. Young Master Fan, we came specifically to find you. We confess we control certain territories of the underground world in Shangjing. Aside from our assets, we are willing to surrender all dominion over our territories to you. Yes, the entire underground world of Shangjing is ready to pledge allegiance to young Master Fan. The 4 or 5 underworld bosses knelt on the ground, their faces devout as they addressed Fan Yi with utmost respect. Seeing this scene, Fan Yi merely smiled faintly. Beside him, Tu Jiyue remained composed, as though this were only natural. Her man, if he truly was that terrifying Star Emperor, then making these small fries submit was simply expected. But Tu Chinghe and his closest bodyguards were utterly stunned. You, what are you doing? Tu Chinghe's jaw practically hit the floor, his toes curling so hard he could have scratched a 3-bedroom apartment into the floorboards. So, these guys hadn't come to rescue him? They had come specifically to pay respects to Fan Yi? Had he been deluding himself all along? What the hell was going on? After all, these bosses before him were practically Jin Wang's most loyal core supporters, the most stubborn opposition leaders in Shangjing's underground. If even they had surrendered, what was left of the underworld? Game over. Boss, we're begging for young Master Fan's forgiveness. Yeah, boss. Let's surrender already. Jin Wang is no match for young Master Fan. If we confess our wrongs, we might at least keep our lives. The group of bosses urged Tu Chinghe relentlessly, leaving him utterly baffled. This was supposed to be me worrying they wouldn't submit to Fan Yi. But now, the opposition faction is persuading me instead. What kind of twisted joke was this? Seeing Tu Chinghe hesitate, the bosses turned back to Fan Yi and declared, Young Master Fan, this is the leader of Shangjing's underground. Rest assured, we guarantee he will submit to you. Their bold promise only deepened Tu Chinghe's confusion. They can guarantee my surrender? How? BZZZZT. In the next instant, the bosses moved, swiftly surrounding Tu Chinghe from all angles. Before he could react, blades were already pressed against his vitals. His heart, throat, and dantian. Sorry, boss. You'd better declare your allegiance now. If you submit to young Master Fan today, we can still be brothers. Otherwise, well, another boss barked orders to his men. Seal the area. No one leaves without young Master Fan's permission. Tu Chingha stared dumbfounded at the scene unfolding before him. He was practically about to explode on the spot. Holy shit! These were his subordinates. Jin Wang's most loyal opposition faction. Holy FCK! Now they had taken him hostage. And why? To force him to surrender to Fan Yi? Could the world get any more absurd? Even Tu Jiue stared in bewildered amusement. Though she had faith in her man's strength, she hadn't expected Fan Ye's influence to be so overwhelming that he could effortlessly bring Shangjing's underworld bosses to heel without lifting a finger. Just how the hell did he pull this off? Tu Chingha turned to Fan Yi, but the young master merely smirked faintly, remaining silent, almost smug, as if saying, "See? Weren't you worried the opposition wouldn't comply? Now they've got blades to your throat. Talk about karma slapping you in the face." While stunned, Tu Chingha also burned with fury. "You lunatics! Have you lost your minds? After everything Jin Wang did for you, you betray him like this? Where's your conscience?" Though he had already mentally surrendered, he couldn't help but wonder. Why did Jin Wang's most loyal factions suddenly flip so drastically? If you want me to surrender, at least give me a reason. Jin Wang is still alive, just in seclusion. Deep down, Tu Chingha knew even if Jin Wang emerged now, he'd be no match for Fan Yi. "Boss, Jin Wang only ever exploited us. But our lives are our own. You might not know yet, Tianshang Mansion has already changed hands." One of the bosses spoke bitterly, explaining a few key details. Tianshang Mansion's Gong family, one of Shangjing's 5 great superclans, had been humiliated when Fan Yi publicly carried off the madam. Yet Gong's patriarch hadn't uttered a word of protest, even personally locking down witnesses. What did that imply? Even Gong's patriarch was no match for Fan Yi. We've also confirmed the Chao family has defected to Fan Yi. Jin Wang's entire intel network is now paralyzed. And Mu family's patriarch, the head of Shangjing's defense forces, has also pledged loyalty. As for the Wu and Yen clans, their entire families have already been wiped out. The bosses pulled out their phones, displaying actual footage of these events before Tu Chingha. Thanks to deliberate leaks, these scenes were no longer secret. Images clearly showed Fan Ye's interactions with Gong Shu, as well as Chao Yuan and other clan heads groveling before him. Rumor has it, because Chao Yuan leaked Jin Wang's defense schematics, nearly 90% of his forces across Xia have been obliterated. Jin Wang's core army is already annihilated. Boss, what's left for him to fight with? Sure, Jin Wang had issued emergency orders, claiming to ally with the 9 Abyss Holy Land, but with morale this shattered, who would still believe him? Hiss. Tu Chingha's vision blurred as he listened to the underworld bosses, his gaze shifting toward Fan Yi with godlike reverence. Fan Ye's fake death, followed by wreaking havoc in Shangjing, had already been a masterstroke, sapping Jin Wang's foundation dry. Now he'd annihilated practically all of Jin Wang's remaining forces. Even 9 Abyss likely stood no chance. Damn. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. At this point, Tu Chingha had nothing left to say. Fine. Since you're forcing me, I'll reluctantly pledge loyalty to young Master Fan. With a deep sigh, he declared, "I command this now. Shangjing's underground shall cease all harassment against the Yi family, their allies and associates." Still, he hesitated. But one thing troubles me. What about the other remaining bosses in the underworld? Will they obey? There were still a few other big shots, and Tu Chingha was somewhat worried. "Don't worry, boss. We've already sent our brothers to persuade them. If they agree, great. If not, by the time you see them again, it'll just be their heads." These underworld bosses were ruthless. When they said they'd act, they meant it. Feeling the blade withdraw from his neck, Tu Chingha instinctively shrank back, a wry smile forming in his heart. Had I really refused earlier, I wouldn't even have needed Yifan to lift a finger. My own men would have sent me straight to the king of hell. Sigh, what a disgrace to the family. Young Master Fan, how about this? Tu Qinghe spoke while handing Yifan a black token. This controls the entire underworld of Shangjing. With this token, you command the allegiance of 1 million underground members. Later, I'll distribute your photo to everyone. When they see you, they'll treat you with even more respect than they do me. After laying out all the arrangements, Tu Qinghe secretly sighed in relief. This was for the best. Without any effort on his part, his subordinates had willingly submitted to Yifan. No more being caught in the middle. Most importantly, Yifan had saved his daughter, and she had clearly already set her heart on him. This was the best outcome. Good. If I'd known it would be this easy, we wouldn't have had to go through all that trouble. Yifan smiled faintly, taking the token from Tu Qinghe before continuing. In that case, there's no need for the meeting later. However, tomorrow you'll have another mission. Gather all your top fighters, along with the experts from the Nine Nether sect, the Gong family, and the Chao family, to ambush and assassinate me. Yifan spoke with a serious expression, but his words left everyone present stunned. Huh? Young Master Fan, what do you mean? The newly surrendered bosses looked horrified. Young Master Fan, we would never dare lay a finger on you. If anyone tries to harm you, we'll fight to the death to protect you. After learning the truth of the situation, these bosses had developed a bone-deep fear of Fan Yi. The idea of attacking him was unthinkable. Moreover, in their eyes, Fan Yi was invincible. The Fong family's ambush, the Hua family's previous attempt, even the Wu family's ancestral elder's assassination plot, none had succeeded. Rumor had it that even a powerhouse from the immortal realm had tried and failed. Who could possibly kill Fan Yi? No one is trying to kill me, and even if they were, few could actually succeed, Yifan said calmly. Tomorrow's operation is about me killing myself. Huh? Yifan's cryptic words left the underworld bosses completely baffled. With a sly smile, Yifan pinched and adjusted his face. This is my real appearance. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Yifan, the so-called idiot of the Yi family Yifan. Thud, thud. The bosses who had just stood up now collapsed to their knees again, legs giving way at the sight of Yifan's true face. Hiss, the entire room filled with sharp intakes of breath. You're that. You're the Yi family's prodigal son. So, you really didn't die. Heavens! Thank goodness we knelt fast, or we might have lost the chance later. The underworld bosses were utterly dumbfounded. After seeing Yifan's real face, they were completely convinced. The identity of Fan Yi has served its purpose, so Fan Yi must die, while Yifan of the Northwest must return. Do you all understand now? Yifan made no effort to hide his plan. At this point, it was no longer a scheme, it was an open stratagem. Even if Prince Jean knew every detail, there was nothing he could do. His core forces had already been wiped out. Who did Prince Jean have left to rely on? He had no one left to attack Yifan with. Now, Prince Jean could only pin his hopes on two forces: the Nine Nether sect's experts led by Chan Tang, and the Soul Temple's power behind him. Understood. The bosses responded in unison, their voices filled with awe. After dismissing everyone, only Tu Qinghe, Tu Zhiyue, and a few others remained in the room. Young Master Yi, Tu Qinghe now regretted not pledging his loyalty to Yifan sooner. Uncle, don't worry. Whenever you chose to submit, the result would have been the same. The Shangjing underworld was always destined to fall under my banner, Yifan said confidently. It was only a matter of time. Besides, since Zhiyue is my woman, none of this is an issue. There's no need to dwell on such trivial matters. Also, since I have time now, I can take a look at your leg. As he spoke, crimson threads shot from Yifan's wrist, nanometer-thin filaments that instantly penetrated Tu Qinghe's leg, unblocking and revitalizing his meridians. Tu Qinghe's leg wasn't severely damaged, just an old injury that had flared up, clogging his meridians and leaving him lame. But Yi Fan's crimson threads were perfect for navigating such blockages. In mere seconds, the threads extracted a mass of blackened blood from Tu Chingha's leg. Done. Uncle, your leg is as good as new. That's it? Young Master Yi, you're not joking, are you? Tu Chingha was an ambitious man. Back when he ruled Shangjing's underworld, his success had been partly due to Tu Zhiyue's mother. After she left and he suffered his injury, his ambitions were stifled, forcing him to submit to Prince Jin. But now that his leg was healed, could he dare to dream again? Try it yourself. Having witnessed Yi Fan's power, how effortlessly he had handled even the old witch, Tu Chingha dared to hope. If Yi Fan could heal a years-old injury like this, he might as well be my second father. I'd kneel and call him Big Brother. No, Dad. If he wanted. With trembling excitement, Tu Chingha shifted his right leg. Once, twice. Ah, it works. My leg really works. Ha ha ha. It's really fixed. After taking several unassisted steps, he threw away his cane, jumped a few times, then pulled Yi Fan into a crushing hug. Big bro, thank you. Uncle, isn't it inappropriate to call me that? Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. If Tu Chingha called him brother, how would Tu Zhiyue address him? Yes. Brother is too distant, how about Godfather? Godfather, please accept my respects. Tu Chingha grew even more reverent, ready to bow to Yi Fan as he spoke. Tu Zhiyue, standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. Dad, stop joking around. You calling him Godfather, what am I supposed to call him? Seriously. Yi Fan also gave an awkward smile. Uncle, just call me Xiao Fan or Young Master Yi. Now that everything was resolved, Yi Fan felt much more relaxed. I'll have to trouble you with matters concerning the underground world in Shangjing. As for all intelligence related to Shangjing, Uncle, please contact Han Yue and report everything to her. There may be major events unfolding in Shangjing within the next 2 weeks. With Yi Fan's recent actions, nearly all of Prince Jin's inner circle of allies had been wiped out. But Prince Jin would never let things rest, he was bound to make one last desperate move. On the Emperor's wedding day, he would surely act, and that would be the perfect time for Yi Fan to strike. Yi Fan would put Prince Jin on trial before all of Great Xia, ensuring everyone knew the consequences of targeting the Yi family. Prince Jin and all the forces and families behind the attack on the Yi family had to be punished. Only death could atone for the blood of the Yi family's martyrs. Understood. Tu Chingha responded, his eyes lingering on Tu Zhiyue with a complicated expression. He wanted to say something but ultimately sighed helplessly. Then, I'll take my leave. Young Master Yi, I entrust Zhiyue to your care. Ah! His daughter looked at Yi Fan with eyes practically dripping with longing. His precious cabbage was about to be eaten by a pig. As a father, his heart ached, that much was undeniable. But Yi Fan's current power and future potential were beyond question. From what Tu Chingha had gathered, beyond the mortal world lay the immortal realm, the 3,000 great worlds, and the Star Alliance. And Yi Fan seemed poised to rule over that vast cosmic empire. As for his daughter, Tu Chingha had some suspicions. She was certainly no ordinary girl. There was no way he could keep her here. Once Tu Chingha left, Tu Zhiyue wasted no time. She wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck and jumped onto him. Brother Fan, now that we're alone, shouldn't we do something? As she spoke, she tugged at her shoulder strap, exposing her fair skin and the curve of her chest, barely contained beneath the fabric. Given the circumstances, Yi Fan knew exactly where things were headed. If he wanted, Tu Zhiyue could become his woman in minutes. But Yi Fan was troubled. Despite his current Daobone physique and cultivation at the Divine Transformation's 6th or 7th layer, he still couldn't fully control the sealed entities within him. Moreover, Qi Jiao and Ling Yifei seemed to be the keys to unlocking those seals. He still didn't dare touch them, and the blazing sacred flame within him constantly warned him against intimate contact. Not yet, cough. I'm not feeling well these days. Let's save it for when I return to Shangjing. He grasped her wrist firmly. There's something wrong with my body right now. If we merge now, problems will arise. This woman before him was the Witch Immortal, one of the Star Emperor's most powerful subordinates. Even if she hadn't fully awakened, she should understand his dilemma. Fine. Leaving the hospital, Yi Fan was in an exceptionally good mood. From his rise in Yunqing to stirring up Huadu, the battle at Penglai Gorge in Xuanwu territory, the military drills in Guangqing, and his journey to the Miaojianggu sect, Yi Fan had come a long way. The fragments of the heavenly palace map entrusted to his 6th sister-in-law, 3rd sister-in-law, and 7th sister-in-law had all been retrieved, and most of Prince Jin's pawns had been cleared. Once Prince Jin was dealt with, the only remaining problem was the Yi family's ancestor from ancient martial arts, the one who coveted his 9 yang dragon veins. Thanks to that mysterious girl, Yi Fan had already awakened one of the dragon veins. The chances of the Yi ancestor seizing his 9 yang dragon veins were now vanishingly slim. But the ancestor still had to be dealt with. Then there were the evil beings scattered across the mortal world, the king-class entities beneath the Eastern Sun Imperial Palace and at the heart of Britain's capital city. Only by eliminating them all, ensuring the mortal world remained peaceful for the next century, could Yi Fan wholeheartedly attend the Immortal Gate Conference, enter the Immortal Realm, and explore the 3,000 worlds. Screech. As Yi Fan reached the hospital entrance, a red Porsche pulled up beside him. "Brother Fan, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner." Hua Xueyin stepped out gracefully, dressed in a red figure-hugging mini-dress, coyly looping her arm through Yi Fan's. Last night, she had announced her intention to marry Yi Fan, offering the entire Hua family as dowry. When the news reached the ancient martial Hua family, there had initially been dissent. After all, Yi Fan had first appeared as Fan Yi. But as Fan Yi proceeded to demolish the Wu family, obliterate the Yen family, subdue the Gong and Chao families, and rumors spread that he had even killed envoys of the Soul Palace, the Hua family swiftly abandoned all objections. Some even connected him to an ancient legend. If Yi Fan truly was that person, then binding the Hua family to him would only bring them glory. Sure. Yi Fan accepted without hesitation, getting into Hua Xueyin's car. There were matters he needed to discuss with her anyway. The Hua family's pill factory had been handed over to the Ling family, a good move, but it would inevitably invite trouble. Moreover, Yi Fan had future plans that required Hua Xueyin's cooperation. "Brother Fan." No sooner had Yi Fan stepped into the car than Hua Xueyin moved to pounce on him. She had come not just under her family's urging but also out of personal anxiety. Faced with such a peerlessly talented man, if she didn't act quickly, she might miss her chance forever. Unlike Qi Jiao or Tu Zhiyue, Hua Xueyin had no unique physique, she was just an ordinary girl from the ancient martial world. Thus, Yi Fan had no reservations. He pulled her into his lap, his hands roaming freely over her. "Right here?" His smirk sent shivers down her spine. "Ah, you're so bad." Hua Xueyin melted against him, her voice a breathy murmur. "Whatever you want. I'm yours." As his woman, she wouldn't mind any setting, here in the car, or even out in the open. The atmosphere inside the car grew thick with desire. But clearly, fate had other plans. "Hua Xueyin, you promised last time that you'd return the ashes to me after the banquet. It's time to hand them over now, isn't it?" Screech. Screech. Outside the car, a series of urgent braking sounds echoed as a fleet of vehicles surrounded Hua Xueyin's car. The leader was none other than the eldest son of the Gong family, Gong Xiaoning, who had previously fought against Hua Xueyin. After the banquet ended yesterday, Gong Xiaoning had witnessed Fan Ye's overwhelming strength and, with no other choice, refrained from further action, relinquishing matters like the Hua family's agency rights. However, after internal discussions, the Gong family unanimously agreed that even if they couldn't afford to offend the Hua family or Fan Yi, they had to retrieve the old patriarch's ashes. Thus, Gong Xiaoning had returned, this time with 2 martial saint-level experts from the family, intending to intimidate the Hua family into submission. Upon entering the capital, Gong Xiaoning had tracked Hua Xueyin's whereabouts and immediately pursued her. Inside the car, Hua Xueyin had built up the atmosphere and emotions to their peak, only to be abruptly interrupted by the knocking outside. A million curses raced through her mind. Damn it. Of all times to cause trouble, why now? At this moment, Hua Xueyin genuinely wanted to strangle Gong Xiaoning. "Hua Xueyin, if you don't come out now, I won't hold back." Boom. A surge of violent energy erupted from Gong Xiaoning's wrist as he tore the car door clean off, reaching in to grab Hua Xueyin's arm and yank her out. The Gong family had already agreed internally. Hua Xueyin was the one who had stolen the old patriarch's ashes in the first place. They hadn't interfered with the Hua family's business banquet, so demanding the ashes back now was completely justified. Even if the matter were brought before the Martial Alliance or the Immortal Realm's law enforcement, they wouldn't be in the wrong. But when Gong Xiaoning grabbed Hua Xueyin's arm, something felt off. Why was her arm so thick? And why was it so hairy? What the hell? Confused, Gong Xiaoning tugged harder, but even with his emperor-level martial strength, he couldn't budge her an inch. Meanwhile, Hua Xueyin inside the car stared at him with a mocking smirk as if watching a clown. That gaze made Gong Xiaoning's blood boil. What are you looking at me like that for? He snapped, though his heart had already begun pounding violently. Damn it. Don't tell me. He had only come to talk to Hua Xueyan. Was he really unlucky enough to run into Fan Yi again? Right now, Gong Xiaoning desperately wanted to flee. But the truth was, even if he tried, it was already too late. Because Hua Xueyan's hand had now clamped down on his wrist. Humph. Who gave you the guts to threaten my woman? Did you learn nothing from last night? Do you want to end up like the Wu family? Or the Yen family? With a cold snort, Yi Fan pulled Hua Xueyan off his lap and revealed himself to Gong Xiaoning, his piercing gaze boring into the man's soul. Gong Xiaoning trembled uncontrollably under that stare. Ah! Fan Xiao. Yesterday when he had pursued Hua Xueyan, Fan Yi had appeared out of nowhere to save her, forcing Gong Xiaoning to retreat after the Hua family's elder intervened. The Gong family's current stance was clear: do not provoke Fan Yi. Do not make an enemy of him. But now that Fan Yi was involved, what were they supposed to do about the old patriarch's ashes? Kneel if you want to live. Yi Fan's icy command brooked no argument. You dare. What the hell do you think you are, ordering our young master to kneel? Beside Gong Xiaoning, a martial saint-level expert who had just emerged from seclusion and knew little about Fan Yi spoke up defiantly. Having reached the martial saint realm, he believed himself invincible. Naturally, he wasn't about to take orders from some random guy. No, don't. Gong Xiaoning shut his eyes in despair. The Gong family had invested immense resources to nurture this martial saint, and now he was throwing himself straight into the line of fire. Was this guy trying to get himself killed? But before Gong Xiaoning could stop him. Sizzle! With a mere flick of his wrist, Yi Fan unleashed a surge of blazing flames that instantly engulfed the martial saint, reducing him to ashes in seconds. Against formidable foes like the Old Witch, the primordial flames might have struggled, but against mere martial artists of the mortal world, they were still unstoppable. Anyone else have objections? Yi Fan stepped out of the car with Hua Xueyan in his arms, sweeping a cold gaze over Gong Xiaoning and the others. Thud! Thud! Without hesitation, the remaining martial artists around Gong Xiaoning dropped to their knees before he could even react. Fan Xiao, spare us. We were wrong. Gong Xiaoning was speechless. Damn it. Where was your dignity? Your backbone? Sigh. Though reluctant, Gong Xiaoning knew this devil in front of him had a hair-trigger temper. If he delayed any longer, he'd end up just like that martial saint, burned to a crisp. Thud. Fan Xiao, I was wrong. Please return my grandfather's ashes to us. The entire Gong family will remember your kindness, and the Hua families. Though seething inside, Gong Xiaoning maintained a respectful tone. His grandfather's ashes held a monumental secret. After the old man's cremation, the Gong family hadn't even had time to study them before Hua Xueyan snatched them away. No matter the cost, they had to get them back. See? Was that so hard? Must I always resort to civilized negotiations with you people? Yi Fan retracted his aura and glanced at Hua Xueyan. Xueyan, where did you put the old man's ashes? How about returning them? Let's foster some goodwill. Though still annoyed at Gong Xiaoning for ruining the moment, Hua Xueyan knew the Gong family held significant influence in the martial world. It was best not to antagonize them further. The urn is hidden in a secure location at A. Just as she was about to reveal the location, Yi Fan cut her off. Hold on. Young Master Gong, since we've been so generous as to safeguard your grandfather's ashes for so long, shouldn't you show some gratitude? Given how important they are to you, a little storage fee wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? Kneeling on the ground, Gong Xiaoning felt like he couldn't breathe. Are you fucking serious? Have you no shame? God damn it. We never asked you to safeguard anything. You stole my grandfather's ashes and used them to blackmail the Gong family into staying out of the Hua family's affairs. But Gong Xiaoning also knew retrieving the ashes wouldn't be that simple. Fan Xiao, name your price. Whatever the Gong family possesses, we'll give it to you. Yi Fan had been waiting for this exact line. Oh? You said that yourself. A wicked grin spread across his face as a mental list of the Gong family's treasures materialized before him. It has to be said, Han Yue truly is a born queen of intelligence. In just a short time after establishing her information network, she managed to fully integrate the Tianji Pavilion, the Zhenwu Division, and her own intelligence system, forming a comprehensive and highly efficient intelligence apparatus. Her grasp extends not only to intelligence within Great Xia but also to global intelligence and even the secrets of the ancient martial world. Now, laid out before Yi Fan was a detailed account of all the treasures hidden within the secret vault of the Gong family, one of the ancient martial clans. 19 enlightenment beads. 31 martial spirit pills, 8 incomplete volumes of immortal realm cultivation manuals, 2 fragmented maps of the heavenly palace, and 83 sacks of rare medicinal herbs originating from the immortal realm. That's about it. Huh? Young Master Gong, why do you look so pale? Yi Fan spoke leisurely while deliberately scrutinizing Gong Xiaoning's expression. Before he could even finish his sentence, Gong Xiaoning's face had already turned ashen. Internally, he was so shocked his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. What the hell? How the hell does Fan Yu know so much about the Gong family's secret treasures? Damn it. A good portion of these treasures were things Gong Xiaoning had only learned about recently after being confirmed as the new successor when his father finally revealed them to him. For instance, the enlightenment beads, those could only be consumed by martial artists who had broken through beyond the Saint Realm. And yet, Fan Yi had just casually demanded 19 of them. The Gong family only had 20 to begin with. This bastard was doing this on purpose. And the martial spirit pills, there were only 32 in total in the family vault, yet Fan Yi wanted 31. He had to know exactly what was inside the Gong family's secret treasury. Damn it all. Demanding nearly every last bit of the family's resources in one go, how the hell could anyone expect him to keep a straight face? This wasn't negotiation at all, this was demanding the Gong family's life. The Gong family had inherited these treasures over hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Their entire foundation relied on these resources. With the enlightenment beads and martial spirit pills, they could still cultivate Saint Realm experts. But if Fan Yu took all of them, what would be left for the Gong family to work with? Young Fan, surely you're joking. My family doesn't have things like this. And besides, my grandfather's ashes aren't worth that much. Gong Xiaoning forced a laugh, trying to deflect. How about a more reasonable trade? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Do I look like I'm joking? Then he turned to Hua Shuiyan beside him. If the old man's ashes are worth so little, Shuiyan, have someone flush them down the drain. No point keeping them if they don't care. Got it. I'll make the call right away. Hua Shuiyan giggled, watching Yi Fan's performance with undisguised admiration. As fellow members of the ancient martial circles, the Hua family had only a vague idea of the Gong family's reserves. They knew they had enlightenment beads and martial spirit pills, but Yi Fan had named precise quantities. And judging by Gong Xiaoning's reaction, those numbers were likely accurate. She pulled out her phone to order her subordinates. Gong Xiaoning panicked. Wait. Miss Hua, hold on. We can negotiate. He scrambled forward desperately. Why, young Fan, don't be rash. Let's talk this through. Sigh. Last night, before returning to the capital, his father had stressed one thing. No matter the cost, they must recover grandfather's ashes because they held a secret of monumental importance. No matter the cost. Which meant those ashes had to contain something he didn't yet know about. Young Master Gong, I suggest you call your father first. Yi Fan smirked, though inwardly suspicions also stirred. Why would an ancient martial family care so much about an old man's ashes? There must be something special about them. He had already decided, before handing them over, he would personally inspect them. Ever since that old hag had resurfaced in the capital, Yi Fan had noticed something unsettling. Powerhouses from realms like the immortal domain and even other unknown dimensions were beginning to discreetly infiltrate the mortal world. Could something in the Gong family patriarch's ashes be tied to those hidden worlds? Could it even be related to my own past? Trapped, Gong Xiaoning sank to his knees and reluctantly dialed his father. Father, we have a problem. That Hua family which stole grandfather's ashes. To get them back, young Fan demanded the enlightenment beads, the pills. He relayed Yu Fan's terms in full. On the other end of the line, the Gong family patriarch exploded. What? How does Fan Yu know the exact contents of our vault? Does he have cameras planted inside? Shock quickly turned to dread as the family head cast uneasy glances around. Ever since forging an alliance with the Gene Prince and the minor factions of the ancient martial world, the Gong family had tightened security to near impenetrable levels. Only core members could access even the outermost courtyards. Yet somehow their most guarded secrets had been compromised. And Fan Ye's demand every single item just one short of their total stock. He was mocking them openly. The Gong patriarch was sharper than his son. Once Fan Ye had revealed such precise knowledge, negotiation was already pointless. If the Gong family gave the items, they at least maintained some dignity. But if they refused, Fan Ye would likely find a way to take them by force anyway. Damn it all. This Fan Ye had only surfaced in the capital recently. How was he already so formidable? Could he really be Yi Fan? The same Yi Fan from the northwest who was supposed to have been blown to pieces? Sigh. Give him what he wants. Helplessness weighed down the Gong patriarch's voice. No matter how much strength they mustered, it felt like Yi Fan was steps ahead, controlling everything with ease. But as long as they recovered grandfather's ashes, it would be worth it. Before dying, the old master had whispered a secret. He had once entered the abyss, his body bathed in its terrifying energy. Those forces still lingered even in his ashes. According to him, harnessing just 1% of that power could elevate the Gong family to supremacy among the ancient martial clans. They could mass-produce Saint Realm experts like assembly line products, because the abyss was one of those legendary ruins sought after by countless realms. A battleground of gods imbued with incomprehensible energy. These abysses were vanishingly rare across the universe, yet those who entered could reap unimaginable rewards. Unfortunately, the old master hadn't been strong enough to endure the abyss's corroding power. He had barely escaped before succumbing to his wounds. What? Father, if we surrender those treasures, what happens to our family's future? Gong Xiaoning had expected this, but hearing it outright was still a gut punch. The patriarch's voice turned icy. Do you think he won't take them if we refuse? Remember my words, spare no cost. Bring back grandfather's ashes. That's final. I'll arrange for someone to transport it by private jet immediately. It should arrive in about 2 hours. The head of the Gong family gave the order and hung up the phone without another word. Gong Xiaoning looked at Yi Fan with a bitter expression. Young Master Fan, we agree to all your conditions. The things you need will arrive in 2 hours. Can you return my grandfather's ashes to us now? Hua Shuyan watched Gong Xiaoning kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony. Wasn't this guy acting all high and mighty before? Just 2 days ago, because Gong Xiaoning's strength far surpassed hers, he had always looked down on her, acting as if he were superior. And now, here he was kneeling before her. Ah, how the tables had turned. And all of it was because of Brother Fan. Because she had chosen to cling tightly to Brother Fan, her own strength had improved, and the Hua family's status had risen as well. Now, who in the entire ancient martial arts world would dare look down on the Hua family? Everyone knew that behind the Hua family stood a powerhouse who had surpassed the martial Saint Realm, at least a divine transformation expert, and one so young at that. Given enough time, he would surely reach Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, or even Nascent Soul. Once he reached that level, he would undoubtedly become a supreme powerhouse even in the immortal realm. By then, who would dare provoke the Hua family? However, Hua Shuyan was now feeling a bit anxious. She already knew Fan Ye's true identity was Yi Fan, and Yi Fan was none other than Nangong Aoyue's husband. If her public declaration of marrying Fan Yi were exposed later, how would she face her best friend? Nangong Aoyue? Fine. Since you're being so sincere, I'll return your grandfather's ashes to you, but let me make this clear, your Gong family had better cut ties with Prince Jean and stay out of my way. Otherwise, next time, kneeling won't be enough. Yi Fan wasn't surprised by the Gong family's reaction. The moment he listed out the treasures from the Gong family's vault, those items had already become his in all but name. As long as the Gong family head wasn't a fool, he would hand them over. After all, if Yi Fan could recite the inventory so precisely, he surely had the means to take them by force if necessary. Shuyan, let's go. We'll personally retrieve the ashes. To show our sincerity, I'll bring the urn back myself and hand it over to young Master Gong. Yi Fan wrapped an arm around Hua Shuyan's waist and glanced at the sports car with its door torn off. Gong Xiaoning, ever quick-witted, immediately offered, Young Master Fan, take my car. It's brand new, just bought, clean and untouched. He pointed to another Ferrari nearby, though his heart ached at the thought of parting with it. But he had no choice. He had been the one to damage Hua Shuyan's car earlier, and now he was afraid that any misstep might anger Fan Yi, leading him to withhold his grandfather's ashes. If that happened, all the treasures the Gong family had surrendered would be for nothing. Hua Shuyan, standing beside Yi Fan, was still puzzled. You! What was Brother Fan thinking? It was just the ashes of the Gong family's old master. Couldn't they just have someone deliver them? Why did Yi Fan need to go personally? But then Yi Fan gave her a meaningful look, and realization dawned on her. Of course, if Gong Xiaoning and the entire Gong family were willing to trade so many treasures for the ashes, There must be something special about them. It was better for Brother Fan to inspect them himself. With his terrifying abilities, he would surely uncover any hidden secrets. And if there was something valuable concealed within the ashes, Brother Fan could intercept it beforehand. By then, even after paying such a steep price, the Gong family would retrieve the ashes only to find the real treasures already gone. Losing so many resources capable of nurturing supreme powerhouses might very well cripple the Gong family for good. All right. Once inside the car, Hua Shuyan didn't hesitate. She floored the accelerator, speeding toward the hiding place of the ashes with Yi Fan. Gong Xiaoning scrambled up from the ground and frantically ordered his subordinates. Hurry! Don't just stand there. Follow them. Damn it! The Gong family had already paid such a heavy price. They couldn't afford any mishaps with his grandfather's ashes now. By the riverside in the eastern suburbs of Shangjing, inside a secluded courtyard, Yi Fan and Hua Shuyan had arrived. On the table before them lay a black square urn. This is the Gong family's old master's ashes. I don't see anything special about it. Why would the Gong family go to such lengths to get it back? Are they really that filial? Hua Shuyan examined the open urn and the grayish ashes inside, sensing nothing unusual with her perception. Yi Fan also probed with his formidable spiritual sense but detected no anomalies. No fluctuations of martial energy, no traces of psychic power, nothing at all. Yet Yi Fan was certain there had to be something extraordinary about these ashes. If they weren't of immense value, the Gong family would never have agreed to his outrageous demands. Surrendering nearly all of their family's accumulated treasures just to retrieve an old man's ashes? It couldn't possibly be out of filial piety. He tried activating his demon eye and even mental scanning, but nothing worked. Just as Yi Fan began doubting his own abilities, the ember flame seal on his wrist suddenly manifested on its own. A small wisp of flame drifted out and lightly brushed against the ashes. Boom! A deep, resonant hum filled the room as an overwhelming surge of psychic energy erupted from the urn. The sheer force of the energy blasted a massive hole through the roof. Had it not been for the ember flame seal's suppression, the urn itself would have shattered instantly. Along with the psychic energy, golden immortal power surged violently, swirling as if trying to escape the room. But the ember flame seal, as if sentient, formed a fiery barrier, trapping all the energy inside while simultaneously guiding it toward Yi Fan's body. Yi Fan, with his innate Tao bone physique, naturally absorbed psychic and immortal energy. With the ember flame seal's assistance, the vast immortal power within the ashes found an outlet, flooding into Yi Fan's meridians. With just the slightest influx, Yi Fan felt his entire body brimming with power. His cultivation skyrocketed, divine transformation 6th stage, 7th stage, all the way to the peak of divine transformation 9th stage. Crack! He shattered the bottleneck, directly stepping into foundation establishment. And yet, the immortal energy had only just begun. If it continued pouring in, Yi Fan feared his body might explode. But at that moment, the divine fragments fused within his body started absorbing the excess energy. Most crucially, deep within his dantian, something like a black hole seemed to open, a bottomless void that devoured the surplus immortal power. The moment the black hole opened, Yi Fan suddenly realized that the fragmented memories of the Starry Sky Emperor in his mind had become slightly clearer. Could it be that the black hole space was the key to the seal within his body? But when Yi Fan tried to probe it with his spiritual energy, he was forcefully repelled by an overwhelming power. Sigh! It seemed he still wasn't strong enough to fully break the seal. The mysterious flame of origins within his body, was it the key guarding the black hole, or the lock itself? What level of cultivation would he need to reach to fully unlock the shackles within him? Meanwhile, the immortal and psychic energies from the ashes continued pouring into Yi Fan's body unabated. Along with them came a surge of powerful information. The abyss of the starry domains? The lost realm of the gods? So, the old master of the Gong family had entered that mystical abyss bathed in its power, and that was why he had perished later. Yet the Gong family had gone to such lengths to retrieve the old patriarch's ashes. Surely, their goal was the abyssal power within them. But fate had other plans. The ashes had fallen into Yu Fan's hands, and coincidentally, the Flame of Origins had activated the absorption of the abyssal energy. As Yu Fan processed the information from the abyss, the black hole within him absorbed the psychic energies at an astonishing speed. Despite the immense power within the Gong family patriarch's ashes, the sealed black hole in Yi Fan's body drained them completely within mere seconds. Every trace of psychic fluctuation and immortal energy was absorbed. The once glistening ashes now lay dull and lifeless in the box, indistinguishable from ordinary crumbled dirt. Fanji. I broke through again. Earlier, when the ashes emitted golden light, an overwhelming surge of psychic energy had filled the room. Though most of it was absorbed by Yi Fan, the remnants had seeped into Hua Shuiyan. And just that tiny fraction had catapulted her strength, raising her from Martial Emperor rank 2 straight to Martial Emperor rank 6 in an instant. Only 2 days since meeting Yi Fan, yet her power had skyrocketed like a rocket. It felt surreal. Was this a dream? At this rate, wouldn't she hit the Martial Saint realm soon? No. She needed to sleep with Fan Ji as soon as possible. Hua Shuiyan genuinely liked Yi Fan, but admittedly part of her obsession stemmed from the tangible benefits his aura brought her. That's normal. I broke through too. Yi Fan examined his newfound foundation establishment's second layer strength. His control over spatial energy had ascended to another level, and his spiritual senses had exploded in power. With his heightened perception, he could now clearly sense the situation outside. The movements of Gong Xiaoning and the others were laid bare before him. Outside the compound, Gong Xiaoning and his entourage had arrived in a frenzy, pacing restlessly outside the courtyard. The sudden, violent energy fluctuations from within sent waves of panic through him. Earlier, when the aura surged from the patriarch's ashes, it had torn through the heavens, leaving a gaping void in the sky. The shockwave rippled beyond the capital, across Great Xia, the mundane world, and even the hidden martial sections. It felt as though the entire planet had trembled. Amid the chaos, Gong Xiaoning could have sworn he heard something crack, like a sealed shell fracturing slightly. Powerhouses across the world, even the hidden monsters of the martial world, shuddered in instinctive dread. No way. Gong Xiaoning's face twisted with despair. Had all this commotion meant Fan Yi had uncovered the secret within his grandfather's ashes? Young master, should we go in and check? A subordinate hesitantly suggested. What if they've gone back on their word? Idiot! Furious, Gong Xiaoning kicked the man square in the rear, sending him face first into the dirt. Are you blind? Did you forget what happened earlier? A martial saint was incinerated in seconds. You want to die? Go ahead, but don't drag me into it. Sigh. Never in his life had Gong Xiaoning felt so humiliated. Since when had the mundane world produced such a freak? For centuries, the martial sects had dominated, yet now some upstart was trampling them underfoot. His grandfather's ashes had been stolen, and now the Gong family had to bribe the thief to get them back. Worse, Gong Xiaoning didn't dare utter a single word of protest. All he could do was pray the ashes were still intact. Hurry up and check, where are the treasures from the family? He barked at his subordinates. His nerves were frayed. The sooner they handed over the goods and retrieved the ashes, the sooner they could escape this nightmare. They've reported the plane will land in half an hour. Good. Inside the courtyard. After one final inspection of the ashes confirming no residual energy or information remained, Yi Fan closed the box with a satisfied nod. All right. Since they've been so generous, we should return the old man's ashes. He strode toward the gate, the box in hand. Hua Shuiyan stuck out her tongue mischievously. Fan Ji, the Gong family must be after the abyss's power, right? If they find out the ashes are empty, won't they lose their minds? Yi Fan smirked. Lose their minds? The Gong family may not have directly participated in the Yi family massacre, but they allied with Prince Jin. They're still my enemies. The fact that I haven't wiped them out already is mercy enough. Besides, even if they do go mad, they'll just have to swallow their bitterness in silence. The handover proceeded smoothly. Once the Gong family's treasures were delivered, Yi Fan passed the ashes to Gong Xiaoning while recording the entire exchange on video. Young Master Gong, take a good look. Your grandfather's ashes, not a single gram missing, not a single component lost. Inspect them carefully now. Don't come crying to me later, claiming I shortchanged you. Oh, of course not. Thank you, young Master Fan. Though Gong Xiaoning cursed Yu Fan's ancestors 18 generations deep in his heart, his face remained the picture of deference. Truthfully, he had no way to verify the ashes' condition. The real test would come once they were returned to the Gong family's headquarters. Sigh. For now, the priority was to get the hell out of here. Who knew what other tricks Fan Yu might pull if they lingered? Swish. Without the slightest hesitation, Gong Xiaoning led the remaining elite members of the Gong family and instantly fled the scene. They had already lost one martial saint. They couldn't afford to lose any more. The convoy sped away for several kilometers, nearing the airport, before Gong Xiaoning finally dared to slow down. Young master, something feels off, frowned the martial saint beside Gong Xiaoning in the car, hesitating before speaking up. The family head said there should be a mysterious energy fluctuation in the elder's ashes, but I don't sense anything at all. Young master, do you think Fan Yi played us? Gong Xiaoning, a martial emperor himself, had also carefully examined the ashes when he held them earlier. He, too, had failed to detect the energy fluctuation his father had mentioned. TCH, even if we were tricked, what can we do now? Damn it! Gong Xiaoning opened the box and took another look, his heart sinking. The ashes of his grandfather, compared to before they were snatched by Hua Shuyan, had lost their luster. They no longer carried that vital essence. Now, they were just like ordinary dirt, devoid of any spiritual energy. Let's return to the ancient martial Gong family first. Maybe we're just not sensing the energy correctly. This was destined to be a tragedy. Yet, the Gong family still clung to their last shred of hope. Meanwhile, Fan Gu, they're finally gone. At the entrance of the villa in the eastern suburbs, Hua Shuyan watched as Gong Xiaoning and his men disappeared into the distance. Her eyes were practically shimmering with desire as she draped herself over Yi Fan's neck, tugging at him to enter the courtyard. It's getting late. How about we skip dinner and just go inside? Yi Fan knew exactly what she was thinking but deliberately teased her. Go inside for what? Ugh, you're so mean. Hua Shuyan buried her face against his chest, her voice muffled with embarrassment. To eat me, of course. She had been waiting for this moment since yesterday, longing for it. Now, was it finally happening? Yi Fan looked at her. He didn't dislike Hua Shuyan. In fact, he was quite fond of her. Fine. After all, he had publicly declared at the Hua family banquet that Hua Shuyan was his girlfriend. Sleeping with his own girlfriend was only natural. He pinched her waist playfully and was about to carry her into the courtyard when, screech, a blue 80M7 pulled up at the gate. Fan Xiao, I happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd give you a ride home. A beautiful face peeked out from the car. None other than his second sister-in-law, Ling Yanxiu. Yi Fan genuinely cherished this sister-in-law, who had stood by him even during the Yi family's downfall. And after last night, their relationship had deepened even further. Yanxiu, Yi Fan greeted her warmly. Hua Shuyan, however, immediately scrambled out of his arms. Miss Ling, when alone, she could act spoiled and possessive around Yi Fan. But in front of Ling Yanxiu, she suddenly felt like a thief, as if she had stolen something that wasn't hers. After all, she knew about the bond between Yi Fan and Ling Yanxiu. Their relationship had been forged through hardship, back when Yi Fan was still a fool. That kind of devotion made Hua Shuyan feel almost guilty. Miss Hua, no, President Hua. Ling Yanxiu stepped out of the car and gave a slight bow. The Hua family had granted the Ling family the rights to distribute mundane world elixirs, an enormous favor. Though Hua Shuyan had done it for Yi Fan's sake, Ling Yanxiu was still grateful. The Hua family was a top-tier force among ancient martial clans. For them to collaborate with the Ling family was practically a demotion in status. But thanks to this partnership, every tycoon and VIP in China now treated Ling Yanxiu with utmost respect. Gone were the days when they avoided her due to the Jin Prince's suppression. Now they were practically begging to work with the Ling family. Yi Fan chuckled at the sight of the two women. With a grin, he pulled Ling Yanxiu into his embrace. Then, noticing Hua Shuyan's dejected expression, he wrapped an arm around her too. Enough with the formalities. We're all family now. Yanxiu, since Shuyan is younger, she'll call you elder sister from now on. This wasn't exactly a secret. Ling Yanxiu was well aware of Yi Fan's popularity. After last night's banquet, where he had openly declared Hua Shuyan as his girlfriend, marriage was inevitable. And honestly, Given the number of women already around Yifan, one more didn't faze her. Ah! Hua Shuyan, however, blushed furiously, her eyes flickering nervously toward Ling Yanxiu. Testing, questioning. Ling Yanxiu smiled warmly. Then I'll take the liberty of calling you Shuyan Mei. Hua Shuyan exhaled in relief. Yanxiujie, please take care of me from now on. Her heart fluttered. Did this mean she was officially one of Yifan's women now? If even second sister in Ling Yanxiu accepted her, the other sisters and admirers should be easier to handle, right? Yifan smirked, tightening his grip on both women. Shuyan, how about coming to the Ling family tonight? Last night, Ling Yifei had wanted to, but due to her unique constitution, things hadn't progressed. Wah? Hua Shuyan's eyes widened. At the suggestive glint in Yifan's eyes, she yelped and wriggled free. And no, I just remembered. I have something to do tonight. I'll go first. Bye. Her face burned crimson as she bolted back into the courtyard. This scoundrel. She was still a virgin. For heaven's sake. How could he even think of that? So shameless. Ling Yanxiu blinked in confusion. Xiao Fan, what's wrong with Shuyan? Why'd she run off like that? Yifan laughed. Nothing. Probably just shy. He pulled Ling Yanxiu toward the car. Let's go home. As the vehicle sped away, snippets of their conversation drifted out. By the way, is Yifei home? She is. That girl's been sulking all day. You're in for it tonight. Thought of how to explain yourself, you rogue? Humph. I can barely walk thanks to you. Occasionally, less than wholesome noises also escaped the car. Meanwhile, Yifan began sending out messages to Gongshu, Chao Yuan, and the others. Tomorrow, all of you meet at the state guest house. We'll discuss the specifics of the merger. This was all just a show for the Gene Prince's benefit. Nothing like rubbing salt in the wound. Yifan deliberately instructed Zhang Yu to relay the message to Prince Jean without fail. Tomorrow's grand spectacle would have Prince Jean as its central figure. If Prince Jean failed to show up, the whole affair would lose its meaning. By the time Yifan returned to the Ling family's compound, he knocked out Ling Yifei once again and began studying the secrets of life with Ling Yanxiu. Meanwhile, deep within Prince Jin's underground chamber, Prince Jean received Fan Ye's plan for the following day. Damn that wretched dog. He actually dares to hold a joint meeting at the state guest house tomorrow right under my nose, attempting to strip away all of my remaining forces? Bastard. This is infuriating. Prince Jean was seething with rage. After forcefully emerging from his underground chamber today, Prince Jean suddenly realized that in just 1 week of seclusion, the defensive forces and martial experts he had spent decades carefully cultivating across the great Xia dynasty had all been annihilated. To make matters worse, Yifan had impersonated Fan Yi, infiltrated the capital, and dismantled the last line of defense Prince Jean had stationed here. And as if that weren't enough, the brat had even slept with Prince Jin's lover, Gong Shu, and cracked open that ridiculous chastity lock on her pants. Fortunately, beyond these worldly forces, Prince Jean still had the backing of the Soul Palace's elites and mighty experts from the 9 nether sacred land. Young Master Qin, your arrival couldn't have been more timely. Tomorrow, you must capture that dog Fan Yi alive. I want him to regret ever being born. Prince Jean was roaring like a madman. He had absolutely lost it. At this point, merely killing Yifan was no longer enough to quench his hatred. He needed to make Yifan suffer a fate worse than death. He would destroy the Yi family's patriarch before Yifan's eyes, crush the heavenly dragon army, and obliterate everything Yifan cared about, utterly annihilate it all. Yet, despite his fury, Prince Jean couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Damn it all. Yifan had completely wiped out so many of his meticulously cultivated elites. Now, when he confronted the imperial family and attempted to disrupt Ji Yuchen's grand wedding next week, would he even stand a chance against Ji Yuchen's forces? If Ji Yuchen and Prince Qing joined forces, Prince Jin's task would become far more difficult. Although the Soul Palace was sending reinforcements, experts descending from the immortal realm into the mortal world would face suppression from planar laws, severely limiting how long they could remain. Once the Soul Palace's warriors withdrew, Prince Jean would be left calm alone again. Rest assured, Prince Jean, tomorrow I will unleash my full strength, Qin Tang assured him with a smirk. Upon receiving Prince Jin's orders, Qin Tang had secretly contacted Yi Fan, who instructed him to fight to kill Yi Fan on sight. Qin Tang didn't fully understand why Yi Fan had given such an order, but since this was his sworn father's command, he would execute it without question. Zhang Yu, tonight I must break through to the divine transformation realm. Once I seize Fan Yu tomorrow, I want him alive. Prince Jin clenched his fists. Also, Soul Palace envoys might arrive tonight. If I'm still in seclusion, you will receive them. Understood. A cold glint flashed in Prince Jin's eyes. Unknown to anyone, even Zhang Yu, he still had countless hidden agents scattered across the capital. This was his ultimate ace in the hole. If his plans failed, these agents would ensure his escape from the capital. Meanwhile, in the ancient martial world, the Gong family's estate, though it was already late at night, the entire mansion was ablaze with light. All of the Gong family's core members were gathered before an intricate machine, beneath which lay the eldest ancestor's ashes. The mechanical arm of the device probed into the urn, emitting a series of rapid beeps. Yet, no matter how many times it checked, the readings remained the same. The family head, Gong Chimao, scowled at the data. Impossible. Before his death, Father clearly told us he brought back vast energies from the abyss. With just a slight transfer from him, I reached the peak of Martial Emperor. Yet now, these ashes contain nothing. What the hell happened? What caused that massive energy surge earlier today? Gong Chimao, trembling with fury, lunged at his son like a madman, nearly choking him to death. The Gong family had expended priceless treasures just to retrieve these ashes, all for the sake of absorbing the abyss's power. But now? Nothing. Their treasures were gone, and Fan Yi had taken them. They had lost everything and gained nothing. Father, please calm down. Gong Xiaoning stammered in terror. When we retrieved grandfather's ashes in the capital, Fan Yi and Hua Shuiyan stayed alone in the room for a long time. That energy explosion burst from their chamber. It tore through the roof. Everyone in Great Xia felt it. The ashes already felt wrong when I received them. Gong Xiaoning dared not withhold a single detail. We're finished. The Gong family is doomed. With a muffled thud, Gong Chimao collapsed onto the floor, muttering as despair consumed him. Our family's treasures are gone. The powers from the abyss are gone. The Gong family is ruined. The moment these words left his lips, combined with Gong Xiaoning's testimony, every member of the Gong family understood. They had handed their most prized reserves to Fan Yi, only to realize too late that the abyss's power had already been absorbed by Fan Yi himself. But then, a realization dawned upon them, chilling their spines. If their ancestors' mere trace of energy could propel their family head to Martial Emperor's peak, what kind of monstrous power must Fan Yi possess now, after absorbing it all? Could he even be human anymore? Gulp. A collective shudder ran through the room. Had they just made the right choice, or the worst mistake of their lives? Was this a blessing in disguise, or the prelude to their doom? As for taking back the abyss's power from Fan Yi, that was a joke. If Fan Yi could devour the abyss's essence that had once possessed their ancestor, who in the mortal world or even the ancient martial world could possibly stand against him? By the time the Immortal Gate conference commenced, even the Immortal Realm's elites might not be his match. Patriarch, should we surrender? One of the elders finally broke the suffocating silence. The ancient martial alliance is doomed to fail. Without the abyss's power and with our ties to Prince Jin, if we don't submit to Fan Yi now, we'll be purged. The truth was undeniable. That so-called Fan Yi was no ordinary man. He was undoubtedly Yi Fan, the Yi family's unrivaled prodigy, the one who had supposedly perished in the northwest. The undying legend. Prince Jin was already on the verge of being skinned alive. Once Yi Fan finished with him, the rest of the traitorous factions would be next. Let me know if you'd like any refinements. Surrender. Gong Qingmao's eyes were hollow. At his subordinate's words, his lips twitched slightly, and his expression darkened again. The Gong family's entire foundation had been taken by Yi Fan, and even the abyssal power was now in his hands. In the entire mortal world, and even the ancient martial arts realm, no one could restrain Yi Fan. As for the ancient martial alliance, its leader, Nangong Aoyue, was Yi Fan's close confidant. Whether viewed from Jin Wang's side or the other factions, the Gong family was Yi Fan's sworn enemy. The fact that Yi Fan hadn't killed Gong Xiaoning in Shangjing this time was already a miracle. Perhaps this was the best choice. But the real question was, even if the Gong family wanted to surrender, would Yi Fan accept it? I'm tired. You all discuss it. As soon as Gong Chengmao left the scene, the hall erupted into chaos. Gong Xiaoning, What the hell do you mean? Have you no backbone left? The Gong family is a top-tier ancient martial family, surrendering to some fool from the mortal world. Have you no shame? Exactly. This is humiliating. I seriously suspect you're colluding with that Fan Yi to sabotage our family. Gong Xiaoning looked at his clansmen, utterly exasperated. Do you know about Elder Yang? Who just came out of seclusion? A martial saint-level expert. Do you know why he never returned? Here. Take a look at this footage. Knowing words alone wouldn't convince them. Gong Xiaoning pulled up surveillance recordings from Shangjing and projected them onto the screen. The footage showed Yi Fan burning the martial saint bodyguard to ashes with a single flame. An image captured by another bodyguard's chest-mounted camera. That's Yi Fan. Those are the same tricks that idiot from the Yi family used. Wasn't he blown to death? How is he still alive? Fan Yi Fan. Fan Yi is Yi Fan in disguise. Damn it, I knew it. Hiss. The entire room collectively gasped as the realization struck them. If this was true, then they really needed to reconsider carefully. The next day, Shangjing State Guest House. The entire building had been reserved by the Gong family. Also present were the Mu family, the Chao family, Tu Qinghe, and a group of elite fighters led by Chun Tang from the Nine Nether Sacred Land. On the surface, the building appeared peaceful, but in reality, it was heavily guarded, with countless top-tier experts gathered inside. The ancestral elders of the Mu, Gong, and Chao families stood together. Old Gong, are we really going to attack him later? I'm an old man now, and I can't help but feel a little scared. Mu Tianqing frowned, his expression uneasy. These were all martial saint-level monsters, supreme experts in the mortal world. But they had faced Yi Fan before and knew that, in front of him, their strength was like a kindergarten child trying to fight a world champion. The worst part? Yi Fan had explicitly ordered them to attack him today, to kill him. Honestly, I'm nervous too. The Gong family elder sighed in confusion. This Jin Wang is really going to be toyed to death by young Master Yi. Don't be afraid, my adoptive father said. If you're brothers, you have to cut him down. I'll do it. Chun Tang grinned, swinging his broadsword with a powerful surge of energy. Mu Tianqing and the Gong family elder stared at him like he was an idiot, shaking their heads helplessly. Sigh. The side effects of the evil-slaying array must be severe. Even the Nine Nether Sacred Land's young master had lost his mind. Gentlemen, I'm here. Later. Don't hold back. Attack me with everything you've got. Just as the crowd in the main hall was growing restless, Yi Fan suddenly appeared on the stage, his voice silencing the room. How the hell did this monster do that? With this kind of godly movement technique, if he suddenly flashed in front of you and stabbed your kidney, who could survive? You wouldn't even sleep peacefully at night. Thankfully, they had all wisely sided with Yi Fan. Those who hadn't were already dead. The Yen family elder, the Wu family elder, and the other subordinate families, they probably didn't even know how they died. Young Master Yi, are you sure we won't hurt you? Mu Tianqing was still worried. We have at least 3 martial saints here. If we include Feng Chao from the Feng family and Jin Wang's forces, there'll be even more. Yi Fan only smiled faintly. Hurt me? With your strength? Don't make me laugh. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and a golden surge of psychic energy enveloped the entire hall. The overwhelming pressure of psychic and immortal energy instantly suffocated everyone present. Mu Tianqing's eyes widened in shock. My God! Foundation Establishment Realm. Young Master Yi, you, holy shit. Previously, Mu Tianqing had only known Yi Fan as a peak martial saint, possibly even a divine transformation expert. But he never imagined Yi Fan had reached the Foundation Establishment Realm. Wait, just yesterday, when they met, Yi Fan hadn't been this strong. Now, he was so powerful he could crush them dozens of minor realms below him. This was just unfair. Well, never mind then. Mu Tianqing, the Gong family elder, and Chao Wushang could only sigh bitterly. There was no catching up. Absolutely none. How could they know? Yi Fan was the reincarnation of the Star Emperor. His talent, abilities, and cultivation speed were simply beyond their comprehension. Adoptive father, when do we start? I can't wait to chop you down. Chun Tang grinned eagerly, swinging his blade with excitement. Especially after hearing Yi Fan had broken through to Foundation establishment, Chun Tang was even more thrilled. After all, today Yi Fan was disguised as Fan Yi, and Fan Yi was supposed to die. Which meant, by the end of this, he, the Nine Nether Sacred Lands young master, would be the legendary warrior who killed a Foundation establishment expert with one slash. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Not yet. Wait for the signal. Yi Fan glanced outside, where members of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion were monitoring the situation. The attack in the State Guesthouse had to be perfectly timed, right when Jin Wang and Zhang Yu arrived. They needed Jin Wang to storm in furiously, only to find Fan Yi already lying in a pool of blood. Jin Wang wouldn't even get the chance to kill Fan Yi himself. And even though he'd know this was another decoy escape, it would feel like punching cotton, frustrating and futile. Young Master Yi, they're here. The moment the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's voice sounded in his earpiece, Yi Fan gave the order. Begin. Boom. Without hesitation, Chun Tang struck first, his blade slashing straight at Yi Fan's head. Though Yi Fan dodged the direct hit, the residual energy nearly shaved off a strand of his hair. This guy really wasn't holding back. Boom. Boom. On the other side, Mu Tiancheng and Chao Wushang unleashed their martial saint-level energy, launching attacks at Yi Fan. Everyone attack! Kill Fan Yi! Kill! 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 In an instant, the entire hall erupted into chaos. Every martial artist present, including Gong Shu, raised their weapons, surrounding Yi Fan in the center. Of course, most of them were just shouting fiercely, their energy surging dramatically. But in reality, very few attacks actually landed on Yi Fan. However, to Prince Jin and his entourage outside the hotel, the current situation sounded like an entirely different scene. What's going on? Wasn't today supposed to be Fan Ye's assembly to discuss follow-up matters? Why is there fighting? Prince Jin, clad entirely in black robes with only his eyes exposed, muttered. Due to the aftereffects of his recent seclusion, Prince Jin had developed an extreme sensitivity to light, forcing him to cover himself completely. Didn't Chun Tang agree to wait until we arrived before taking action? Prince Jin was panicking. During his seclusion, Fan Yi had launched a surprise attack on Shangjing, turning the capital upside down. The worst part was that his son was still in Yi Fan's hands, imprisoned in some unknown location. Damn it! If he didn't kill Yi Fan with his own hands, Prince Jin would never find peace. Hurry! Charge inside now! Prince Jin barked, his body already lunging forward. But at that moment, the stewards of the Gong, Mu, and Chao families suddenly rushed out of the hotel. The moment they saw Prince Jin, they all dropped to their knees. Your Highness, you've finally arrived. We've been humiliated beyond endurance. Fan Yi threatened our ancestors and family heads yesterday. We had no choice but to agree to his demands, all to bide our time for this moment, to gather and strike against him together. At the same time, two Qinghe's trusted subordinates and even Fang Chao's men from the Fang family joined in. Clutching Prince Jin's legs, the stewards took turns recounting the entire ordeal. Prince Jin was stunned, his mind reeling in disbelief. So, you were all pretending to surrender? Just to orchestrate today's attack on Yi Fan. Prince Jin glanced at Zhang Yu and his other trusted subordinates, suddenly unsure whom to trust. Damn it! Had his own people relayed false information? Were these supposedly traitorous families and vassals now returning to his side? Ha! How could he possibly believe that? Enough! Let go of me. I'll see for myself. Prince Jin roared, kicking the stewards away. Meanwhile, the battle inside the hotel raged on. The entire building trembled, its walls riddled with gaping holes from the force of the clashes. The surging martial energy had reached the peak of the martial saint realm. As Prince Jin rushed inside, he sensed the distinct auras of the Mu, Gong, and Chao family ancestors. So, these old fools still know to fight for me? When he detected Yi Fan's energy fluctuations, Prince Jean sneered. Humph. In such a short time, Yi Fan had reached the peak of the martial saint realm. Impressive, but still trash in my eyes. Ha ha ha. Prince Jean was smug. Last night, he had forcibly broken through to the second level of the divine transformation realm. Yi Fan was merely a martial saint. Crushing him would be effortless. But recalling Yi Fan's past displays of terrifying strength, Prince Jean still felt uneasy. He turned to a gray-robed youth behind him. Envoy Qingyuan, why aren't you coming in? The reason for Prince Jin's confidence today was the return of Soul Hall's envoy, Qingyuan, from the Miaojianggu sect, along with a host of Soul Hall experts, all at the martial emperor level or higher. According to Prince Jin's plan, today's gathering was a trap. He and Qingyuan would kill Yi Fan, while the martial emperors and martial saints would deal with the other traitors. If they wouldn't submit, they'd all die. Yet now, Qingyuan and his Soul Hall forces stood frozen at the entrance, refusing to take another step forward. Prince, I think you've deceived me. Something's wrong inside. My power is being suppressed. There's an overwhelming presence in there, like that damned Yi Fan. As a Soul Hall envoy, Qingyuan and his men were inherently suppressed by Yi Fan's unique constitution. The closer they got to Yi Fan, the weaker they became, their strength draining away. Worse, they felt an instinctive urge to kneel before him. You told me Yi Fan was dead. Damn it. Retreat now. Qingyuan focused again, confirming the unmistakable aura. He had personally witnessed Shenri and Zhuori fall to Yi Fan in Miaojiang. That terrifying presence was all too familiar. Without hesitation, Qingyuan and his men fled. Envoy Qingyuan, you? Prince Jean was dumbfounded. Are you all really this cowardly? Yi Fan is already being suppressed by Mu Tiancheng, Chao Wushang, and the others. With my divine transformation level strength, isn't this an easy victory? Why run? But with things having escalated this far, Prince Jean had no choice. Even if Qingyuan fled, he had to press forward. The moment he burst into the hall, Prince Jean saw Fan Yi drenched in blood, leaning on a battle blade in the center of the room. Just as Prince Jean appeared, Chun Tang's blade came crashing down toward Yi Fan's head. At the same time, Mu Tiancheng, the Gong family ancestor, Chao Wushang, Gong Shu, Chao Yuan, Mu Wubai, and Tu Qinghe, every major power in Shangjing, unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Boom! Boom! Bang! 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 A devastating surge of energy engulfed Fan Yi, obliterating the space around him. Not even a speck of flesh remained. No! Wait! You can't just kill him like this. Prince Jean roared, unleashing his own energy in a futile attempt to stop them. By the time he reached the scene, the hall had been reduced to a massive crater. Fan Ye's presence was gone. The area was in ruins. Your Highness, we've fulfilled our duty. Fan Yi is dead. Yes, Prince. Our surrender was a ruse. But Fan Yi was too cunning. He still managed to transfer your assets away. But it doesn't matter. Even if the assets are gone, Fan Yi is dead. That's what counts, right? One after another, they absolved themselves of blame. Prince Jean was seething, but he had no outlet for his rage. Arg! His face twisted in fury as he unleashed a storm of energy, blasting the hotel indiscriminately. Boom! Boom! The divine transformation level power, infused with psychic force, tore through the walls. In moments, the towering state guesthouse collapsed into rubble. Covered in dust, Prince Jean and his men stumbled out into the open. Mu Tiancheng stepped forward solemnly. Your Highness, we had no choice yesterday. You won't hold it against us, will you? The Gong and Chao families watched intently. 10,000 curses raced through Prince Jin's mind. Are you all idiots? Do you really not see? Did Fan Yi actually die? Damn it! That was Yi Fan. Clearly, he pulled a vanishing act. Fan Ye's death in Shangjing means Yi Fan will reappear in the northwest any moment now. Prince Jean vividly remembered Fan Yi glancing at him just before the explosion, even winking. It wasn't fear. It was mockery. Arg! I don't blame you. Though he wanted to scream, Prince Jean forced a nod. Then, cough. Overwhelmed by fury, Prince Jean spat a mouthful of black blood and collapsed. He had left the underground chamber's protective array prematurely. Now, pushed to his limit, his body gave out. He wanted to issue orders to the Gong, Chow, and Mu families, but he was too weak. He tried to speak, but no words came. Quick! What are you waiting for? Fan Yi is dead. Escort His Highness back at once. Zhang Yu barked. The martial emperor squad swiftly carried Prince Jean away. The Fan Yi who had been obliterated was, of course, a paper puppet. The real Yi Fan had long since teleported hundreds of meters away. Watching Prince Jean vomit blood from rage, Yi Fan felt a flicker of satisfaction. Shangjing was safe for now. Prince Jean was a tiger with its fangs pulled. Time to return to Anqing in the northwest and deal with fifth sister-in-law and the 8 great families. If he didn't hurry back, she'd bury his coffin for real. Anqing, northwest. The Lu family. Yi Fan, disguised as Fan Yi, had stirred up a storm in the capital, nearly uprooting all of Prince Jin's forces and devouring every last bit of his accumulated resources. Yet, in reality, only a few days had passed. In the Lu family residence, the mourning hall that Lu Yue had arranged for Yi Fan still remained. Today was the day of Yi Fan's funeral. For the past few days, the entire Lu family estate seemed shrouded in an invisible, heavy gloom, the oppressive atmosphere so stifling it was hard to breathe. Yi Fan's assassination had already been a devastating blow to the Lu family. And then, right after the incident, the situation in the northwest rapidly deteriorated. Like a line of toppling dominoes, triggering a chain reaction of crises. At this moment, Lu Yue, dressed in mourning attire, was busying herself inside the mourning hall, making final preparations before the funeral procession. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Lu family elites had gathered Second Master Lu Zhongting, the family's top expert Wei Zhengyang, and Aunt Lu Shui, who managed the family's finances, among other high-ranking members. All of them wore deep frowns, burdened with worry. Yue is deeply devoted to Yi Fan, heart and soul. It's heartbreaking to watch. The Yi family truly has been cursed. First, all 7 of Yi Fan's elder brothers and 3 uncles perished. Just when it seemed Yi Fan's rapid rise would restore the family's glory, who could have imagined? Sigh. Yue insisted on setting up the mourning hall here, and given her feelings, we indulged her. But holding the procession and carrying his coffin up the mountain is different. If a woman does that, it's tantamount to declaring widowhood for life. We can't let her do something so reckless. That's the least of our concerns. What worries me more are the 8 great families. Those bastards have been unbearably active lately, even bribing the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, the Tiankue base, and the Fan Alliance. They're at the height of their power. With such arrogance, I fear they'll kick us while we're down. After assassinating Yi Fan, they might even disgrace his funeral, throwing their weight around. I've heard even Guoli, Songyang, Yuchong, and Wang Fugue have been swayed. If the 8 great families really cause trouble today, how can our Lu family stand against them alone? When a man's gone, his influence fades. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. As they spoke, a solemn announcement echoed from inside the mourning hall. The auspicious hour approaches. Prepare to carry out the coffin. The elders exchanged glances. Just as they sighed and prepared to enter, a commotion erupted outside the estate. A large group of people swaggered in, knocking aside Lu family members who tried to block them. Several were sent flying, coughing up blood as they fell, struggling to get up. The group numbered over 100, led by the heads of the 8 great families, the Du, Xiang, Zhou, and Lu families, among others. Behind them stood their elite forces, all at martial venerable level or above, with multiple martial emperors among them. Their arrogance was palpable. Lu Zhongting, Wei Zhengyang, and the rest of the Lu family elders stiffened, their expressions darkening instantly. Their worst fears had come true. Mere moments after worrying the 8 great families would humiliate them during Yi Fan's funeral, here they were. Today, the Lu family estate was bound to witness a fierce confrontation. The disturbance naturally drew everyone's attention inside the mourning hall. Lu Yue stormed out first, her almond-shaped eyes blazing with fury. What are you doing here? The Liu family doesn't welcome you. What weight does a trivial Liu family carry? I couldn't care less whether you welcome me or not. Patriarch Du stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor cold and domineering. Without hesitation, he raised a hand and pointed past her toward the morning hall. Step aside. If you insist on blocking our way, don't blame me for what follows. Today, we're opening the coffin for inspection. What? An uproar erupted both inside and outside the morning hall. Lu Zhongting, Wei Zhengyang, and the others trembled in fury. This was beyond outrageous. The coffin was already sealed, moments away from being carried out. What nonsense was this about opening it for inspection? This was a blatant slap to the Liu family, humiliating them in broad daylight. Allowing them to open the coffin wouldn't just invite mockery. It was an ill omen, defiling the dead. You 8 great families go too far. Lu Yue was so enraged she nearly choked on her own blood, her clenched fists turning white-knuckled. You already murdered Yi Fan. There wasn't even a whole body left. Only a few remains were found and cremated. And now, on the day of his funeral, you won't even let his soul rest in peace? Bulldozing your way in, delivering such disgrace. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? The gathered Liu family clansmen also seethed with indignation. Some instinctively rallied behind Lu Yue, refusing to yield, ready for a fight. From their perspective, the 8 great families' demand was utterly unacceptable. The moment Yi Fan was blown apart, they had already collected limbs and fragments from the blast site for DNA testing. All Lu Yue had managed to recover were pitiful remnants, already reduced to ashes. Yet now, under the pretense of inspection, they demanded to open his coffin. Their excuse was nothing short of despotic. They weren't even bothering to hide it anymore. They clearly believed the Liu family was powerless to resist. Ashes can still undergo DNA testing. Patriarch Du waved dismissively, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, hostility flashing in his eyes. Move aside now if you know what's good for you. None of you can stop me. Today we will open Yi Fan's coffin. Anyone who dares obstruct us, don't blame us for bathing the Liu family in blood. This was no empty threat. Patriarch Du's power spilled forth, the crushing pressure of a martial emperor suffusing the air. Dust swirled, and an ominous hum vibrated faintly around them. He had already steeled his resolve. At the slightest resistance, he would strike without hesitation. The Liu family members paled. Some tightened their fists further, while others sucked in sharp breaths, shrinking back unconsciously. A martial emperor was terrifying. Against the 8 great families' overwhelming might, the Liu family stood no chance. Even the Liu family elders were grim-faced, bracing themselves. Lu Zhongting frowned in silence. Wei Xingyang's eyes glinted coldly, energy flickering within him. Lu Shui said nothing but stepped forward to stand behind Lu Yue in solidarity. Yet some among them wavered, their voices trembling as they tried to dissuade Lu Yue. Yue, maybe just let them take a sample of the ashes? Let them check. The 8 great families are too powerful. What chance do we have against them? Yi Fan is already gone. Opening the coffin won't change anything. Are you really willing to see the Liu family drenched in blood over this? The few who spoke up to persuade were also high-ranking members of the Liu family. Moreover, what they said did hold some merit. The key point was that it was for the sake of the entire Liu family. For this reason alone, even Lu Zhongting, Wei Zhengyang, and Lu Shui, along with other senior family members who supported Lu Yue, could only frown slightly. There was no fault to be found in their reasoning. As for the Liu clansmen gathered throughout the courtyard, inside and outside the morning hall, seeing that even some of the higher-ups had voiced their stance, an uproar immediately erupted. Some clansmen huddled in small groups, whispering and murmuring among themselves. A few more of those gathered behind Lu Yue quietly retreated to the sides. If Yi Fan were still alive, they would have supported her without hesitation. But now that Yi Fan was gone, merely for the sake of so-called final dignity and peace, to block the 8 great families from opening the coffin and risk their own lives, they truly felt it wasn't worth it. Ha ha ha! Thought they weren't afraid of death? Turns out they're just spineless cowards after all. Lu Yue, do you see now? Even your own Lu family has so many who don't want to die for that ye bastard. Are you really going to drag them down with you? Now this is what I call knowing what's good for you. Smart people. Get out of the way now. My patience with you is already spent. If you keep blocking the path, don't blame me for striking you down immediately. Seeing the Lu family split into factions and descend into infighting, the 8 great families burst into laughter, growing even more arrogant and aggressive. The so-called coffin inspection was just an excuse. Their true purpose today was to exact one last act of revenge, to humiliate Yi Fan's spirit in death. Thus, while opening the coffin was a necessity, what they truly relished was the process leading up to it. Like now, watching the Lu family tear itself apart, divided in opinion. This not only slapped Lu Yue in the face but also dragged Yi Fan's name through the mud. This was exactly the effect they wanted. You're going too far. Get out now. Lu Yue's eyes were bloodshot, her pupils tinged red with fury. She completely ignored Patriarch Du's final warning and instead roared at him. Seeing Yi Fan subjected to such humiliation even in death, denied even a peaceful funeral procession, she was on the verge of a mental breakdown, teetering on the edge of violent rage. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You brought this on yourself. Boom! Patriarch Du's expression darkened as his aura surged. With a cold shout, he abruptly struck. A terrifying force, like a raging tide, swept toward Lu Yue. Humph! Yue, watch out! Move! Gasps and cold snorts erupted as Lu Shui yanked Lu Yue aside, while several Lu family elites rushed forward to shield her. Even Wei Zhengyang intervened, absorbing most of the attack's force. However, caught off guard, Wei Zhengyang couldn't muster his full strength. A spray of blood shot from his mouth as he was sent flying. Lu Shui was also grazed by the residual force, staggering back several steps, a trickle of blood seeping from her lips. The worst off were the Lu family elites who had rushed forward. All were sent flying, their chests caved in. They crashed to the ground with dull thuds, lifeless on impact. The morning hall erupted into chaos once more. Every Lu clansman's eyes burned with fury. Some tried to charge forward but were held back by the peace-seeking faction. They feared the 8 great families would massacre the Lu family. The cost was simply too great. Du bastard, you've gone too far. Lu Zhongting's eyes were bloodshot, his beard trembling with grief and rage as he shouted in condemnation. Yet he dared not strike. His clenched fists dug nails into his palms, but he forcibly suppressed the urge to attack. As the Lu family's leader, he represented the entire clan's stance. If even he acted, every Lu clansman in the courtyard, whether for war or peace, would have to join the fight. Then, the 7 other patriarchs behind Du, along with the 100-odd experts from the 8 great families, would swarm in. The result would be a bloodbath, rivers of Lu family blood. This was exactly what the enemy wanted. As the Lu family's leader, he had to endure the unendurable or fall right into their trap. This is the fate of those who stand in my way. Lu Zhongting, you're the Lu family's leader, yet you cower like a coward even after seeing your own clansmen slaughtered. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? So the entire Lu family is just a bunch of spineless turtles. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Du, his hands stained with Lu family blood, continued his relentless taunting. The 100-odd experts from the 8 great families behind him burst into laughter, some even whistling and jeering in mockery. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard. A group rushed in, all members of the Fan Alliance, led by Guoli Yuchang, Songyang, and Wang Fugue. Dozens of Fan Alliance experts stormed into the courtyard. Behind them, more figures gathered at the Lu family's gates, peering inside and murmuring among themselves. These were members of an city's other major and minor families. They had known about Yi Fan's funeral today. Originally, they had only come to observe, but instead, they walked into this scene. Ah, why must the Lu family suffer like this? For a dead man, they've thrown away more lives for nothing. You're wrong to say that. Lu Yue's determination is sincere and noble. Yi Fan was fortunate to have her. True, but what's the point? He's already dead. Now Lu Yue is humiliated, and Lu clansmen are dying for him. How will they face others after this? The once glorious prodigy of the Yi family, now subjected to such shame even in death. How unpredictable life is. It's enough to make one sigh in sorrow. As the onlookers outside whispered, Guali and the others had already stepped forward, blocking the 8 great families. Their faces were dark with anger as they rebuked, "Patriarch Du, what's the meaning of this? Brother Fan is already gone. The dead should be respected. Isn't this going too far? To forgive is divine. Please leave, patriarchs. We're only here today to see Brother Fan off peacefully." The implication was clear. If the 8 great families refused to back down and insisted on opening the coffin to cause trouble, Guali and the others would not stand by idly. If it came to it, they would fight. Lu Yue covered her mouth. Seeing Guali and the others arrive, all her pent-up grievances surged forth, turning into tears that streamed down her face. Lu Zhongting, Wei Zhengyang, who had just struggled to his feet, and Lu Shui also felt their spirits lift. The Lu clansmen in the courtyard brightened, their hopes rekindled. Yet, the 8 patriarchs at the forefront showed no signs of relenting. Their expressions darkened as they sneered and began to speak one after another. "Guali, what the hell do you think you're doing? Coming here now to put on a show of brotherly loyalty? What did you say when you shamelessly begged Prince Jean for pills, techniques, and cultivation resources before? What? The moment you got what you wanted, you suddenly pretend to be righteous. Let me make this clear. We're here today on Prince Jin's direct orders. Don't forget you've all switched sides. You serve Prince Jean now, so step aside." The 8 family heads spoke one after another, their words sharp and unsparing. Not only were their expressions haughty, but they also openly exposed Guali and his group's true nature. Hearing this, Lu Yue froze on the spot. She even forgot to cry, her wide eyes staring at Guali and the others in disbelief. Lu Zhongting, Wei Zhengyang, Lu Shui, and the other high-ranking members of the Lu family all frowned deeply. The Lu clansmen inside and outside the morning hall, along with the onlookers from the city peering in from the courtyard, erupted in murmurs once again. Is this true? They were Yi Fan's sworn brothers. How could they all defect to Prince Jean? People always seek higher ground, so it's not entirely wrong. But isn't it a bit too soon? Yi Fan's body isn't even cold yet. Circumstances force people's hands. With Yi Fan dead, why would they throw their lives away for him against Prince Jean? Might as well take the opportunity to gain some benefits. It's a pragmatic choice. The dead are gone, but the living still have to live. People like Lu Yue, who remain fiercely loyal, are rare indeed. The whispers were far from kind. Guali, Yu Chong, Song Yang, and Wang Fugue's expressions darkened further, while the members of the Fan Alliance behind them flushed with suppressed anger. If this is Prince Jin's will, we won't interfere. Guali cast a cold glance at the 8 family heads, his gaze finally settling on the Du family head, who had struck earlier. But I'll say it again, mercy begets mercy. Think carefully. Family head Du, don't regret it when it's too late. With that, he waved his hand and led the dozens of Fan Alliance members to the side. They weren't afraid of Prince Jean. The reason they stood aside was simple. They had already received word from Yi Fan that he would return today, possibly at any moment. Moreover, Yi Fan had explicitly instructed them not to intervene, no matter what happened at the Lu family. He probably wanted to see just how far these people would go in their arrogance. In short, to Guali and the others, the 8 families were already as good as dead. The only question was how they would die. Lu Yue, of course, knew none of this. Guali Yu. Seeing Guali and his group retreat so meekly after just a few words from the 8 family heads, she almost thought she was hallucinating. Her wide eyes filled first with disbelief, then with deep disappointment that quickly spread. For the first time, she truly understood the meaning of the phrase, the fickleness of human nature. If even Guali and Yu Chong had turned like this, what in this world could still be trusted? A bitter smile touched her lips. Overwhelmed by grief and despair, she suddenly felt the urge to end her own life. You beasts! Even if I die, I won't let you defile Yi Fan's ashes. Her gaze locked onto the Du family head, her face hardening with resolve. If you want to open that coffin, you'll have to step over my corpse first. She would rather die than yield. The crowd outside the courtyard stirred, many sighing in pity. Lu Zhongting, Wei Zhengyang, Lu Shui, and the rest of the Lu family all paled. The few Lu elders who had advocated for compromise slammed their fists in frustration. Second elder listened to her. What kind of nonsense is she spouting? How did our Lu family raise such a foolish girl? Loyalty is one thing, but throwing her life away? What's the difference between this and suicide? Look at Guali and Yu Chong. They know how to read the situation. Yue, you're throwing your life away for nothing. Exactly. Guali and his lot reap the benefits, while you're dragging the entire Lu family down with you. What kind of madness is this? As chaos spread through the Lu estate, the 100-odd experts from the 8 families grew even more gleeful, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Even Lu Yue's unwavering loyalty was nothing but a joke to them, a pitiful farce. You want to die for that dead man? Give him some posthumous glory? Ha! Stupid girl. I'll give you points for stubbornness. The Du family head smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. Then, his expression twisted into something vicious. But I won't let you have your way. Even if you beg for death, I'll open Yi Fan's coffin right in front of you. I'll take his ashes and make him watch as I torture you to death. That way, your so-called sacrifice will be nothing but a joke. Yi Fan won't gain any honor. Instead, people will curse him for bringing ruin even in death. Ha 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 ha. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, the Du family head struck again. His full emperor-level aura erupted, blasting Lu Shui and the other Lu clansmen shielding Lu Yue aside. The other 7 family heads, Xiang, Zhou, Lu, and the rest, simultaneously unleashed their own emperor-level pressure, locking down Lu Zhongting, Wei Zhengyang, and the other Lu elders to prevent interference. With a cruel laugh, the Du family head strode forward and slammed a palm into Lu Yue, knocking her to the ground. Then, gripping her hair, he dragged her toward the morning hall, cackling all the while. It all happened too fast for anyone to react. Seeing Lu Yue struck down, not severely injured, but humiliated, Yu Chong and Song Yang nearly charged forward, blood boiling with rage. But they were a fraction too slow. By the time they regained their senses, the Du family head had already hauled Lu Yue into the hall. Now, intervening would be pointless. Better to let them keep digging their own graves. The deeper they dug, the worse their fate would be. Patriarch Du, you've gone too far. Let her go at once. Killing is one thing, but to humiliate her like this, Lu Yue is just a woman. As the head of the Du family, aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Inside the morning hall, over a dozen members of the Lu family glared with eyes wide in fury. Seeing Lu Yue being dragged by her hair into the hall by Patriarch Du, they surged forward, surrounding him and shouting angrily. Scram! Old Man Du clearly had no patience to waste on these insignificant people. With a fierce glare and a thunderous roar, he unleashed the crushing pressure of a martial emperor. The sound of spitting blood echoed as over a dozen figures were sent flying backward, blood spurting from their mouths. Though none died, all were severely injured. Worse still, blood had been spilled in the morning hall, an ominous sign and a humiliating disgrace. Anyone else who dares interfere will meet the same fate. My patience is limited. Don't force us to bathe the Lu estate in blood. Patriarchs Xiang, Zhou, Lu, and the other 4 great family heads, along with over 100 elite warriors from the 8 great families, surrounded the morning hall, their arrogance unrestrained as they issued their threats. Meanwhile, Guoli, Yu Chong, and the other experts from the Fan Alliance remained on the sidelines, watching coldly. Lu Zhongding, Wei Zhengang, Lu Shui, and the other high-ranking members of the Lu family could only watch in helpless fury as Lu Yue suffered torment alone in the morning hall. If they intervened, the nightmare of the 8 families slaughtering the Lu clan would descend upon them in an instant. Bang! With a single palm strike, the high-quality coffin was split open, its pieces scattering across the floor. Inside were only a few clothes once worn by Yi Fan and a small urn of ashes. The coffin shattered, the clothes torn to shreds, but the urn was caught by a gentle force and lifted into Old Man Du's grasp. You old dog, I'll fight you to the death. Lu Yue had already been shoved to the ground. Tears of blood streamed from her eyes as she roared and struggled desperately. Even in death, Yi Fan was denied peace, his coffin destroyed, his ashes seized. This torment was worse than death for her. Yet, as a mere martial master facing the full suppression of a martial emperor's pressure, no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't move an inch. She wanted to fight, but she had no chance. Can't take it already? This is just the beginning. Ha 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 ha. Old Man Du threw his head back in laughter, then slapped open the urn seal. Right before Lu Yue's eyes, he tilted it, slowly pouring out the ashes onto the ground. He even stepped forward, grinding the scattered ashes beneath his foot, deliberately crushing them under his soul. Ah! Lu Yue was on the verge of madness. Though her body remained frozen, her head thrashed wildly, her hair disheveled, her expression deranged. The old man had said it earlier, he would open the coffin in front of her, take out the ashes, and make the already dead Yi Fan watch as he tortured her to death. This was no empty threat. The first half was done. Now came the torture. The atmosphere inside and outside the mourning hall shifted instantly. The 8 families' members laughed even more arrogantly. Lu Zhengting, Wei Xingyang, and the others tried to charge forward, but Patriarch Xiang and the others joined forces to suppress them, blocking their advance. The crowd that had gathered outside the Lu estate's gates now entered the courtyard, pressing closer to the mourning hall to witness the spectacle. Some shook their heads, sighing in pity. It seems the Lu family is truly doomed today. If they don't break through, Lu Yue dies. If they do, it'll only trigger a full-scale massacre. Scattering his ashes, crushing his remains, this is beyond cruel. Clang! Amid the murmurs outside, another sound came from the mourning hall. After pouring out the last of the ashes, Old Man Du casually tossed the urn at Lu Yue's feet, shattering it on the ground. He looked down at her like a god gazing upon mortals, his expression lofty and disdainful. Lu Yue, was it worth it? The man you gave everything to protect was nothing but a joke. Alive, he died by our hands. Dead, his ashes are scattered by me. Such a worthless man, even in death, drags your family to ruin, eternal disgrace, mocked and cursed by all. Ha-ha-hm? Mid-laugh, Old Man Du's expression suddenly twisted. Out of the corner of his eye, he thought he saw a flicker of flame on the ground. Was it phosphorus from the ashes igniting? He instinctively looked down, and what he saw made his soul nearly flee his body in terror. What's happening? My legs. Not far in front of him, Lu Yue, who had been struggling moments ago, had gone silent. Her bloodshot eyes were wide, fixed on Old Man Du's legs less than 3 meters away, disbelief written across her face. The old man's legs were planted firmly in the scattered ashes. But that wasn't the strange part. His left leg, from the foot upward, was slowly freezing solid. His right leg, however, had already been burned away from the foot up, a slow flame creeping from the ankle upward. Strangest of all, despite his right foot being gone, Old Man Du remained perfectly balanced as if held by some divine force. Now, aside from his head, his entire body was immobilized, just as Lu Yue had been moments ago. Meanwhile, the pressure binding Lu Yue had vanished. Stunned, she scrambled to her feet and stumbled back a few steps. Old Man Du's terrified scream had drawn the attention of everyone outside the mourning hall. Hundreds of eyes turned toward him. Hiss, what's happening? Half frozen, half burning, this is sheer torment. Not just torment, this is the 9th level of hell. Just looking at it is terrifying. Does he need to torture himself before torturing others? What kind of sick habit is this? I doubt he's doing it to himself. Freezing and burning isn't the Yi Fan's technique. But how? Yi Fan's already dead, his ashes scattered. Either ghosts are at work or his spirit is taking revenge. The 8 families are in for it now. As the murmurs spread, the 100-odd experts from the 8 families suddenly felt a chill of fear. Instinctively, they tried to flee, only to realize their bodies wouldn't obey. From Patriarchs Xiang, Lu, and Zhou down to the lowest warrior, not a single person could move. A nameless dread began to spread through every heart. Ah! Help! Someone help me! Lu Yue, I beg you. Please talk to Yi Fan's ghost. Make him stop. I know I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Old Xiang, old Zhou, what are you standing there for? Come save me. Inside the mourning hall, terrified screams echoed endlessly. So shrill and horrifying that everyone felt chills crawl up their spines. The more arrogant old Du had been a moment ago, the more miserable his fate was now. This torment of ice and fire was unbearable. His left leg was frozen up to the knee, while his right leg had been completely incinerated below the knee, reduced to ashes. What made it worse was that the freezing on his left side and the burning on his right were spreading upward at an agonizingly slow pace. Even more terrifying, his consciousness remained crystal clear throughout the excruciating pain. He was enduring this inhuman torture in a state of absolute awareness. The atmosphere inside and outside the morning hall was eerie beyond words. Despite the bright sun overhead, everyone felt as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss. The 100-odd elites from the 8 great families were utterly terrified, their faces pale and teeth chattering. The Lu family members and the onlookers from Anqing were completely dumbfounded. Only Guo Li, Yuchang, Songyang, and the other members of the Fan Alliance knew what was happening. Joy surged on their faces. They knew their brother Yi Fan had returned. And with his return came godlike power, dominating the scene. Yi Fan? Is that you? Sobs. Is it really you? By now, Lu Yue had snapped out of her daze. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she looked around, calling Yi Fan's name. Even if he had returned as a ghost, it was enough for her. Who else could it be? As if in response, the moment her voice faded, a figure emerged through the back wall of the morning hall, stepping inside as if he were a spectral entity. To everyone except the Fan Alliance members, it truly seemed like a ghostly apparition. In reality, it was merely Yi Fan using his shadow phantom technique to phase through walls. Yi Fan. Tears rolled down Lu Yue's cheeks as she threw herself into his arms. All the grief and suffering she had endured burst forth uncontrollably, and she sobbed violently against his chest. You've suffered so much. Fifth sister-in-law, I'm sorry I was late. Yi Fan gently stroked her hair, his heart aching with pity. He had indeed just arrived. But even from a great distance, his psychic senses had already allowed him to perceive everything happening within the Lu estate. Lu Yue's unwavering loyalty, her desperate defense, even her willingness to die for him. It had all moved him deeply. Even now, as he held her in his arms, his heart still throbbed with pain. It's all over. While softly comforting her, Yi Fan couldn't resist tilting her chin up and pressing his lips to hers. The kiss was electric. And with that kiss, Lu Yue's martial prowess skyrocketed to the heavens. As the ember flame surged into her body, cleansing her meridians and purging impurities, her cultivation soared at an unprecedented speed. In mere moments, she had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. Then Martial Emperor 3rd stage, 5th stage, all the way to the peak of the 9th stage. In just a dozen breaths, their lips parted reluctantly. But Lu Yue's strength had undergone a complete metamorphosis, now just a step away from the Martial Saint realm. Cough! Yi Fan, you're rubbing salt in my wounds. Old Du's right leg had now burned up to his hip, and the frost on his left leg had spread just as far. Knowing death was inevitable, the old man no longer begged for mercy. Instead, he glared with bloodshot eyes and roared in fury. This was just too much. Here he was, suffering the tortures of ice and fire, enduring inhuman agony. And those two were standing just 3 meters away, flaunting their love, kissing so passionately it was practically obscene. Worse, a single kiss had elevated Lu Yue from the martial venerable realm straight to the peak of Martial Emperor. Compared to that, he might as well be a pile of dung. At this moment, old Du wished he could find a block of tofu and bash his head against it. But even death was beyond his reach. Yi Fan was clearly determined to make him suffer slowly, inch by inch, just as he had once threatened to do to Lu Yue. Yi Fan, you're not a ghost? Only after their kiss ended did Lu Yue finally realize the truth. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief, but overwhelming joy quickly replaced it. He was warm, solid, alive. How could he possibly be a ghost? Chuckles. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. Fifth sister-in-law, I never died. How could I be a ghost? You just kissed me. Wasn't that proof enough? You! Lu Yue suddenly remembered that hundreds of people had witnessed their kiss. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her ears burning with embarrassment. Yet beneath the shyness was pure delight, mixed with a hint of playful indignation. Humph! You kissed me and still call me sister-in-law? The coy charm in her expression left Yi Fan momentarily spellbound. Since I'm not dead, these aren't my ashes. It doesn't matter if he scattered them. And this mourning hall is no longer needed. Boom! Crash! With a mere flick of his right hand, the entire mourning hall collapsed and disintegrated into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, everything that had once stood there, every trace of the structure, vanished without a remnant. Only old Du remained, standing on one leg, consumed by rage and despair. His entire right leg was now gone, the flames licking up to his hip, still creeping upward at a torturously slow pace. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his entire right side, from hip to shoulder, was reduced to ashes. All that would remain was his frozen left half and his head, petrified in place, still unable to escape his suffering. The 100-odd elites from the 8 great families couldn't help but imagine this scene, their souls trembling in terror. If not for the invisible force restraining them, they would have long since collapsed in fear. Yi Fan spared them only a glance. He wasn't in the mood to deal with them yet. Let them watch old Du's torment first. He'd handle them later. Brother Yi, you're finally back. Yeah. If you'd taken any longer, we wouldn't have been able to hold back anymore. These past few days have been unbearable. All I want now is to kill someone and vent this rage. Guali, Yu Chong, Song Yang, Wang Fugue, and the other Fan Alliance members gathered around, all grinning as if Yi Fan's return from the dead was the most natural thing in the world. To them, it was as if he had simply gone on a short trip and come back. Their casual remarks sent a shock through the crowd, planting a bold suspicion in everyone's minds. He's alive. Yi Fan isn't dead. He's a living, breathing person. That's right, he must be alive. I even saw him stick his tongue out when he kissed her earlier. How could a ghost have a tongue? He's definitely alive. No wonder Guali and the others reacted like that. They weren't surprised at all, as if they already knew everything. Does that mean we misunderstood them this whole time? They were just acting alongside Yi Fan. Gasp! If this is really true, then it's absolutely terrifying. After a brief moment of stunned silence, an uproar erupted in the Liu family courtyard. Whether it was members of the Liu family or the onlooking crowd from in city, expressions of sudden realization crossed their faces as they whispered and murmured among themselves. Yi Fan wasn't dead? Everything was fake? This staggering scheme was beyond shocking. The entire world had been deceived, played like fiddles. Old Man Du, frozen in his one-legged stance, was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth hanging open, ears ringing. The same went for the immobile heads of the Xiang, Zhou, and Liu families, along with the other 100-plus elite warriors from the 8 great families. Every last one of them looked as though they'd been struck by lightning, thoroughly roasted. The mere thought of the impending storm they were about to face made these men wish they could sink into the earth and turn into graves. Just kill me. Kill me now. At this moment, they longed only for death. Facing Yi Fan's merciless retribution, death would be a mercy. Hadn't Patriarch Du, still frozen in his pathetic one-legged posture, already served as a living example? Why, young Master Yi, you're really alive? By now, Liu Zhongting and the other high-ranking members of the Liu family had snapped back to reality, their faces alight with joy as they crowded around Yi Fan, breathing heavily. But how? The explosion that day was devastating. How did you escape? The 8 great families even collected some of the wreckage for forensic testing. Even the DNA matched. Even now, they could hardly believe it. The reversal was simply too sudden, too extreme. Their poor hearts couldn't handle it. Those were just strands of hair and a few scraps I left behind on purpose. A deliberate red herring. Yi Fan replied with a faint smile, glossing over the details. Afterward, I made a trip to Shangjing to handle some matters and only just returned today. Though under a different name. Shangjing. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, immediately recalling one name, Fan Yi, the person who'd stirred up the most chaos in Shangjing lately. Wasn't it that guy, Fan Yi? Yi Fan? Fan Yi? In an instant, everything clicked. Fan Yi was Yi Fan. The rumors of Fan Ye's recent exploits in Shangjing had already spread far and wide. Lu Yue shot Yifan a resentful glare. This damned Yifan. I was so worried sick about him, and there he was in Shangjing, even seducing Ling Yifei, his own sister-in-law, not to mention imperial consort Ji Ningxuan, princess consort Chu Lanwei, Tu Jiyue, and Gong Shu. He'd truly been living it up, spoiled for choice. Unbelievable. Her temper flaring, Lu Yue stomped her foot and pinched the soft flesh at Yifan's waist. You heartless scoundrel, just wait till I get my hands on you later. For the Lu family and the 100+ elites of the 8 great families. However, Yifan's words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving them utterly paralyzed with horror. Old Man Du, still frozen in his ridiculous one-legged stance, trembled uncontrollably. His teeth clenched so hard he bit through his tongue. Patriarch Zhou, Patriarch Lu, and the others felt their souls leave their bodies anew. They'd heard about Fan Ye's rampage in Shangjing too. In just a few short days, virtually all of Prince Jin's loyal subordinates had been eradicated. The Yan and Wu families were annihilated. The Mu family surrendered. Even the Chao family, responsible for intelligence, and the Night Monarchs had defected. That very morning, news had arrived from Shangjing claiming that the Night Monarchs and Chen Tang, the young master of the Netherworld Sanctuary, had ambushed and killed Fan Yi. Yet now, it appeared he'd simply shed that identity after using it up, seamlessly returning to the northwest as Yifan. Even Prince Jin himself had been toyed with, reduced to nothing more than a toothless tiger. With these facts laid bare, how could the 8 great families possibly stand against him? They were doomed to play right into their own destruction. As expected of the Kirin of the Yi family, even Wei Xingyang shook his head and let out a rueful chuckle. I'm truly convinced now. A dragon rising the moment the wind and clouds converge. Cough. His words were cut short as he coughed violently. His earlier internal injuries flared up under the emotional turmoil. Lu Zhongting and Lu Shui weren't faring much better. They'd all sustained these injuries defending Lu Yue, and Yifan wouldn't turn a blind eye to such loyalty. Old Wei, everyone, you've worked hard. Consider this a small token of my gratitude. No need to hesitate. Take it. With a wave of his hand, Yifan withdrew piles of resources from his spatial ring, stacking them into a small mountain on the ground beside him. Pills, rare herbs, top-tier martial techniques, and combat skills. Everything was present in dazzling abundance. Many of these treasures were unheard of even to Lu Zhongting and Wei Xingyang, their names unknown. But to Yifan, who'd plundered the accumulated wealth of the evil cult's treasury, this was barely a drop in the ocean. Over on the other side, Old Man Du, as well as Patriarch Xiang, Patriarch Lu, Patriarch Zhou, and the 100 or so elites of the 8 great families, could only gape in shock. Even if they combined all their family vaults, they couldn't match the wealth piled before them. Yet Yifan had distributed it all to the Lu family without even blinking. With these resources, the Lu family's strength would skyrocket, climbing multiple tiers in no time. It would be no exaggeration to say they'd soon dominate the Northwest. And to their horror, even the topmost layer of this mountain of riches consisted entirely of saint-level pills. Each one alone was priceless beyond measure. Yet here they were, bottled and piled up like common goods. Little did they know, Yifan's spatial ring held treasures accumulated over millennia by the evil cult. Compared to that monstrous stash, this was nothing more than a fraction of a hair from 9 oxen. The in-city onlookers gathered nearby were equally covetous, their eyes burning with greed. Holy heavens! This is insane. These are peak-grade pills, medicinal ingredients, techniques. Most families wouldn't dare waste resources like this. Yifan repays loyalty with unmatched generosity. Truly admirable. The Lu family is about to soar into the heavens, unstoppable in their rise. Had we known, we'd have set up a memorial hall for Yifan in our own clans too. Ha! Forget memorial halls. If these were the perks, I'd have my whole family kneel and burn incense to him daily. How laughable! Old Man Du actually questioned Lu Yue earlier. Was it worth it? Now reality slaps him right in the face.